Good morning. Dear distinguished participants, dear guests, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Astana, to those who are visiting us for the first time and who are welcome back today. I am very pleased to announce the beginning of the Astana Economic Forum this year. Global challenges and uncertainty in the world economy force many countries to look for the new sources of growth to create the new possibilities for development and enhance their competitiveness. There is a growing risk, a new normal, low growth for a long time. More and more experts are talking about possibility of new normal becoming the new reality. The recent changes in oil prices have clearly demonstrated a need for diversification that would bring a balanced economic growth. Kazakhstan has accomplished a lot since declaring independence from the Soviet Union. GDP per capita increased from $696 in 1993 to $12,496 in 2014. The average GDP growth for the period from 2009-2013 amounted to 6%, which is the highest among the peer countries. Our country is now one of the 10 highest performing in the world, and we are classified by the World Bank as an upper middle income nation. But we don't stop there. We have a clear vision of how to achieve a long-term sustainable economic growth and become a high-income country. In December 2012, President Nursultan Nazarbayev, in his annual address to the nation, has set out an ambitious long-term goal for Kazakhstan in his strategy 2050 to become a top 30 developed nations. This goal will be harder than we have done before. GDP per capita needs to increase almost fivefold. Significant human capital development and tremendous structural institutional reforms have to be implemented. By 2050, we aspire to have a diversified and private sector, lead economy backed by strong institutions and skilled workforce. The top 40 most developed countries in the world are well represented today by members of OECD organization. In this regard, it is important for us to adopt OECD standards and best practices in the areas like public governance, human capital development, fiscal policy, and improving of business climate. In January this year, we took an important step in this direction by signing a country program with the OECD, which reflects our sustained commitment to reform and progress. Taking into consideration and worsening global economic performance, last year in November, President Nursultan Nazarbayev announced a new economic policy, Nurly Zhol, or Bright Path. Nurly Zhol shall become a main middle-term tool of counter-cyclical economic policy of government, and it will ensure a large-scale construction of the country's transportation and logistic, energy, manufacturing, social and housing infrastructure. A cornerstone of this policy is a state program of the infrastructure development for 2015-2019. Infrastructure has been an important part in many economic development arguments over the years, especially after the most recent financial crises. Kazakhstan is not exception, especially taking into account transition nature of our economy and Soviet-era infrastructure that needs not only modernizing, but concrete structural changes. In addition, infrastructure development is considered to be one of the effective tools to mitigate risk associated with the middle-income trap. The development of transport and logistics infrastructure will be formed around regional hubs and follow a ray principle. It will be connected through Astana as the central hub and spread by highways, railways, and airlines routes to the rest of the country. Today I see that in our panel we have representatives from the most major international financial institutions who are our active partners in realization of our long-term goals. In order to reflect on our sustained commitment to reform and progress, we signed last year partnership framework agreements with EBRD, World Bank Group, ADB, and European Investment Bank this year in April. Currently, indicative investment portfolio institutional projects amount to roughly about more than $11 billion, of which the share of IFIs will be around the $8 billion. In order to stimulate the development of new drivers of economic growth and achieve a balanced economic growth, we will continue an active realization of second state industrial innovative development program for the next 5 years. By drawing from the both positive and negative lessons of the first 5-year program, where considerable resources were spent on creating new industries that have never existed in Kazakhstan before. The agricultural sector can significantly contribute to economic diversification and rural job creation, not least through the development of value-added agribusinesses, but business growth will require greater private investment. Furthermore, the agriculture sector has been important roles to play in the government green growth agenda, and will be, I think, the main driver of Kazakhstani economy in the near future. For any economy to achieve a sustainable economic growth in the long term, it is vital to create conditions for the development of private sector, which should be a major driver of economic growth. In this regard, taking into consideration an experience of Singapore in drawing a clear border between the state and private sectors, we will increase the share of private sector in the economy by conducting a new wave of privatization and applying the Yellow Pages rules. Furthermore, we have the national holding Samruk-Kazyna under transformation in order to improve efficiency and productivity of its operations, while eliminating a crowding out of private sector by quasi-public companies. We have introduced a number of measures aimed at lifting current restrictions for foreign investors and further improving conditions for business development by enhancing our legislative base. We understand that the effectiveness of economic policy significantly depends on institutional reforms. The President Nursultan Nazarbayev, in his inauguration speech this year, announced 5 institutional reforms that will increase the efficiency of public policy and lead to sustainable and balanced economic growth in the long term. In order to effectively implement these reforms, by the decree of the President Nazarbayev, was created the National Committee on Modernization, which is chaired by Prime Minister. There are 5 working groups covering 5 main directions of the reforms. What is very important is that we have representatives on the private sector, high-level experts, parliament and the government who are actively engaged in working process of these groups. The 5 directions of these reforms include the following elements. First, formation of the modern, professional and autonomous state apparatus will ensure effective implementation of economic program and the provision of the public services. A middle class will be a major source for such formation of the professional state apparatus and driving force on economic growth in future. Second, guaranteed the rule of law and property rights, creating conditions for entrepreneurial development, and it will eventually become the basis for new economic growth of Kazakhstan. Third, industrialization and economic growth based on diversification. Fourth, we will continue to work on strengthening the national identity. It will be based on the principle of citizenship. Fifth, we will continue to work towards creation of a more transparent and accountable government. Dear ladies and gentlemen, thank you for your attention. I hope that during this year's forum, you will find something new for yourself and contribute to us the discussions which will take place over the course of these days. I hope also you will enjoy your stay in Astana. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you very much, Minister. It was an enlightening speech, and it fits extremely well with the topic of this first session, which is economic shifts from middle to high-income countries. And in fact, the list of activities that Kazakhstan is started and is investing in seems to be indeed the perfect list of what needs to be done to shift an economy from middle to high income. Nonetheless, we are facing macroeconomic conditions which are unique. In fact, probably once-in-a-lifetime macroeconomic conditions in terms of the monetary policy positions that we see in two of the major economies in the world, moving in opposite direction, with the US unfolding its quantitative easing program and the Eurozone starting a very large quantitative easing program. This is creating real currents in opposite direction in the global economy. In the midst of that, in this region, we have a Russia in recession, we have geopolitical tensions, a macroeconomic conditions where the shift from middle to high income countries are put in real danger. The fundamental drivers that can drive countries from middle to high income are really put in question. And this is a little bit the topic we'd like to discuss during this panel. One of these trends is indeed the oil price, and in fact it's a fundamental trend for many of the situations that we are seeing now in the global economy. And I'd like to start the conversation, if I can, with that and see to what extent we feel that the trends in the oil market will have an impact on the global economy going forward, and how they can play a role in either supporting or endangering the transition of countries from middle to high income. So can I first call perhaps on John Bafs from the World Bank, to tell us his views about the oil price and the direction of that market. John.
Okay, I got it. Thank you, Matthias. Good morning, everybody. Thank you for inviting me in this distinguished forum and this distinguished panel. First, let me introduce a little myself. Have been an economist for the World Bank for almost 2 decades. And most of my career, I have analyzed commodity markets. And let me say this, that I have seen, or rather I have analyzed oil at $9.85 per barrel back in October of 1998. And I have also analyzed oil at $145 right before the financial crisis. So I have seen quite a bit of oil price variability. Let me begin by elaborating a little on the factors behind the recent collapse in the oil prices. And I would like to make a distinction between the factors that are likely to play a role in the longer-term developments in the energy markets and oil markets in particular, and the other set of factors that are probably more of a short-term nature, or what some have called them as triggers for the price collapse that took place in the past year, 2014. First, on the factors that play a big role and that are likely to shape the future of the oil market, those in our opinion are 2 factors. First is the developments that took place in North America, especially the rapid growth of the shale oil industry, which brought about 4 to 5 billion barrels of oil in a matter of just 4 years. And the second development is OPEC's decision to abandon price targeting that had been in place for almost a decade and pretty much let the market forces determine the price of oil. In our opinion, those 2 developments are what is going to shape the medium and longer term development in oil markets. Now, on the other hand, we have some other factors that play some role. In fact, they play an important role in determining, or in causing rather, the price collapse in last year, beginning the summer. And I would say that those are probably 3 factors. The first is the fact that the dollar began appreciating back in the summer of 2014, and we all know that when dollar appreciates, because commodities are traded in dollars, they tend to also decline in dollar terms. Another factor has been the fact that despite all the fears about geopolitical concerns in Iraq, Libya, and also in the concerns between the conflict between Russia and Ukraine, none of those concerns materialized, none of those geopolitical issues played an important role or rather a negative role in the oil market. In fact, on the contrary, despite expectations, negative expectations, Libya did increase quite a bit its oil production last year, and also, more importantly, Iraq produced a record level of oil last year. I believe it's a 30-year record level. Now, let me turn to the two factors that I mentioned that we believe that are going to be the key drivers of the oil market as we move forward, perhaps for a decade or so. First, I will begin with OPEC and how and why OPEC made a decision and whether this decision is going to stay with us. I will just elaborate a bit, start by looking at the history of the oil prices for quite a long time after World War II, and we have seen 4 price collapses comparable in magnitude to what happened in 2014. And those were in 1985-86, 1991-92 during the first Gulf War, the collapse which took place with a financial crisis in 2008, and the collapse that we experienced last year and earlier this year. Now, the second and the third collapse were driven primarily by events that took place outside the oil sector. One was the Gulf War and the other one was the financial crisis. That leaves us with 2 major price collapses for the last 50 years, and this is the 1985-86 and the 2014-2015. Interestingly, there are remarkable similarities between those price collapses. First, prior to the price collapses, oil prices were high for quite some time. Those high prices were in part supported by the fact that OPEC, in both cases, was targeting prices, and it was not trying to retain market share. Now, those high prices, in turn, in both cases, both in 85-86 and in 2014-15, they caused new supplies to come into the market. We all know the new supplies that took place the last 5 years, and those are, by order of importance, the US shale oil industry, which, as I said earlier, added something between 4 and 5 million barrels of oil in the global market. But we also have 2 other factors of lesser importance, and those are biofuels and Canadian oil sands, which each added about $1 billion, about 1 million barrels per day in the oil industry. Now, a similar development took place in 1985-86. The difference is back then the unconventional oil of the 85-86 was the development of oil from the North Sea, Alaska, and the Gulf of Mexico, which coincidentally also brought into the market somewhere in the neighborhood of 6 to 7 million barrels per day. So we have those 2 similarities. And another similarity is that because of those high oil prices, and which caused large supplies in the oil industry, OPEC reacted in a remarkably similar fashion. Now, as it did back in 85-86, OPEC realized that there's too much oil in the market, that they target prices, that's going to hurt themselves in the sense that they're going to lose market share. And they decided to abandon price targeting now, as they did back in 1985-86. Now, there's one difference, however, between then and now. The difference is that it took some time for OPEC to reach that decision back then, but it acted very quickly now. In fact, when prices began declining in June, or rather July of August 2014, it only took OPEC 3 months to decide and abandon price targeting in November 27 of last year. So, with this little detour on the OPEC developments, our view is that OPEC probably will stick to its retaining market share objective by pretty much letting the market forces determine the price of oil rather than going back to price targeting. So this is one development that we believe is going to unfold in the future, that OPEC is going to probably let market forces determine the price of oil. Now, the second force is, of course, the developments that took place in North America, especially the new supplies of oil by the shale oil industry, which, as I said earlier, they have brought into the market somewhere in the neighborhood of 4 to 5 million barrels of oil per day. Now, the US shale oil or the shale oil industry in general has some interesting differences compared to the traditional oil. And those differences are the following. First is that the shale oil industry, its projects have much smaller life cycle compared to the traditional projects. Traditional oil projects, their life cycle is long. Sometimes it spans 2 or 3 decades. On the other hand, shale oil projects are very short in duration. They span 2.5 to at most 3 years. The second difference is that those are small projects. Their cost is in the order of some $1 million. On the other hand, the cost of the traditional or conventional oil projects run in the hundreds of millions of dollars. And that gives a remarkable flexibility in the oil industry, and we believe that the US shale, or rather the shale oil industry, has kind of replaced the marginal cost producer in the global oil market, or in other words, is the swing producer. This is the industry that is likely to determine the price of oil as we move forward. So, just to conclude my short intervention, what is this price going to be as we move forward? Our belief is that we should probably forget the wide fluctuations that have taken place in the oil market that I mentioned earlier, started from $10 per barrel or $135 per barrel. Those wide fluctuations are likely to be taking place in the future. Most likely we're going to see a much narrow band in the oil price, perhaps a low of $50 and going as far up as $70. We may see something in periods, the $70 mark, to be exceeded if geopolitical risks stay in place, but we believe that the cost of producing oil by the US shale industry is going to determine the upper level of prices, which, as I said, is going to be in the neighborhood of $70. So with those numbers, I would like to just conclude my brief intervention, and I would be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much, John. That was very interesting and very condensed, lots of information. So it is amazing. US production in this market is like adding a Kuwait, basically, to the supply of oil.
Exactly.
No wonder the price has stayed down. No, thanks. That was very, very interesting. Interesting also that you talk about low oil prices, but you don't need to be that old to actually remember that $50 to $70 is actually not that low as an oil price. But let's then turn to what the implications of this are. You gave us a good sense of where the prices could go, and you told us also that the range of prices that you foresee is actually not that wide, 50 to 70. So what does that mean for exporting countries like this one? Let me try to turn to perhaps Hans Timmer from the World Bank to take us through his thoughts about the implications of oil prices on exporting economies in particular.
Yes, thank you very much. And good morning, everybody. And let me thank the Minister and the organizing committee for their hospitality. This is a great opportunity to be in this wonderful country and to participate in this important discussion. In this discussion, I think my main observation is that the impact of the low oil prices on oil exporting countries here in the region, but also on surrounding countries, is much larger than people realize. And even if in a very long historical perspective, $50 or $70 might still be relatively high, the change compared to what we were accustomed to only a couple of years ago is really big. Now, why is the impact so much larger, and what are the consequences of that? I think the consequences are that the challenges for the policymakers are also much bigger than we realize, and the opportunities going into the future, becoming a high-income country, are actually also there. So why is this much larger? Normally, we think in terms of GDP growth when we talk about the economy. And we see a recession in Russia, we still see slower growth in Kazakhstan, but still positive growth. But that's actually not the relevant variable to understand the current situation. It is a good measure of income when relative prices are not changing, but relative prices have changed a lot. And that means that oil exporting countries have lost income that is much larger than the loss of GDP. So to give you some numbers, even if GDP would not change, Russia has lost around 10% of their income just in 1 year because of the decline in oil prices. Kazakhstan has lost even more, around 13% of their income. If you look at Azerbaijan, it has lost more than 15% of their income. And it is not limited to the oil exporting countries, because surrounding countries that had benefited through emigration and remittances back home from the oil boom, like Kyrgyz Republic or Tajikistan, they see now a sharp decline in remittances, and also those countries are losing more than 10% of their income, and it goes all the way to countries like Armenia. What does that mean? That means that the oil exporters and the surrounding countries will ultimately have to reduce their domestic spending by 10% or more. They will have to reduce their imports by a similar amount, and they have to adjust to it by a change in relative prices. Basically, what has to be done is to undo the development during the oil price boom. What happened when the oil prices moved from $10, $20 to way over $100 is that a lot of money came into these countries in the form of oil revenues or in the form of remittances. That money was spent in the domestic economy, that pushed up prices, it made imports very cheap, and it increased the imports. So over a period of 6 or 7 years, the prices in Russia, in Azerbaijan, and in Kazakhstan, relative to prices in, for example, the United States, had doubled. So a sharp increase in relative prices. That made it very difficult for these countries to become competitive in the non-oil tradable sectors, very difficult to export, and there were huge incentives to import. That development has come to an end if John is right. And I tend to think that John indeed is right, that not soon we will go back to oil prices above $100. That means you need to have that sharp decline in domestic prices, as a result of which the non-oil tradable sector will become much more competitive. Now that is the first challenge for the policymakers. It's not an easy one. The decline in incomes I was talking about is larger than most countries experienced in 2008, 2009 during the big financial crisis. So these are big shocks to adjust to. There's also the silver lining. All countries, including Kazakhstan, they want to diversify. They want to diversify out of the oil sector so that also in the long run future you have a broad base to support your development and to ultimately become a high income country. This development supports the diversification if the countries are well adjusting to this change in relative prices, because this gives you a macroeconomic opportunity to indeed become more competitive in the non-oil tradable sectors, to compete with other countries that supply you import goods, but also to develop an export sector outside of the oil sector. Now for that, indeed, you need the kind of strategy that we heard this morning from the minister. We know since 1990 that many countries, developing countries, have been successful by exactly doing what the minister outlined, by improving the quality of the government, by privatization, by increasing the difference, the gap between the government, the independence of the government and the private sector. But also what all those successful countries did is making sure that they benefit from what we call in economics the comparative advantages. It is not a coincidence that China was growing very fast using their abundance of labor. It is not strange that oil-rich countries were growing very fast using their oil resources. Now, to grab that opportunity of the new comparative advantages, I would call, and to grow, two things have to be done. One is you should allow the private sector to adjust to that new reality so that the prices are indeed reflecting that new reality. But secondly, you can help changing your comparative advantages. And the way you do that is by increasing the assets that you have as a society. Apart from the oil assets, you can develop your capital, but especially you can develop your human capital also, and that's something that the minister said also. So infrastructure, we will talk a lot about that, is very important, but it's not the only thing. What is incredibly important for the decades ahead, and that's where the global competition will center on, is to have a very high qualified labor force. And this is the real opportunity now to focus on that. To make sure that in the future you are not only rich because you have a lot of oil, you have a lot of minerals, you have a lot of uranium, but you have the infrastructure and you have the human capital. And ultimately, all the successful countries in the long run, they are characterized by a high level of education. Now, if you are focusing on that and then at the same time let the markets function so that people get the right signals to adjust to the new realities, I think there is a great opportunity. It is a big hit for Kazakhstan and other countries, much bigger than people realize, but it is also an opportunity going forward.
Thanks, Hans. That's some food for thought. It makes me think that perhaps, particularly given the agenda of work that the ministers outlined is going on in Kazakhstan and how appropriate it is to fit the ideas that Hans just explained, the worst thing that could happen to Kazakhstan now is the oil price going up again. We want a little bit of oil price to create the right incentive to do the right things. Hans, thank you very much. Before I open, we put a lot of meat on the fire, and I'd like to open it to the audience for questions in just a minute. But I would like to see if any of the panelists here have any questions on this topic, oil price, its trends, and the implications for oil exporting countries in this region and the agenda of diversification that can come out of it. Any question from the panelists or any comments from the panelists? Yep.
Yes, I don't know if it's for John or Hans, but given the focus of the conference on middle income going up to upper income countries, would you characterize the natural resources as a blessing or a curse?
Yeah, I'll say a couple of words. It can be both or neither. It depends on whether, as Hans said, you are an exporter or an importer. It's good news if you are an importer, it's bad news if you are exporter. But I would like to make another point here, which is important as to whether low oil price is a good or bad thing for the economy. And this is why oil prices have declined. I would argue that if oil prices decline, for example, because of a, let's say, put it of geopolitical concern or a geopolitical issue or a conflict in the Middle East, and oil does not flow into the global market, that would be a bad thing for the economy, global economy. Now, if on the other hand, oil prices go down because of demand or supply conditions, that is a different issue. So I think it's important to distinguish between the factors that affect the oil price decline.
Thank you. Hans, do you have a comment on blessing or curse?
Yeah, I myself, I'm from the Netherlands, and so I know what Dutch disease is. That was the curse when we found gas during the early 1970s in the Netherlands. Still, I would argue there's only one answer. It is a blessing. It is a blessing to have a lot of resources. And whether that is oil in the ground, or whether that is a lot of land, or whether that is a high qualified population, having resources, having assets, that is a blessing. And the only challenge is that you have to use them wisely, and you have to adjust when the reality is changing. And in every circumstances, whether you have a lot of people in the workforce, whether you have a lot of human capital, you need good institutions. You need transparent institutions, and you need an environment that unleashes the potential that you always have in your country. And once you are doing that, and once you are able to adjust to a changing environment, and environments will always change as we are seeing now, then it is a blessing. Obviously, it is a blessing to have a lot of resources that you can wisely invest in.
I must say I agree, but partially. I think in the move between middle to high income, when what matters is creating value-added industries, it can slow you down to have a lot of wealth coming in through fairly low value-added activities. But let me see if there's any questions on the floor. Do you want to say what? Go ahead.
Yeah, there is a lot of talk about the middle income trap, and I think there's too much talk about a middle income trap, because you can talk about a low income trap. Low income countries, they have a big problem that they don't have the savings yet to start growing. You can argue there's a high income trap. A country like Japan finds it very difficult to increase productivity all the time. And other countries also, they have to adjust when they go to the next stage of development. I worked a lot with the government in China on their China 2030 report, and that is amazing. That's a country that has grown 10% a year for the last 30 years. They want to radically change all their policies because they know that what was successful for the past 20 years will not be successful for the next 20 years. So while they were growing using cheap, unskilled labor very successfully, they know that they can't continue to do that, and they're focusing a lot on education. While they were benefiting a lot from inward FDI, importing basically the technology, they know that if they want to make the next step, they will have to internationalize their companies, which basically means outward FDI. There are lots of complete changes in the policies that also a country that doesn't have oil and is growing because of its population has to do. And so an oil-rich country is no exception.
Thanks, Hans. Let me see if anybody on the floor. Yes, can you please introduce yourself before you ask the question? There must be some mics running around. I have another person there. First person up here in front, whomever has the microphone, please. Yep. You have a very good voice, but perhaps the microphone will help.
Anyone hear me?
Yeah.
It's better now? Yes, there are good and bad things. With the high oil price, we seem to develop a lot of alternative ways, which are, without a question, better for all of us humans. With the lower price, it's a question how these programs will go. Clearly, they are less profitable, or shall we say, inefficient compared to what we have with oil. And what is the opinion of the distinguished panel? What will happen with those programs? Thank you.
So alternative sources and what will happen with them. One question, there was another one in that corner there. Yes, please, sir.
Yes, Chris Wee from Macro Advisory. I wanted to ask the panel about what their view is of the currency management that we've seen in a lot of the oil-producing states. As the oil prices collapsed, we've obviously seen a very quick move to devalue currencies to compensate. So, for example, in Russia last year, even though the oil price collapsed, because the currency collapsed equally, the budget was in surplus except for the transfer to the deposit insurance industry, which happened in December. And we saw the same thing in other countries, Azerbaijan, Turkmenistan, across the region. So A, do you think, is it an optimal strategy for governments to react to oil price with devaluation so as to protect their domestic spending power? And B, what does that do in terms of understanding or disrupting kind of investment programs if there's a willingness to use your currency to counterbalance your main source of income? Does that actually help reduce sort of economic risks, improve the investment climate, or does it actually double up the risks?
Very good. So what's happening with this mini currency war we're seeing? That's a second question, whether it's good or not. Let's take a third question, and then we have this gentleman here in the corner.
Thank you very much, Iwata from Japan. One question is oil price decline. What is the cause of decline? Now, there has been discussion supply side effect, shale gas and others. But I was wondering the global growth slowdown. In my estimate, maybe the world economic growth rate first quarter may be close to only 1%, despite the forecast by IMF, 3.5%. These global demand slowdown could have affected the oil price slowdown. How about your assessment? What proportion of demand supply factor to cause this oil price decline?
Perfect. Thank you, sir. So why don't we get rid of that, John, and tell us whether it is a demand-driven or supply-driven sort of fall in prices, and then the other panelists can start thinking of who's taking the green growth and who's taking the question about currency wars. We'll go back to the audience in a second. Let me do these three first. John.
Thanks. Let me elaborate on the first question a bit, because I find it very important, and very important why it's quite complex to give an answer to whether higher or lower prices are good or bad. And the issue is that with low prices, we have more consumption and therefore more pressure on the environment. So we're going to face some more severe environmental issues because of higher consumption of oil. So that's one problem we have to take into account when we try to answer the question as to whether low prices are good for the economy. Now, another also important issue is that typically lower oil prices, or I would say more generally, low commodity prices, are slowing down innovation. High prices always induce innovation, and we have seen the innovation that took place in the oil sector, on the one hand, of course, in the shale oil industry, but on the other hand, we had innovations on the demand side. So we saw an increase in the demand for, manufacturing a demand for electric vehicles. We saw a sort of discussion as to whether the vehicles are going to be powered by natural gas. And that was, of course, taking place at $110 or $120 per barrel. Now that oil is down to $60 per barrel, or if it goes down to $50 per barrel, we don't know whether there will be innovation on the demand side. So I think low oil prices do present us with two challenges. First, the environment, and second, innovation. So oil prices work against those factors. Now, let me elaborate or try to answer your question, because there is on the demand versus supply factors. I think that's a very good question, because whether the decline is induced by demand or supply factors has different implications on the economy. Our belief is that the current decline in oil prices has been induced mostly by supply factors. On the one hand, because of the growth in US shale oil in the United States, and also, as I said earlier, on a little less of a factor from biofuels and the Canadian oil sands. And on the other hand, OPEC's decision to switch from price targeting to maintaining market share, which again is a supply factor. So I would say that most of the effect on the oil price comes from the supply side. Now, in terms of how much or whether we can quantify its effect on global growth, initially when prices declined, they reached somewhat in the neighborhood of $45 to $50. A number of reports were written, and they estimated the impact will be close to 1% in boost in global growth for the medium term, for the next 2 to 3 years. Our opinion is that those estimates were a bit on the high side. Now we believe that the boost to global growth for the medium term, that is the next 2 to 3 years, is going to be perhaps 0.5% or even less than that.
Makes sense?
Yeah, let me address the important but also complicated issue of exchange rate management. As you said, we have seen in many oil exporting and surrounding countries here in the region depreciations. I wouldn't call that a currency war. I wouldn't call that countries are using the exchange rate to gain advantage or to mitigate the impact. I would say it is one way of letting markets adjust to the new reality and letting markets bring about that change in relative prices that is needed. As I said, during the oil price boom, when oil prices were rising and rising, you saw that prices in the oil exporting countries were more or less doubling relative to the rest of the world, and that happened either through inflation or through appreciation of the currencies. Now, part of that has to be reversed, and that can be done through depreciation, or it could be done by deflation or very low inflation. And that is much more difficult than what happened during the oil price boom, the inflation. So it is one way of adjusting to a new reality. That doesn't mean that now an immediate sharp depreciation is an optimal policy, because there's also a trade-off, especially when countries have dollarized financial sectors. Then it makes a lot of sense to see whether you can mitigate this process and manage it over time also. And that situation changes from country to country. So whether you do that immediately or whether you do that through the exchange rate, that can be debated. Ultimately, the reality is that the relative prices have to change.
Absolutely. So relative prices have to change, and this has to happen somehow. So not necessarily sort of a strategic devaluations. We're not seeing that, you don't think? Very good. I have to say a word about green technologies and what's going on. I actually think it's a bit my background, so I can't resist. I actually think that across the world we're seeing that despite the decrease in oil prices, the push on alternative technologies is continuing. And I think part of the reason is that the cost of these technologies decreased much more quickly than we thought, but also the co-benefits of some of these technologies are becoming more and more clear, from energy security, diversification, resilience in the energy system, to local pollution, a reduction of local pollution. We are seeing really a number of benefits which are coming from this technology. So I'm actually less worried than others on whether these oil prices at low levels will slow down substantially alternative energy technology. They will do, but not to the full extent, I think. Let me take 3 other quick questions, because I noticed that this topic has generated some interest before we go to the next. Yes, I have a gentleman there, then this gentleman up front. So if the microphone can go. Oh, yeah.
Okay. Hello. Thank you. My name is Asad, and I have a question regarding rise in China-Russia nexus, because it's quite interesting. Probably it's not related to oil, but my question is, due to conflict in Ukraine and a stalemate and a continuation of position of sanctions on Russia, as well with the lowest economic growth in China over the decade, I have a question. How Kazakhstan is affected by slowing economies in the Russia-China nexus, and what measures can be taken to handle them in the near future? Because if I'm right, by forecast, EBRD said that probably India will overtake China in the next 2 or 3 years. So my question is, how Kazakhstan is affected by a rise in nexus of Russia and China, and what measures can be taken?
Great, thank you very much. Question up front from this gentleman.
Yeah, thank you very much. My name is Hans Wissema. I'm glad you brought up the subject of alternative energies, because in a way we are discussing old technology here. If you see how many billions of dollars are being invested in R&D and how much progress we are making, about every month you read about breakthrough innovations in supply of a generation of solar energy or batteries or whatever it is. I don't think that the new technology will drive out oil and gas just on a price basis, but it will replace it in many sectors in the world. My question is, are there any forecasts that anyone of the panel can give about the year in which, let's say, the contribution of alternative energy will be significant, let us say 15 or 20% of world consumption? Do we have an idea about that?
Thank you. Let me see if there's a third question. Anybody else for a third question, or should we turn it back to the panel? Okay, let me then turn it back to the panel. So we have 2 questions. One, Russia-China nexus and a slowdown in that nexus. and what the implications are for Kazakhstan and for the region. And then the second question, if anybody can forecast the year in which 25 to 30%, we'll ask John to do that, and I'm sure he'll do. But Russia-China nexus, anybody want to comment on that? Volunteers? Hans, Minister?
Yes.
So whatever is happening in the short run with China's growth and with the recession in Russia, I think the fundamental trend continues. And that is a trend towards a multipolar world, towards an Asia that is a lot more important than it was in the past. And that means for countries in this region that they are in a very strategic position in terms of in the middle of big trading partners. So I wouldn't interpret what is going on in the short run as a real structural change. Growth in China is still 7%. It is still much faster than in many other countries, and the slowdown that we are seeing in China is actually very welcome, because the country was overheating, was seeing the impact of the huge stimulus after the global financial crisis, and long-term growth in China will be lower than we have seen in the past. That doesn't mean that China will not continue to rise as an economic power. That doesn't mean that all the BRICS will not become much more important than they were in the past, and countries here will have to adjust to that new reality.
Thank you very much for such question. I guess is maybe as for Minister Economy is one of the most important issue. As Hans said, it's a God blessed us. We have this huge national resources reserves, but at the same time, God brought us two neighbors. The biggest neighbors from one side is the biggest and potentially richest country in the world, Russian Federation. Second one, I guess, in 10 or 15 years will be the biggest economy in the world, is China. Last year, I was in Beijing in October when the Chinese leader said the world will not wait anymore about the GDP growth about the 10% from China. It will be next decade about maybe 6 or maximum 7%, and we see just such figures right now. But for us, exactly in current situation in world economy, Kazakhstan sees so many challenges, and same time there's so much new opportunities. For example, if you're talking about our relations with China, you know about this initiative of Chinese government, the economic belt of New Silk Road. But Kazakhstan is the first country who is staying for the beginning of this road to Europe and in our part of the world. And exactly we should use this opportunity to get more of this investment from the Chinese companies, state-owned or the private. By initiative of Prime Minister of China last year when he visited Astana in December, right now we're working for a special internal program between the China and Kazakhstan. And in April, we have signed this special MOU between the government of China and Kazakhstan to get direct investment for $24 billion, which will be idea to build up the new plants in different kind of the, sectors of economy in Kazakhstan, exactly, because it was main idea. We are exporter of national resources, and the Chinese government offered us maybe it will be better to build up here, and we'll get this new product from Kazakhstani side. Exactly, it's a huge amount for us for next 5 years. Same, but it's from January 1st, we are in new forms of cooperation, Eurasian Economic Union. Exactly, if in comparison of Kazakhstani local market, our population right now is 17.5 million people. But without any barriers like the free movement of the capital, working force, goods, services, we can get this access much more better than it was before to the market about the 170 million people. And why I said it's exactly from one side is what we will do it. Exactly we want to use such opportunities and maybe for Kazakhstani economy to grow up. Exactly this year, maybe after deepest devaluation of Russian ruble. And in comparison, with our GDP growth just about 1.8%. Exactly the second reason is this, as we say, this huge decline of the crude oil price. But basically, for the last 4 months, Kazakhstan GDP growth was 1.8%. It's not bad for us right now in current situation. For next year, we hope it will be this much more higher, about the 3.5%. But once again, we'll use the opportunity exactly to work to the two main trading partners for us, and the one plus is the European Union, who is covering about the 40%. But New Silk Road will go once again from the Asian part from China to the Europe. And Kazakhstan should use such opportunity to be for the increase in our transit volume, to get the FDI much more than was before, to create maybe the right atmosphere for entrepreneurship, and this create maybe to invite the investors for new sectors of Kazakhstani economy, what we want to develop as soon as possible. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I must say, of course, your neighbors, Russia and China, are very close by, but India is not that far away from Kazakhstan too. It's a neighbor nonetheless.
In July, it's beginning of July, the Prime Minister of India will visit Kazakhstan. If you'll see the volume of our trading with India, exactly quite low. But potentially with the new railroad, which I built last year, it means that from Caspian Sea, from Turkmenistan, Iran, and the Persian Gulf, right now we have opportunity to communicate well with all the countries which was not the main trade partners before. It's mean India, Malaysia, Indonesia, Philippines, and other countries. And I guess right now we are working for enforce our relations with such countries. Thank you.
Wonderful. Thank you very much. Anybody wants to take a guess of what year we will see a quarter of the energy produced through alternative sources of energy?
Well, one great physicist once said forecasting is very difficult, especially when it's about the future. So I think it's the time to use that quote. I cannot forecast, of course, when 25% of energy is going to come from renewable sources, but I'm going to use a couple of anecdotes or numbers that perhaps can help us a bit understanding if or when this is going to happen. First, I cannot recall exactly when I read this. I read it in a book. Somebody who did a comparison of how much of renewable energy we use recently compared to how much of renewable energy was used earlier in the 20th century. That was a difference of about 100 years. And the finding of this study was remarkable, that today we use as much as renewable energy in terms of share in total energy consumption as we used a century ago. So that's what I recall from the study. I don't know how scientific was it, because there are issues as to whether you include nuclear energy, biofuels, etc. But that is a remarkable number, that despite so much developments over a century, the share of renewable energy in total energy consumption has not changed that much. Now, going to forecasting if and when a quarter of energy is going to come from renewable sources, my take is that's far into the future. And here's the reason, is that most of oil now goes for transportation. I believe it's about 3/4 of oil goes for transportation and 1/4 goes for petrochemicals and some other industrial uses. So for renewable energy to play a big role, we have to see a huge increase in electric power cars or a huge increase in natural gas power cars. The problem is that we have seen a trend there, we have seen some increase, but the technology on both sides, I think it's still too early to make a big difference on the energy sector. And here I can use an example that I remember was made in a presentation, that it's very easy to use electricity to power a very small car. It's very, very difficult to use electricity to power a larger vehicle. Just imagine, we cannot power planes by electricity, we cannot power trucks by electricity, we cannot power ships by electricity. But what's interesting about the example was given in that presentation was the following, that if we take huge 16-wheeler truck which carries somewhere in the neighborhood of, let's say, 20 tons. It travels in one day 400 miles. And we want to power this car instead of gas by electricity. What this study showed is that 90% of the net capacity of the truck should carry its own batteries. So basically this truck will go back and forth by just carrying its own batteries, which means that it's just very difficult to power large vehicles by electricity. That's why I see that renewable energy, it's not something that's going to be taking place very soon.
Thanks, John. I think there's a concurrent session on decarbonization of the economy where I'm sure these things will be discussed. I cannot, though, stop myself from reminding people about Tesla, California-based car company which is producing electric cars, the capitalization of which is similar to General Motors at the moment. Now, Tesla produces about 30,000 cars a year. General Motors produces 9 million cars a year. Yet the capitalization of those companies is similar. What happened there? Tesla has captured people's imagination about the future of transport. And that's what that capitalization is about. Is it a bubble? Is it not a bubble? Probably. But I think it has captured people's imagination. So maybe human imagination is going to go faster than we think, John. Anyway, one thing that Hans said earlier that struck me as being important is the adjustment needed in the private sector, particularly in the process of diversification of the economy. And one thing that you said, Hans, is that what you need is investment for the private sector to adjust and change what it does. So I wanted to turn page for a second and talk about investment and what is the situation today with availability of capital for this adjustment which is needed to move from middle to high income country. And I wonder whether I can ask Robert Vartevanian from KPMG to give us his views on what's going on with capital and investment availability.
Thank you very much. Good morning, everybody. Hopefully you can hear me. My name is Robert Vartevanian. I am head of M&A and financing group for KPMG in the CIS territories. Most of my career actually was spent in banking and the investment sphere, though now at KPMG, I, together with my colleagues, act as an independent advisor to the public and to the private sector. I'd like to just thank the Minister and the organisers for this opportunity to speak to you. What I'd like to do is to say in a few slides what I have learned over 30 years in the international financial markets. And so it'll be a combination of my personal beliefs based on that experience, but also the beliefs and experience of KPMG, which we have observed in our role and interactions globally with governments, with sponsors and the private sector. And what I'd like to address, as it says there, are the challenges and the lessons in financing infrastructure projects. It's clear from what we've heard already from the Minister and others that infrastructure is a critical question. And in fact, I think it's best to see infrastructure projects as the arteries or the veins for economic development. And they have a far wider economic benefit than the purely project-specific. In fact, I think that if there isn't infrastructure, people don't follow. And without people, then you don't have the development. And the other observation is, ironically, that good infrastructure is almost invisible. It just works. It's bad infrastructure that sticks out, and it is extremely off-putting. And this is relevant because I believe that attracting capital is a global challenge and a competitive one. So let me just put this global challenge into context. And just looking at the growth in population, hopefully this will work. So that's what we had in the 1900s. In 1950, global population about 2.5 billion. Currently, about 7.3 billion. And those of you that have been following the forecasts, that's the expectation, it's quite a bit off a spread, I accept, in 2050. That translates into 1.6 million people a week. Put that into context, it's the population of Almaty, of Glasgow, of Novosibirsk, of Yekaterinburg. It is more than Zurich every week. This week, next week, the week after. And if that isn't a global challenge, then we are missing the point. And that brings with it many, many issues, as you can imagine. We saw a forecast of over $40 trillion in terms of the infrastructure requirement, but that's just new build. I think there's a statistic that says that over 50% of the bridge network in the US is economically obsolete. So this is not just a developing economy issue, but a mature economy issue as well. So competition is global. Now, this is a busy slide, and I make no apology for the slide because Kazakhstan is very busy, and that's a great credit to the country, and we've heard about how busy it wants to be in the future. But the key issue is then, where does this capital come from to launch all of these and more projects? And I think to begin to answer that question, I think you must first understand capital, what it is, what it isn't, and how to attract it. We've already heard, actually, that capital is not just cash. In fact, one of my key learning points is that cash is, in many respects, the easier problem. It's about human capital. Here we're blessed with the third, which is the natural capital, but that in itself is not enough. So yes, financial capital, public and private, is very important, but you mustn't forget about human capital, and there is competition globally for that. We see that every day with project directors at private enterprises saying, should I go to this country or that country to pursue a project? Because my chief executive has given me a target of doing 2 projects this year. I have to decide where I spend my time. That's the reality, and there's no getting away from that. But before we go on, I want to just make a distinction, and that is the confusion between funding and financing. And what I hope is to be able to explain that at the end of the day, when all is said and done, there are only 2 sources of payment for the infrastructure development. There's taxes, the budget, central budget, and then there's direct payment, user payments. That's the funding, that's it. Financing, the equity and the debt, is a mechanism. And at the end of the day, it will always want to be repaid, one way or another, with a return, which is risk adjusted. And there are benefits to attracting the private capital, but at the end of the day, the funding comes from the direct payment or the taxes. Now, I've spent quite a long time actually on capital, and yet what I really want to say is that capital is not the most important aspect to address. Actually, what we have learnt, and hopefully we all here understand, that it's actually all about risk. And in many cases, it's about perceived risk. And I want to make 2 key points. And these are absolutely fundamental if a deal is going to happen. The first principle of risk is that risk should be taken by the party who is best able to manage it. Whenever you move away from that principle, and we see it all the time, then one of the following four things happen. The cost of the project goes up. In fact, one or more of the following things happen. The cost of the project goes up. The efficiency of the project goes down. Interest from the private sector in the project goes down as a result. And worst of all, probably the project doesn't happen. The other point to make is that some risks have a price, and of course you can get imperfect projects happening, but then there is a price cost. But if you push it too far, then there are some risks that have no price, so it will just not happen at any price. The second key point is to accept that private capital invests in what it wants to invest in, sadly, not necessarily what you want it to. That is the bargain that you strike with private capital. And the sooner one understands that, the greater chance one has of striking a sensible deal that works for both parties. The next point that I wanted to make, and it's the penultimate point, and that is what I just call the learning and credibility curve. This is a highly stylized graph. I apologize for its simplicity, but the messages I want to give here are that every country goes through this, regardless of their credit rating and the sort of maturity of legislative environment. And there is little shortcut. This goes to the heart of starting something. There will be errors, but it needs to be a bankable project. And then the learning develops, the credibility develops, and then the project risk premium will come down. There is very little shortcut. And although the numbers are not up here, this was a graph shown to us for Canada and its infrastructure PPP program over, in fact, a 10-year horizon, at a time when the credit rating of Canada was, I believe, still AAA. Maybe it still is. So sadly, whether you believe the risk or not, or you accept the risk or not, perceived or real is not really in point. It is just the way it is, particularly remembering my previous comment. My final point that I wanted to make, and again, as I said, some of this is my own personal view based on a lot of experience in the markets. You may or may not agree with it, but it's around legislation, which is the final key issue here. In my experience, at least, there is a natural inclination to try and legislate, and often with that comes a danger of over-legislating. My own view is, by definition, legislation is dealing with yesterday or at best today. In any field, it's difficult to operate or innovate in a straitjacket. And when the market conditions change, financial instruments and structures evolve, you need flexibility. So therefore, in my view, where possible, to have the best chance of attracting capital, of course you need the legislative framework, but create some flexibility and then regulate. And that is your best chance of having sufficient flexibility to address what are currently pretty volatile markets. So those are my thoughts based on the learnings, and obviously from KPMG as well. I hope they provoke some debate going forward. But certainly what I'd like to end on actually is, from what I've heard today and at the beginning from the Minister, I think Kazakhstan has an excellent understanding of these points and a great roadmap which, if it can implement, should, given its position, be able to attract investment going forward. So with that, thank you very much. Thank you for your time, and we're here to help if we can. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Very interesting presentation, and I thought your point about the nature of competition on financial capital being similar actually for human capital and in fact for natural capital. I think it's a very important one, and I know that the rest of the slides focused a little bit more on financial capital, but it'd be very nice, perhaps next year, we should put it on the agenda to look at the competition of human and natural capital among emerging countries. But thanks, Robert. Let me then turn now to an institution that knows something about investing large amounts of money in infrastructure and elsewhere, the EIB, and ask Deborah Revoltella, my colleague from the EIB, if she wants to share her thoughts and the EIB views on investment. Deborah.
Thank you very much. We are a close colleague doing the same work in similar institutions, and Deborah Revoltella, I'm the Chief Economist of the European Investment Bank. And let me start really thanking the Minister and the organizers for having me here today. And I'm I think I will slightly deviate, but I think it's an interesting element to discuss what is currently being done in Europe, and is something that is, for those that follow Europe, is called the Juncker Plan or the Investment Plan for Europe. It's a massive project that has been put in place in terms of trying to revive investment activities. It also includes infrastructure investment. And I think it's important to look at how we came to develop this plan in order to give ideas of how this plan could be thought about also in other countries. And I think it's something in your presentation I saw a lot of the elements that are really in common in terms of areas of activities, etc. So we started, I think, last year, a number of institutions, the IMF among that, the OECD, etc., started discussing about using investment as a way for restarting growth in a number of countries, both in advanced countries and in emerging markets. And the focus was saying we have low economic activities, we have interest rate at the lowest level possible, so why don't to use an investment push, public investment, but maybe also a public investment that can incentivize private investment to restart. And that's where we come from in Europe. Basically, the idea was let's try to do something, probably not only looking at the possible counter-cyclical effect of investment, and I have to say, reconnecting to what we were discussing before, luckily for Europe, oil prices started to slow down, and with declining oil prices, Europe had part of the growth push that was needed together with the quantitative easing. So the idea was to revive investment not only on a counter-cyclical, as a counter-cyclical measure, but really looking at the potential impact of investment on long-term growth. And this is what is guiding the program that is put in place. So it's not only just investment per se, but a very well-targeted investment, and an investment that can impact on potential growth. And then the point was to look which kind of investment is then needed in Europe. What we started to look was looking at different sectors of Europe, the sectors that we believe will have an impact on long-term potential growth, and looking at why investment was not happening, why investment was so much lower than in other more dynamic countries. One example was also the US, but also more dynamic countries. And we found a number of areas where Europe overall was substantially underinvesting, substantial underinvesting, not only in the post-crisis period, but also in a longer time span in the last 20 years, I would say. And that is a long part. We found underinvestment for 600 billion per year in areas that include strategic investments, areas that include, and that is very important, research, development, and innovation, and also adoption of innovation in the industrial sector, which is an area that is quite important, human capital, and that is another element that was also highlighted in the previous discussion, and then everything that is related to climate action. And then starting from that, so the comfort, let's say, if you have to start a program that uses public money for supporting investment, you say comfort, there is a need, so that was the good part, there is a need for doing this program. And then the point is how to start a program, how to incentivize investment. With this size of underinvestment, it can't be only a public program, it can be a concerted program in which the public sector creates the conditions for investment to start. And for investment to start means that a lot of this investment has to come from the private sector, because you create the condition for this to start. And then you can have a public sector stimulus that target some of the investment needs. This means the plan that is being put now in place, this investment plan for Europe or Juncker plan, has 3 elements. The first element is an element of working on creating the right incentive for investment to start. So it's a program that involves all member states of the Union for advancing structural reform, for completion of the European internal market, for really creating the environment which will originate investment. There is a second component that is equally important, that is in terms of advisory. Advisory because you need advisory for rightly structuring projects, for developing new financial instruments, for advisory like on how to best implement PPPs and when to implement PPPs. They may not be always the solution. In some cases, they are extremely relevant. In some cases, they may be used for fiscal reason, not to show debt ratios, etc. So you have to know how to use it and when this is a valid instrument. And then also advisory in terms of developing a new financial instrument that can leverage private financing into projects. Other than the advisory element, there is in the plan, there is also a financing component, and that's where my institution has been called in. My institution is the European Investment Bank. It's the EU member states are a shareholder of these institutions. It's an institution of a balance sheet of around 500 billion euro with lending activities per year of something like 70-80 billion euro, depending on activities, and 90% of activities are done inside the EU, 10% outside the EU. The plan only refers to the EU. Having an institution that has as a mandate to finance investment, the European Commission and the Parliament, the European Parliament have decided that we are going to be the implementing agencies for the stimulus that is coming from the Juncker plan, from the investment plan for Europe. And they have dedicated financial resources, not that much because Europe in that moment doesn't have that much new money to put on the table, but it's 16 billion euro plus 5 billion euro that was unutilized capital on our side. And this is going to be the innovative part is not having so much fresh money to put on the table. The innovative part was to create a way in which by leveraging on these resources we could enhance the potential support to investment activities. And also by leveraging on these resources and by utilizing the limited resources in a way in which it's entering in project with more risk-taking, our feeling was that in a moment in which liquidity in the market is there, risk-taking capacity is a little bit more limited. If you enter more, taking more risk in the project, that would help catalyzing additional financing and co-financing for projects. So with the, say, 21 billion of resources that we have that are backing our own activities. We plan as an institution to lend additional 60 billion in the next 3 years and to co-finance projects for a total of 315 billion euro. Is not a big size for overall Europe, and that's where I come. It's not a counter-cyclical measure, but it's extremely important for the long-term growth for Europe. These 350 billion euro will be targeting projects that are in crucial areas for long-term competitiveness of Europe. And that means in these areas specifically they account for some 12% of annual investment in those sectors. So the impact on long-term growth for Europe is more important. And that's the point which I wanted to make at the beginning. I think any plan, any public plan to support investment should really try to target the long-term, an impact on long-term potential growth rather than only an impact on short-term growth. By the way, the fact that the plan is being implemented in a moment in which Europe is coming out from a longer period of crisis, I think, as I was saying at the beginning, we are grateful on the other side for low oil prices. We are grateful for the quantitative easing, but this also can help at least restoring the confidence for the long term and restarting growth. Another element that is very important when implementing this kind of project, and I think it's the reason why my institution has been chosen for implementing the project, is to have a project-by-project assessment of the quality of the project and the relevance of the project, also with an independently assessment of the economic rate of return of the project, to be sure that really the project that have been implementing and supported by public influence, by public support, are projects that have high enough economic rate of return, so can have an impact for long-term growth. And the other important point that I was saying that are critical for the program development, I think, is the advisory part. If you implement plans like that, most of the time you need to make sure that the pipeline of project is really coming, particularly if you come out of, like in the case of Europe, after a period in which investment has been completely disrupted. I would say investment is still at the European level 15% below pre-crisis level, and a lot of the big projects have been delayed, and the pipeline of project is weak. So advisory is very much important also to create a pipeline of project. And I think this is just a small parallel. Is also something that has been having the proper pipeline of project is something that has been also very much discussed in the US for the recovery and reinvestment plan. The fact that a lot of the projects were slow in coming and slow in developing. So those are the main elements of the plan. I think there is a lot of parallel to what is happening today also in Kazakhstan, and I think the focus on long-term growth, and the other element that Hans also was mentioning, and I think we debated a lot, that is not only infrastructure investment, I think it's investment in particular is also development of the private sector with investment, not only, and human capital, which are crucial for countries. Like
Thank you very much, Deborah. This is a very important plan. Deborah is minimizing about 315 billion euros of investment is a very big amount of money in Europe. And it is actually quite exceptional. As many of you know, Europe doesn't have a federal budget like the US would. And this is as close as Europe has ever got to pumping quite a bit of money at the federal level, at the European level. So it's quite a test, a political test as well for Europe, besides an economic test. I'll turn to the audience in a minute for questions. I wanted just to remind people of a couple of important numbers that relate to this. We don't have IMF colleagues at the table. I see some in the audience, but the IMF came up with a very good piece of work some time ago that shows that an increase of 1% in the investment in a country as measured as a percentage of GDP has an impact of 0.4% on GDP growth on the same year of the investment, and 4 years in, the impact is 1.4% on GDP. So we are learning more and more that infrastructure done the right way has a very strong impact on growth. And the other number I wanted to remind you of is that at the moment in emerging and developing countries, 70% of the investment in infrastructure comes from public budgets. Given the needs and the aspirations for growth in the future, this percentage of public money cannot continue. Going forward, we'll need to have much more private money going into investment, and I think that was the message that we had from both the speakers. Let me open quickly to the audience. We have 2 more interventions before 11, but I wanted to see if there's any questions from the floor on this topic of, we heard about capital and what is capital and what isn't capital, funding and financing, and then this example from Europe. Any comments or questions from the floor? Anybody from any questions? Panel, any questions or comments on these interventions from Robert and Deborah? No? Okay, well let's then move on. So we looked a little bit at what the investment needs are and what the current environment is for private investment, the competition at the country level, and what's happening in Europe in particular, how Europe is looking at it. But if we take a step back, we also are seeing that the landscape of international financial institutions and international public finance is changing substantially. We have new players on the block. The New Development Bank, the Asia Infrastructure Investment Banks are coming into the space. We are seeing some seismic change in the existing IFIs. So this moment of great instability is also characterized by a moment of change in the landscape of international financial institutions. So I'd like now to turn to Oleg Prekskin from Russia, the Sherpa for the B20, to tell us what his thoughts are on the trends of international financial institutions and international public finance. So, Oleg, please. Where are you? There, sorry.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good morning, everybody. Sitting among mostly, and now it's one less, international bankers, I mean the World Bank, European Investment Bank, European Bank for Reconstruction and Development, and as well as my colleague from Kazakhstan, who is the chair, newly appointed chair of the Eurasian Development Bank, Mr. Pankin. So I cannot escape talking about international banking and the global monetary order. But as you have my remarks in this conference booklet, so I will really be try to be brief and only stop at some points which I consider to be the most important one, looking for the question from my colleagues here in the podium or certainly from the audience. One of the major issues we are discussing at this forum and at this conference is actually the new drivers of growth and looking for the so-called sustainable and inclusive growth. But the search for growth and the search for financial stability are actually two sides of one coin. Moreover, what is more important is not the financial stability, but the possibility of the international community on each and every level to concentrate the resources of the financial sector, banking sector, on the development of real economy. This is in any case the basis of any sustainable development and growth. And without the serious changes in the international monetary order, which are really occurring, it is my strong belief that such search cannot be successful. Moreover, the existing financial order is considered to be one of the obstacles to sustainable and inclusive growth. Actually, the system based on the, sorry actually for my colleagues here, on the institutions which were created more than 70 years ago in Bretton Woods, it's far behind the actual development of the international environment and is actually ignoring the appearance of the new centers of development as new power centers in this world. And what we face the growing risks. If we look on the reports which are published for now about 10 years by the World Economic Forum in Davos, they have calculated something like 20, if my memory serves me well, 28 top risk of the groups of risk, according to the report for 2015, which was actually published for Davos Forum this November, for this January. The number of the risk is only growing, and the consequences of those risks are becoming more and more unpredictable. So this is the real life, and if you look on this table with those top risks, table on the probability and the impact on the global economy, so everything is becoming more and more dangerous, and the financial risks are on the top of this table for most of the years. According to Nobel Prize winner and the former chief economist of the World Bank, Joseph Stiglitz, who was actually the head of the special commission, UN Commission on Monetary Reform, according to him and his commission, for 30 years before the most recent crisis of 2007-2008, there were more than 100 crises which one can actually trace globally. The setting of the group of 20, so the topic is quite close to me, as I'm the Sherpa, B20 Sherpa for the Russian Federation. So the creation of the group was to a large extent a reflection to the latest crisis, and but the character and the tone of the early statements made by the G20 leaders about the reforms has changed. The tone has changed. So after the economy has passed what was considered to be the worst, the G20 sessions are for many years accompanied by the Business 20 or B20 sessions. So it's already for a number of years. One of those meetings with the global leaders was in St. Petersburg in 2013, when the Russian Union of Industrial Entrepreneurs, which I'm representing here, among other institutions, was chairing the Business 20. So then it was continued in Australia last year, and now by Turkey. We're coming to the final stage, preparing the recommendations and the next meeting of the 5 task forces created under the Turkish presidency will be in Paris in about a week. Those recommendations are prepared for the next G20 Leaders Summit in Antalya in the mid of November. And by the way, the next chair in the G20 will be China. And China Council for Promotion of International Trade will chair the Business 20. We already got the messages from our Chinese colleagues asking for our ideas about the major topics which we consider it will be important for them to concentrate. Then they will take the leadership from the 1st of December this year, as well as recommendation about the procedure for to work on the new recommendation under the Chinese presidency. What was actually mentioned to be brief by the Business 20? So first of all, the business leaders has noted that instead of the financial inclusion which was promised by the leaders when the so-called anti-crisis package was approved, we see to some extent the financial exclusions. And financial exclusion is, in the financial inclusion in this situation are not only the long-term infrastructure investment, which is one of the topics which is being discussed, but innovations which are considered to be risky, small and medium-sized enterprises. The banks are discouraged to support those institutions, and the large group of the emerging market economies, where we have the higher margins which they face, and the growing reluctance of many banks to increase their portfolio in this particular countries. So, in any case, what is worth to mention that for the development, to cover those risks, to share the risk, the public-private partnership on every level, national, regional, international, or global, are really the name of the game. And just a couple of points, a couple other points at the end of my remarks. I would like to draw attention to the fact that the BRICS countries, which were established initially as BRIC, then actually a year later South Africa was added to the group of 4. First meeting was in 2009, so more than a year later than the B20, has made quite a substantial progress. Just look on the decisions taken in Brazil and Fortaleza at the summit last year, when the special reserve currencies fund has been established, as well the agreement signed about the establishment of the new development bank. Each is for $100 billion. The initial payment by all the 5 founder countries to the new development bank will be $2 billion, but actually have committed to pay $10 billion each. And together with the Asia Infrastructure Investment Bank, which I already mentioned here, this bank will make just a bit less than the International Bank for Reconstruction and Development Capital itself, just a bit less. So it's a serious new players in the global financial scene, and to some extent, this is the reflection of the situation with the Bretton Woods institutions. So everybody knows here that the decision actually to increase the share of the emerging markets in the world in the World Fund capital was taken in 2010. So now we're in 2015, and nothing happens. Nothing happens. And so certainly the locomotives of the modern economy cannot ignore this fact, and so they're taking their own steps, their own actions, but not actually to contradict, but to supplement the existing system. And the last, but not the least, this year Russia is chairing the BRICS and as well as the Shanghai organization, and the summits of both those institutions will take place in Ufa in July this year, and it's a good chance to combine the efforts of those institutions and BRICS at first place to create the proper financial infrastructure to support the cooperation not only within the group of BRICS but also with the other countries and region. It's a good chance to join the forces in developing infrastructure. For example, they can actually develop the joint credit card. It's one of the projects which is being now raised. They can work together on creating jointly the insurance and reinsurance facility, to create their own international rating agencies and so on. They can also concentrate on the proposal for the monetary reforms, and this is especially important on the eve of the adoption by the United Nations of the new development goal. Instead of sustainable development goals, the term for them is actually expires this year. In September, the United Nations are going to approve the sustainable development goals. And such targets as the fight with hunger, with poverty, illiteracy, and so on. So of course, there are now 17 targets instead of the 8 which were in the previous ones. So let's just hardly achieve those targets without the monetary reforms. And the sooner the international community will join the forces in this direction is the better. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think you put it right, that it's a question of being complementary to the existing institutions, but nonetheless, it is also recognition of changing forces and weights in the world economy, and also financial risks, and what institutions you need to have in place to manage these risks. And I think this is the right moment to turn to another international institution that has been created recently, and we have here the newly appointed chairman, Dimitri Pamkin. So, Dimitri, do you want to share with us your views on this direction of international public finance? Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Matthias. Thank you for the opportunity to take part in this panel. Our institution, maybe it's not so old like World Bank, and our shareholders are countries in our region like Russia, Kazakhstan, Tajikistan, Kyrgyzstan, Armenia. Of course, I'm not so happy as Barbara to have 500 billion balance sheet, but I mean that it's a good challenge for our institution to have such balance sheet. But I think what's important now, and we could see that now we have European Investment Bank here, World Bank here, and Eurasian Bank here, but no commercial bank, no Citibank, no Deutsche Bank here presenting in that panel. What does it mean? I think this is an interesting point, because after 2008 crisis, we have a serious measure under G20 group, we have Basel III regulation, and all this measure, all that regulation prevent a big commercial bank to take additional risk. But what does it mean? Invest in developing country. What does it mean? Take part in the huge infrastructure projects. It means take risk, and sometimes substantial risk. And all efforts of our regulator now, all efforts of our government are fixed in order to minimize level of risk taken by big commercial bank. And in that case, I can see big opportunity for development bank. So roles that previously was played by big commercial banks, what kind of roles? Roles attracting capital, channeling this capital into emerging market, into maybe some long-term projects. This role must be fulfilled by International Development Bank. That's why we see now Asian Infrastructure Investment Bank. That's why we see now new bank started by BRICS country. So this kind of serious change in international financial landscape. And if I talk about our area, Central Asia, and of course, big challenge for our country is to escape, let's say, from middle income trap. But in that case, I could agree with Hans' point that we cannot talk only about middle income trap. We have low income trap, we have high income trap, we have a lot of trap. And maybe it's better to discuss how to change long-term path of growth. So we have very few examples of countries that have a high long-term growth. And a lot of countries, they have no growth at all, and especially if we are talking about our area, Tajikistan, Kyrgyz Republic, a low-income country and with very low rate of growth. Armenia, Belarus, maybe rather different situation. Level of income per capita is higher. This is a different grade, but again, a problem with growth, problem with how to survive in this difficult economic condition. And Russia, Kazakhstan, more high-income country, and again we see this here 0 point of growth in maybe in Kazakhstan and negative rate of growth in Russia. So what kind of steps should be done? How we could survive in this situation? I think some measure could be the same for many countries. If we are talking about institution, if we are talking about education, infrastructure, in that case, this measure could be done in all countries. And this is a common problem for all countries. But in other cases, we could discuss individual decision, individual case for a country like Kazakhstan and Russia, and we cannot say only that, for example, some kind of export orientation or some measure to improve employment could help this country. Here we could talk about, again, education, financial infrastructure, investment in high technology, diversification of economy. And in order to maybe finalize my point, of course, we are talking about infrastructure, we are talking about investment. This is a very serious point. But in order to change the pattern of development, in order to get a high rate of growth, I think this is not enough. Not enough. It's more serious question. It's a question of culture, a question of agreement between kind of population and government. So maybe more serious fundamental question that should be resolved by our country. Thank you very much.
Oh, thank you very much, Dmitry. Very interesting point. There's two things you said which I want to pick on and hear opinions, and also on Oleg's point. First of all, I cannot resist Hans and John to hear your views about the international financial architecture and whether it's the death of the Bretton Woods institutions or whether you think you're here to stay. And then the second thing, I want to pick on something Dimitri said on private banks in this region and the role they have. You made a very strong statement saying private banks are out, this is the moment for development banks. Robert, you work with lots of private sector clients. I want to hear your opinion on what you think the role for private financing from banks is in the region now. But let's first see the sparkles flying. Hans, John, I don't know who wants to speak.
Thanks a lot for the question and thanks a lot for that presentation. So the point is well taken that institutions follow economic reality with a lag. That is true within a country, it is especially true at an international level. So the Bretton Woods institutions, they were formed after the Second World War in reaction to the global depression of the 30s. So that was 10 years and a world war later. There was a lag in that reaction. And you have many examples. Now, for example, the new financial architecture that is responding to the crisis of 2008. Institutions are evolving slowly, lagging the economic reality. And so what you're seeing now is actually a very welcome development. You see the World Bank changing, but you see also new institutions coming up. That is very welcome. I don't see it as competition. I see it as an addition to a need that is clearly out there. To give a couple more examples of how the World Bank has changed, apart from the increasing role of developing countries, which is not going fast enough. But the World Bank started to address a market failure in the reconstruction after the war in Europe, because there was no private funding available. And then when most of the countries had done most of the basic reconstruction, then the World Bank shifted towards financing of infrastructure, because there was again a market failure. Also at that time, the 80s, the private sector was not strong enough to absorb the long-term risks related to infrastructure. And after that, the World Bank changed and started focusing on poverty, because the private sector was not really suited enough to focus a lot on the poor. And more recently, the World Bank is focusing on the environment, because there are externalities there, so carbon trade and all these kind of things. So you see developments also within the institution. I said that the new institutions that have a regional reach are very welcome, are very needed, but one plea that we should realize that problems are increasingly of a global nature. And we need that cooperation at the global nature. Companies are working in global markets. We have talked a lot about the competition of human capital. That is increasingly becoming global. Environmental problems are becoming global. So with all the new institutions, we should continue to work together to understand that the problems to be solved are of a global nature.
Thank you, Hans. Robert, do you want to tell us your views on private sector and? Sorry, Oleg, did you want to come back to what Hans just said before we move to the private sector side? Sorry.
Just a small note regarding the additionality of the new institution. I fully agree. I've mentioned the B20 process. So we have ordered the special survey from McKinsey on the on infrastructure requirements and investments. So according to their calculation, for the next 15 years, we have a gap for infrastructure investments, and making reference to the private sector. Unfortunately, we don't have representative here of the private sector. It's really a pity. But the gap for $20 trillion. So they have calculated that the total global need for infrastructure investment for the next 15, 20 years is $60 trillion. And if the present trend remains, there will be only $40 trillion available. So that's the gap which has to be somehow filled. Thank you.
Robert, are we going to fill that gap? Are the banks coming in to help us out?
Well, let me comment on two things. One is the commercial banks, and then maybe private capital. With respect to the commercial banks, I actually would not want to comment on their absence. That's up to them. But I suspect it perhaps says as much about the problems they're facing as it does our own attractiveness on these things. there's also new funding sources competing with them, and we're increasingly seeing that disintermediation, and we welcome the new sources of capital. Obviously, we'd like that trickle to turn into a flood. In terms of private capital, I think private capital and private contractors are here and want to be. It's important to note that not every project makes sense for attracting private capital, at least, and private financing. And across the world, in mature as well as less mature economies, the public sector continues to play a dominant role in many respects, and we shouldn't forget that. But really, I'd finish by saying, and I wouldn't I, but to turn the trickle into a flood in terms of attracting private capital, I would refer you back to my 6 points. And the more of those we can address, I think the greater the attraction and therefore the access to that capital.
Well, thank you very much. I think these are good and positive last words. I think we ran out of time. I'm sorry we didn't manage to reopen the floor to reopen the questions to the floor. You'll have to track down the panelists during the coffee break. So what remains to be done is really to thank John, Oleg, Robert, Deborah, Hans, and Dimitri for their contributions and for the conversation. So if you join me in thanking the panelists. And I believe we now have a coffee break for about half an hour, so we'll reconvene at 11:30. Thank you very much.
Дамы и господа, наша конференция продолжится через 20 минут. Просим пройти и занять свои места и вернуться к нам через 20 минут. Ladies and gentlemen, kind reminder that we are continuing in 20 minutes. Please take your seats and come back to us after a little coffee break. Thank you.
цветы добавляем. Один можешь не подходить.
Thank you. Уважаемые дамы и господа, наша сессия «Идентификация роста и стабильности в глобальной экономике» начинается. Dear ladies and gentlemen, please note that our panel session, The Search for Growth and Stability in the Global Economy, is starting now. Please take your seats. Thank you.
Good morning. Welcome to this panel, as Aisha says, which is on the search for growth and stability in the global economy. It's my absolute pleasure to chair, which to me is just an incredible lineup of, I don't know how to describe this panel except to say that I'm pretty sure amongst the 9 of them, they have led countries, changed our lives, and will continue to influence policy going forward. So it's a real honor to be here to sit with this panel to discuss with you a number of questions around the global economy. And these are the questions that we'll try to address in the next 90 minutes. The very first thing is to think about the ways in which the current global economy has become even more complex. 2, we'll look at China's new normal and what that means for the world economy. 3, we want to take a look at the poor performance of some emerging economies in recent days. 4th, we want to look at why have long-term growth rates been revised downward. And 5th, we want to take a look at whether or not there's a risk of a new financial crisis in emerging markets. And to lead us through all of these questions are my distinguished panel. I'm going to introduce each of them, and then I will invite each panelist to speak for 5 minutes from their seats in order to share with you their insights before we have a discussion of these issues. So, firstly, on my left, I'm delighted to say we're joined by Mr. Bakitazan Sankhi-Tanyer, who's the first Deputy Prime Minister of Kazakhstan. To his left, we're joined by Justin Yifu Lin. He's the Professor and Honorary Dean of the National School of Development at Peking University and the former Chief Economist and Senior Vice President at the World Bank. We also have Yashwant Sinha. He's the former Finance and Foreign Minister of India. To my right, Mr. Romano Prodi. He's the former Prime Minister of Italy and the President of the European Commission. We also have Shaukat Aziz, the former Prime Minister and Finance Minister of Pakistan. We also have Yves Leterme. He's the Secretary General of the International Institute for Democracy and Electoral Assistance and the former Prime Minister of Belgium and Deputy Secretary General of the OECD. We also have Alexander Kazwaz. Please excuse my pronunciation. The only names I can pronounce well are Chinese names. Alexander Kazwaniski, he's the former president of Poland. Now this is going to test my Chinese pronunciation. Wencai Zhang, who's the vice president of the Asian Development Bank, and Matt Rogers, who is the former senior advisor to the U.S. Secretary of Energy and a senior partner at McKinsey. So to start us off, I'm delighted to welcome to speak and address these issues and lead us through it is the first Deputy Prime Minister of Kazakhstan, Mr. Sakin-Tanyer.
Спасибо за предоставленное слово. Добрый день, уважаемые дамы и господа. Я рад приветствовать вас на очередном уже 8-м по счету Астанинском экономическом форуме. 15-й год является особенным для нашей страны. Вы знаете, мы в прошлом месяце провели выборы президента. Глава государства обозначил 5 институциональных реформ в ответ на глобальные вызовы нашей государственности. В этом году также мы отметили 20-летие Ассамблеи народа Казахстана, такого своеобразного института, которого нет практически нигде в мире. Также мы в этом году будем отмечать 550-летие образования казахской государственности, а также 20-летие нашей Конституции. И сейчас, и на заре создания собственного государства, Казахстан находился на стыке культур между Востоком и Западом, поэтому наша страна всегда служила мостом между цивилизациями. В этой связи особую роль играет обеспечение устойчивых транспортных потоков, по которым двигались товары, деньги, люди, идеи. Шелковый путь был отражением потребностей в коммуникациях между Востоком и Западом, и сейчас, в 21 веке, эта потребность только возрастает. Примечательно, что в этом году Астанинский экономический форум посвящен вопросам инфраструктуры, которая всегда являлась драйвером устойчивого роста экономики. Казахстан достиг в этой области значительного прогресса, но намерен добиться еще большего, для чего президентом Назарбаевым была инициирована и принята программа «Нурлы жол. Путь в будущее». Согласно этому программному документу, Казахстан намерен перевести развитие своей транспортно-логистической инфраструктуры на более высокий уровень. Мы уже приступили к реализации ряда крупных проектов, таких как создание инфраструктуры на территории свободной экономической зоны Харгос, Восточные ворота, это на границе с Китаем, с привлечением крупного портового оператора Dubai Port World. Также мы расширяем пропускные способности мощности порта Актау до почти 22 миллионов тонн перевалки. Также мы начинаем строительство нового порта Курук на Каспии. Мы развиваем терминал в китайском порту Лянинган. С прошлого года уже сообщение идет, контейнерные поезда уже двигаются в сторону Европы. И также в других странах идут работы по логистическим объектам. Мы также строим железные дороги. Если мы в 2011 году говорили о том, что к 2014 году мы построим порядка 420 километров железных дорог, то уже в прошлом году мы построили 1200 километров вместо 400. Мы соединили центр Казахстана с портом в сторону запада, в сторону Туркменистана, построили дорогу Жезказган-Бейнеу протяженностью 1200 километров за короткий срок, провели стык с железной дорогой Туркменистана, далее в конце года прошла стык уже с Ираном, дальше мы уже выходим, получили выход на уже Персидский залив. В этом году также дано поручение, буквально недавно президентом Назарбаевым правительству о том, чтобы мы от границы с Китаем со стороны Харгоса до Каспии построили узкоколейную железную дорогу, чтобы на границе у нас не было существенных барьеров и задержек по перевалке грузов. Мы также строим автомагистрали. В 2008 году мы начали строительство автомобильной дороги Западная Европа, Западный Китай протяженностью почти 2800 километров. Эту дорогу мы заканчиваем в этом году. С китайской стороны она завершена. Мы выходим от нашего Актюбинска до Оренбурга, это Россия, оттуда Казань, это Татарстан, и выход дальше на Санкт-Петербург. Практически вот до границы России дорога будет завершена, теперь уже ожидаем уже завершения строительства со стороны Российской Федерации. Также расширяются и воздушные гавани нашей страны. Вы видели, идет реконструкция Астанинского аэропорта. Мощности будут увеличены до 7 миллионов пассажиропотоков в год, сегодняшних 3 миллионов. Эту работу мы должны завершить к 2017 году, когда мы будем проводить Экспо 2017. Также сейчас идет работа по проведению конкурса на строительство крупного аэропорта в городе Алматы. Есть заинтересованные компании из Китая, Сингапура, также из Франции. Вы знаете, в 2017 году, как уже говорил, Астана примет у себя международную выставку Экспо. в связи с чем мы выделяем дополнительные инвестиции на развитие транспортной инфраструктуры города Астаны. Здесь, помимо аэропорта, мы строим крупный железнодорожный вокзал с новыми путями. Также будет построена система легкорельсового транспорта. Мы долго думали, это будет ЛРТ или БРТ. Мы сейчас приняли решение, что мы все-таки построим ЛРТ. Это все должно быть завершено к 2017 году, к началу Экспо. И ЛРТ у нас соединит аэропорт с вокзалом и будет проходить через центральные части нашего города. Вы видите, у нас строится Абу-Даби Плаза, самое высокое здание будет на нашем пространстве, и через эту территорию будет проходить, мимо этой территории будет проходить данная дорога. Также необходимо подчеркнуть, что Казахстан создаст крупный международный финансовый центр Астана на базе инфраструктуры выставки Экспо 2017. Если вы ознакомились с планом развития Экспо, вы видите, очень красивое здание будет строиться на огромной территории со всей инфраструктурой, и эта территория будет, вся инфраструктура будет использована для Международного финансового центра. Данный центр будет иметь особый юридический статус, закрепленный в Конституции, независимую судебную систему собственной юрисдикции, который будет функционировать на принципах английского права по примеру Dubai International Financial Center. Судейский корпус будет формироваться из числа иностранных специалистов. Данный центр будет финансовым хабом для стран СНГ, а также всего региона Западной и Центральной Азии. В перспективе финансовый хаб Казахстана должен войти в двадцатку передовых финансовых центров мира. Конечно, могут задать нам вопрос, у нас рядом Гонконг, Шанхай, Дубай, и с нашим финансовым центром сможем ли мы конкурировать. Ну, у каждого будет своя ниша, и я думаю, что вот этот регион, которых я назвал, найдет свое применение именно на нашем финансовом астанинском центре. И чтобы копию не ломать, мы уже договорились с дубайскими коллегами, которые помогут нам полностью поставить на нашей территории наш астанинский финансовый центр. Казахстан всегда выступал за приоритет экономического сотрудничества. За последние месяцы мировая экономика столкнулась с рядом экономических вызовов. Драматическое снижение цен на нефть поставило под вопрос окупаемость новых технологий, которые были внедрены в энергетической сфере в последние годы. Замедление экономического роста и эскалация долгового кризиса в Европе разрушает доверие инвесторов и вызывает отток инвестиций с, казалось бы, надежных рынков. Развивающиеся экономики, которые до недавнего времени были лидерами экономического роста, в настоящий момент испытывают стагнацию деловой активности, ощущают истощение притока капитала. Все это ожидаемо может вызвать рост социальной напряженности, что в странах со слабой социальной защитой населения может вылиться в гораздо более опасные последствия, чем в развитых экономиках. Конечно же, мировая экономика не в первый раз переживает период неопределенности, ведь, как известно, в ее развитии характерна цикличность. Но для стремительно набирающегося обороты процесса глобализации любые препятствия для потока товаров и капитала болезненны и могут поставить под вопрос устойчивость будущего миропорядка. В этой связи мы осознаем необходимость в развитии качественной и современной инфраструктуры, для чего нужны усилия как государства, так и бизнеса. Казахстан сегодня переходит к реализации выдвинутых президентом Назарбаевым 5 основных институциональных реформ. Это формирование современного профессионального автономного госаппарата, обеспечение верховенства закона, индустриализация, экономический рост, укрепление национальных ценностей, то есть формирование нации единого будущего и транспарентные подотчетные государства. Уже определены конкретные 100 шагов для реализации указанных реформ. Вчера эти шаги были опубликованы. Государство инвестирует значительные средства развития человеческого капитала и технологий. Мы выступаем за региональную интеграцию. В этой связи рассматриваем Евразийский экономический союз только как объединение по экономическому принципу. Часто нам задавали вопрос, все-таки созданный, действующий с 1 января экономический союз, Евразийский экономический союз, это политическое или экономическое объединение. Я, как участник всего этого процесса, могу еще раз говорить, что мы данный союз создавали только на принципах экономического объединения. Тесные экономические связи с нашими соседями позволяют нам быть уверенными в долгосрочных и взаимовыгодных отношениях со всеми странами, входящими в это интеграционное объединение. Также мы стремимся к тесной кооперации на Евразийском континенте и возрождению Великого Шелкового пути, который исторически был экономическим мостом между Востоком и Западом, выполнял не только торговую или транспортную функцию, но и более широкую гуманитарную и культурную интеграцию. Все эти меры помогут нам достичь наших амбициозных целей посредством создания уникальной бизнес-среды, где государства и инвесторы могут уверенно строить планы на будущее. Выходя же за рамки текущей экономической неопределенности, становится ясно, что мировая потребность в устойчивых транспортных потоках будет только расти. Потребители и бизнес будут проверять способность мировой транспортной системы предоставлять наиболее выгодные и рентабельные маршруты. Уверен, что совместные усилия правительства и бизнеса смогут обеспечить устойчивый экономический порядок и условия для процветания населения как развитых, так и развивающихся стран. Желаю всем участникам форума конструктивной работы. Благодарю за внимание.
Thank you very much, Mr. Deputy Prime Minister. Now, can I please invite Mr. Prodi to share his thoughts on the complexity of the global economy?
First of all, because we were wrong in all our predictions, what I am telling now will be wrong, probably. I don't know, but anyway, nobody predicted the oil drop. Nobody predicted the new change, rate of exchange between dollar and euro. So even the change in the growth, they were not predicted. And so I think that in 1 year time that we met here last year, all what we told last year is not true now. Anyway, we try, in spite of that, to understand something about the future. Let's say, what is happening now? Clearly, the crisis in United States is over. Employment is picking up, not so strongly as hoped, but is picking up well. Low-level employment, so the new after-crisis period is a different quality, but is going on. So probably, I think that we expect, because of the new phase, but of the slow of new phase, probably a possible postponement of the end of the quantitative easing in the United States. European recovery is going on, but is a new normal that is very low, because it will be a growth of 1.5%. All the countries are growing, but at a very, very low level. Unemployment is decreasing in some countries, Ireland, Spain, Poland, but is increasing in other countries, Croatia, Finland, France, Italy, and Belgium. And so, let us say, Europe out of crisis, but in very, very slow level. The explanation is the difficulty of a European policy. The explanation is political, because any decision needs months, and months, and you have the clear, absurd situation in which the most effective decision maker in Europe is a non-political decision maker. Let's say is the European Central Bank. So this is the explanation. China, you know very well, is called new normal. I should like that Europe should be in this new normal, because I do think that the rate of growth of China, of a country with the level of income of China today, is much more important for world economy of the rate of the two-digit rate of growth that was previously going on in China. So taking account of the risks of regulating building industry, real estate and banking sector, we think that China is going on with this new normal for a long period, I'd say for a foreseeable period of time. What has been changing is the strategy for Chinese foreign investment are increasing, will increasing. The strategy of the big Chinese companies will be more and more similar to where the Korean strategies in the recent past. And so we do expect a more active foreign activity of China, linked to the new dynamics of political strategy. As I already hinted in the previous seminar, the answer with the Asian Infrastructure Investment Bank to the Trans-Pacific Partnership that is excluding China. This bank is clearly not easy to organize from the technical point of view, to the strategy. How to compare with the World Bank is a question mark, but certainly is a new event. Also because it has divided UK from United States at the first time in a major economic decision that United Kingdom put itself against the United States. And I think that the explanation is simple. The City of London is competing with the American financial market, and the market who will be able to deal to be the major market for the renminbi will be dominant market in the future. And so the national interest, UK national interest, is so big that has also pushed the country to diverge politically from United States, which will be this consequence in the financial relation between UK and Europe is a question mark. I think that will put some additional distance between United Kingdom and Europe, but this is not part of today's analysis. The other big decision is a decision that interests so much Kazakhstan, is the Silk Road. Silk Road, in theory, is the symbol of the new link between Europe and China in answer to the Pacific, to the TPP. But in real terms, is not only a link between Europe and China, but is a new Asian strategy that involves so much Kazakhstan. Kazakhstan is really in the middle of this new event, and has the obligation to maximize its unique geographical position, and so needs to invest, as we listen now, but even more in this project, knowing that this land link is not so, let's say, safe by definition as the sea links, because this is obliged to, let's say, to travel through many states, and each state can block the working of this new route. But I do think that is such a strong initiative that will be absolutely successful. And the other events are what we call the difficult problems of some developing countries because of energy. Russian economy is suffering, and many oil producers are suffering. But this will not, and the end of the message is not basically changing the rate of growth of the world. From this point of view, we are still in a normal situation with the US and Europe growing a bit more of the past and the other part of the world growing a little less. But the trend, except the countries influenced by oil market will not be so different from the past, provided that these forecasts are right, as I told in my beginning my speech, that we have never been right.
Thank you, Mr. Prodi. And I am absolutely positive that you have been right. It's not that you've never been right. So thank you very much for your insights. I can think of no one better than to turn the stage over to now than Professor Lin to share his thoughts on China and the global economy. Professor Lin.
Very good. My previous speaker said that we have never been right in our predictions. And I'd like to mention that I have been right in my prediction many times. 20 years ago, most people predict the coming collapse of the Chinese economy. At that time, I published a book called The China Miracle. And I predicted that by the time of 2015, the Chinese economy, measured by purchasing power parity, would overtake US. China would be the largest economy in that sense. And last year, China already overtook US, measured by purchasing power parity. I became the chief economist of the World Bank in 2008, and before the global financial crisis. At that time, one of the key discussions at my institution, World Bank and IMF, was how long this crisis would last. At that time, most people say, well, if you look into the track records, then this crisis would be 3 quarters to 7 quarters at most. And I predict it's likely to be 7 years and more. At that time, most people think I was too pessimistic. Now it's in the 7 years of the crisis. And so I have been right in the past. Now I'd like to make a prediction about the growth in China in this so-called new normal. I think it's very likely China will be able to maintain 7% growth rate or higher. Not only this year's, it can be in the coming 5 to 10 years. The reason I made this prediction is because we need to understand what are the reasons for the Chinese economy to slow down from about two-digit growth rate in the past 36 years and down to 2012, 7.7%, 13, 7.7%, 14 last year, 7.4%. First quarter this year, 7%. And many people predicted the Chinese growth rate is likely to drop down to 6 or even 5%. And my way to make a prediction is to understand what is the reason behind the slowing down of the Chinese growth rate. For those people pessimistic about Chinese growth rate in the futures, basically they think the slowdown is due to the structural problem internal to the Chinese economy, and they think the structural problem is not so easy to address. So they predict the growth rate in China will continue to slow down, but I think China is a transition economy. Like any transition economy, or like any economy in the world, certainly China has a lot of structural issues. However, the slowing down in the Chinese economy since 2011-12 is mainly external and cyclical. The external, we know that if we look into the driver growth, one is export, the other one is investment, and the third one is consumption. Because the global economy has not fully recovered from the 2008 crisis, so the export from China reduced dramatically because in the past, the annual growth rate of export in China was about 17% per year since 1979 to 2013. But last year, the export growth rate in China was only 6%. The first quarter of this year, the export growth rate was only 4.7%. Certainly, this is not a situation only in China. I think this is a situation in many developing countries. The first one, external. The second one, in 2008, all the countries were hit by the global financial crisis. So they adopted certain kind of counter-cyclical intervention, used the fiscal stimulus to support investment. Now, after 5-6 years, most of those investment projects has been completed. So without new investment projects, certainly the investment growth rate will also drop. This is cyclical. And so the only driver of the growth, certainly now, is only consumption. And that is the reason why the growth rate in China, drops. Not only China, but most other countries also, slow down in their growth rate. And I expect in the coming years, the high-income country, due to the difficulty of the structural reform, their economy like to be sluggish. So we cannot have a very robust export growth. And so for China's growth, it will depend more on the domestic investment and consumption. For that, I think China still have a lot of opportunities. In terms of investment, China today is a middle-income country. So China has a huge scope for investment to upgrade its industries, from low, medium to high, medium, and high industry, and so on. That's one area. Secondly, China also have scope for further improvement in the infrastructure, and also the environmental improvement and urbanization. Those areas are all very good in terms of economic return and social return. And I like to mention, this is something China, as a developing country, differ from the high-income country. High-income country, when they encounter slowing down in their economies, it's very hard to find good investment opportunities. China still have a lot of good investment opportunities. Not only China has good investment opportunities, China also have abundant resources for making investment because the government fiscal position is very strong. The accumulated debt of the government in China is only 40+%. It's less than 45%, the cumulative debt. We know most other countries, their debt has been exceeding 100% of their GDP. China is less than 50%. And the private saving in China is also extremely high, about 50% of China's GDP each year. And not only so, China has $3.7 trillion of reserves. And this is something China differs from other developing countries. Other developing countries, when they encounter this kind of external cyclical downward pressures, they have good investment opportunity like China. But they are either constrained by their fiscal position or by the low savings or the lack of foreign reserves. China are not bounded by all those kind of constraints. So this, I think China will be able to maintain a reasonably high growth rate in investment. And as long as the investment is maintained in high rate, then a job will be created. And the household income will increase, consumption will also increase. So if we put all this together, there's no reason to doubt. In the current new normal situation, China will be able to maintain 7% or even more growth rate this year and the coming years. And what will be the implication that China maintain at a 7+ growth rate for the world? The first one, China will be the most important driver of the global growth. Currently, the GDP in China is about 13% of the global GDP. 7% growth rate in China means China will contribute about 0.9% growth rate each year to the world. And we know now currently the global growth rate is around 3% to 4%. So China will provide about 25% to 30% of the global growth, the main driver of the global growth, the first thing. Secondly, China will provide a support to the global oil and resources markets because the investment in China certainly require resources input. So that's a good news for the resources-rich country like Kazakhstan. The third one is that China will be the main sources of foreign direct investment. Last year, China became net exporter of investment to the world. And if we combine China and Hong Kong as the sources of foreign direct investment, last year China provided more than $250 billion of foreign direct investment, was the number 2 in the world, and I think China will continue to be that. And lastly, and also very important, China will start to relocate its labor-intensive, export-oriented industries to other developing countries. Because very likely, by the time of 2020, the per capita income, per capita GDP in China can reach $12,615. China may become a high-income country by the time of 2020. And certainly, in the past, China relied on the labor-intensive processing industry as the main driver of China's industrialization. Now, with the rise of the income and the wage, China loses competitive advantage of those kind of sectors. And China was started to relocate its labor-intensive industries like Japan did in the 1960s, Korea, Singapore, and so on, those East Asian tigers did in the 1980s. China was started to relocate those kind of labor-intensive industries to other parts of the developing world. And China is so huge. In the 1960s, the total employment in the manufacturing sectors in Japan was 9.7 million. In the 1980s, Korea in the manufacturing sectors employed 2.3 million. And Taiwan, less than 2 million, Hong Kong, 1 million, and Singapore, 500,000. This time, China employee 125 million workers in the manufacturing sectors. In 10 years' time, most of those kind of jobs will be relocated. So China will provide the opportunity for all the developing countries in the world to start their industrialization. And this is a prediction. In the past, I had very good track records, and I hope I will be proved to be right again. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Lin. If I were a gambling person, I would put money on your predictions. It's now my pleasure to welcome Mr. Singha to share his thoughts on emerging markets, growth slowdown, and also any implications that might have for the global economy. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chair. I have a few points to make with regard to the situation in the emerging market economies, especially with reference to India. The first point which I'd like to make is that while there has always been globalization of vulnerabilities, that globalization has become more intense and more widespread. For example, we were in India coasting along with a plus 8% growth rate between 2003 and 2007 until the subprime crisis, which translated itself into a global financial crisis, hit the rest of the world and India also. And then our growth rate declined. We got into some major problems, and we are still struggling to come out of it. The third point which I'd like to make is that the elections which were held last year in India, 2014, where they produced dramatic results. For the first time in 30 years, we had a government in Delhi which was a full majority government. Before that, for 30 years, we dealt with fractured mandates. This was the time when the people of India decided to give clear majority to one political party. And we have today come out of that fractured polity situation, and stability has become the order of the day. And as we are all aware, sentiment plays a very important role in driving a modern economy. And fortunately for us, confidence in India has returned. Now, what has been the impact in the last 1 year? The impact has been the government has moved strongly on the reform path. We have logged a growth rate of over 7% in 2014-15. Our own prediction for the current fiscal, which is 15-16, is 8.5% growth rate. The World Bank IMF prediction is 7.5%, but even if it's 7.5%, India will be the fastest growing large economy in the world. So that's a matter of great satisfaction that we have gotten out of the 7-year itch after the subprime crisis, and we are moving fast forward. There are still uncertainties, not so much in India, but in the global economy. And I don't want to take your time on dwelling in detail on those uncertainties, but I'll just flag them. Crude prices, for instance, remain a major uncertainty. I was very comforted when I heard in the earlier session that they will continue to range between $50 and $70 a barrel. I wish my Chinese friend had made a correct prediction even about the global prices. That would have perhaps given us some more comfort. Then the tapering tantrums, which are still around, one doesn't know how they are going to shape. One hopes that they will not affect our prospects adversely. Then currency fluctuations, stock market fluctuations. These are all uncertainties which are not in our control. And this is where there is national vulnerability in a given international situation. And in that small piece that I have contributed to this session, I have said I might be a good driver, but my safety does not depend on how good a driver I am. It depends on how bad the others are. And that brings me to my last point, and that is that despite the fact that new international or regional financial institutions have come up to supplement the work which was being done by the Bretton Woods institutions, the fact remains that the Bretton Woods institutions have become very stale, outmoded. They don't reform themselves as fast as they should. Today, it is not merely the geopolitical risks in the world, it's the geo-economic risks which have become more important. And unless the global financial institutions move towards reforms and give space to the countries which are going to occupy or already are occupying more important positions in the global economy. India, for instance, is the third largest economy today in terms of purchasing power parity. And it's very important that economies like India, which are large, move forward, because we have the capacity to lift many boats, including some large, heavy boats. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Singha. It's good to know that a safe driver like you is at the helm of the world's third biggest economy. That's highly assuring. Continuing on the theme of emerging markets, I'd like to invite now Mr. Aziz to share his thoughts on why there is a concern about a slowdown in emerging markets, especially since we've heard such robust predictions for both India and for China.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, ma'am. Let me at the outset say that traditionally India and Pakistan have been known to disagree on many things. But I must say I agree with my colleague from India today, who's a good friend, Mr. Sinha, that the world is moving in the right direction in some ways. In some ways it isn't. You've asked me, ma'am, to comment on emerging markets. This is a business I've been in for many years. And let me say that where the world is today, the need for structural reforms, deep structural reforms, I cannot emphasize it stronger than I will do just now, because the world has benefited from a major macro development, quantitative easing. A lot of liquidity came in. That was a result of slowdowns and other issues which were prevalent in the world. That has affected everything. And in the world of emerging markets, for a while it helped. Now, what we see is reducing commodity prices. So incomes of many countries who are commodity producers have been affected. And there are challenges across many fronts. So how do we look at the situation? To me, the single most important factor for the developed world and the developing world, emerging markets as we call it, is the need for quality, deep structural reforms. We keep saying that reforms are being done, but the truth is, if you do reforms, they can be painful, they can be politically very costly, and the results don't come in your own term, they may come later. That's why I think in addition to structural reforms, what the world needs in the discussion we are talking about today is leadership. Leaders worry about the next generation. Politicians worry about the next election. We have to combine the skills of both to get some tough decisions made. So structural reforms, we are lagging behind. By the way, structural reforms are not the exclusive preserve of developing countries only. Developed countries need them also. In fact, I would argue in some cases more. But let's stick to emerging markets. So in my days in government, 8 years, where we doubled our GDP in 5 years, so we were proud that the results came, but of course they have to be sustained, is that you have to translate your reform agenda into simple terms so the people who are affected understand it. The masses have to believe in it. Our agenda was liberalize, deregulate, and privatize. And if you can follow these three in an economy, especially an emerging economy, and do it deeply, you get results. Deregulation, I will hasten to add, does not mean abdication by the government. In a deregulated environment, the government still has a major regulatory role. And if you can effect this reform in an effective way, you will see results coming. In our case, our growth went from 3-4% to 8%. And that's how we doubled our GDP and produced results. Now, ladies and gentlemen, looking ahead, we see some major developments happening, and I cannot help but talk about the AIIB, which Prime Minister Prodi just mentioned. The AIIB has to be a reality sooner than later. Unfortunately, the reaction of the world was that this is a threat to the world at large. It is not a threat. There is enough need and demand for developing financing, and you cannot have an exclusive group of 1 or 2 institutions doing it. The AIIB, and we've had these discussions around the world on the entity, has to be a new normal for development institutions. And I agree with Mr. Sinha, again, India, Pakistan agree, I guess, that the model of existing Bretton Woods institutions should not be taken as a model for AIIB. This will be the worst thing which can happen to the financial world and to our generation. I have nothing against the World Bank and IMF. They are great people. But the time has come to reform them also, as was mentioned. They have to be more professional, more transparent, and look at modern management practices versus what they have today. What do I mean by this? First of all, the appointment of the CEO should be on merit and merit alone, not on where they come from and what their shareholding is, etc. Unless you change an organization to a meritocracy, if you check the passport before you offer the person a job, you have failed. And that's why I believe it's time to change and look at it differently, number one. Number two, the concept of resident board of directors is to me the most archaic concept in the world. All these institutions have full-time board of directors sitting on the same floor as the management. The management is well qualified, they should be empowered, they should be allowed to do. The board can meet once every 2 months or a quarter, but they don't have to physically be there. Look at the amount of cost all members of the bank are paying to maintain huge infrastructure for resident board of directors. Now, there are commercial institutions which lend much more money than the World Bank or Asian Development Bank. They don't have resident directors. And in today's world, ladies and gentlemen, our children have taught us there's something called teleconferencing and Skype and all sorts of communication techniques. Why do you need to be sitting every day and second-guessing management? Good management will never stay because they'll say, look, every time we run into outside in the corridor, we run into half the board. And we have to change this. And we will only change this if we talk about it. Yes, exactly. So the point is, new developments coming in with transparency, openness, professionalism, that is what the world needs. On emerging markets, let me say that the problem we all have is that we don't reform when things are going well. We look at structural reform when we have a problem. And my point is structural reform has to be a way of life, and the deep reform and quality reform should happen when you are doing the best and you think you need it the least. Everybody needs it. So when economies do well, we must jump to the situation, go for reform, so that when we are down and the economy is weak, we may not then have the same capacity to reform as we do today. Pain will be there, and leadership will be needed to get the reform going. One point on the Silk Road, and my last point, Madam Chair. President Xi of China was just in Pakistan. He announced a $46 billion program, China and Pakistan, to work on developments, infrastructure, etc., etc. This is, to me, a historic announcement, certainly for my country, because it affects, and the way this program will be executed, it covers every facet of activity. And it will provide stronger linkages, it will provide stronger connectivity for Pakistan and the rest of the region and the world. And if we have to grow, if we have to develop, and if we have to bring prosperity to our people, linkages and connectivity have to be there. No country can grow in isolation anymore, developing or developed. So this whole program launched by President Xi is a reset button for Pakistan. It includes infrastructure, roads, dams, power projects, etc., etc. So I think these are the type of initiatives which, if you can create these game changers, success will follow, growth will be there, and at the end of the day, we'll get peace, progress, and prosperity. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you very much indeed. I love this combination of expertise and leadership. I think that is indeed what is needed. So we've heard now about emerging markets, but there's still a sense in the global economy there's been a downgrade in terms of growth prospects. Some of these external factors is really raising challenges in terms of long-term growth, the standards of living, the world, especially the rich world, can expect. And I think this would be the question that I pose to Mr. Leterme. Is it all down to developed economies not quite carrying their weight as they have in the past?
Thank you very much, Madam. First of all, congratulations and gratitude to the organizers of this excellent high-level event. In the interest of time, and I think also in the interest of giving the possibility to the audience to intervene and to ask questions, I will only raise points that haven't been raised until now, which doesn't mean that I don't agree with 90% of what has been said by my excellent colleagues here sitting in the front now and the first panel session. Concerning the long-term growth, just point out, to my very humble opinion, 3 factors that have until now, that have a very real impact, dragging impact, and as far as I'm concerned, that I didn't hear a lot about this morning. Number 1 is, globally speaking, on average speaking, the aging of the population and the impact it has on the attitude of population, the risk-taking capacity. Including in China, the population is aging, and taking that carefully into account in our metrics, I think, is sometimes underestimated. This brings me to the second point, is the point of what I would call the misallocation of what is needed to have sustainable long-term more growth, the misallocation of money and human resources, quality human resources. You see that the money and the very high-level quality human resources are mostly in the mature economies and in the emerging economies. But for instance, this morning we haven't been talking about Africa. Meanwhile, Africa is the fastest growing continent, will be in population at least twice the size of China in 2050. And we see that even in our panels, in our discussions, this is an absent continent. And when you want to drive faster with your car, we have been talking about safety belts, but you also need to use the whole of your engine, all the cylinders. And I know there are lots of complex reasons, and it's not easy to in a couple of minutes to address the issue of the future economic development of Africa, but I think we should pay a lot of attention if we want to have an impulse in terms of growth. Last but not least, it hasn't been mentioned, I think, until now, it is fair to say that as far as mature economies are concerned, and increasingly also emerging economies, there is an issue of the narrowing space for productivity gain. This would also lead us far to develop on this, but I think it's a third element. Second part of my remarks, what are three domains where I think we could decisively make a difference and that are really hot topics that haven't been addressed until now this morning. The number one, the problem of the distribution of wealth. The rising inequalities, globally speaking. I think Kazakhstan is one of the rare exceptions. But for instance, the country where I live now, Sweden, Scandinavia, lots of mature economies, there have been rising inequalities. And you need a fair distribution, a distribution of wealth, and you need it not only because of a matter of fairness, but also in terms of economic efficiency. It is not economic efficient when in the United States, during the last decade, the supplementary wealth has been captured by 1% of the population. This is, from an economic point of view, is not efficient, and it is not addressed until now. And I just point out the American example. I could talk about my country. I could talk about lots of countries. I think there is really a very important challenge. We have to tackle that problem of the distribution of wealth, of these inequalities. The number two, I think it is good and it is necessary that we talk about infrastructural development, and a lot still has to be done, particularly in this region. I would like to commend the leadership here and the whole of the region and also the colleagues that have been taking the floor earlier about how they try to address these issues of infrastructural developments all over the globe, but more specifically in this region here with lots of growth potential. And reference has been made by my just predecessor to also Pakistan-China cooperation and Kazakhstan-China. Fair enough, the infrastructural development is crucial. But I think the currency of the 21st century is the skills of the people. And so investment in the human factor, investment in high-level quality education, having all the people involved, giving fair chances to all people, having inclusive growth on that basis. Also invest in the skills and the possibilities, the potential of until now marginalized groups, having a better gender-balanced educational policy, but also other marginalized groups. I think this is also really very important. And of course, unleash all talents also on the level of the labor market, not only education, also the labor market. So invest a lot, not only in infrastructure, but also in the human infrastructure, the human resources. Last but not least, I think the Deputy Prime Minister has been talking about this. It is, of course, of crucial importance to have sound regulation and to have good governance, to address issues of corruption, to have the rule of law, to have a fair level playing field. In a couple of weeks they will have the final of the Champions League. Well, I can tell you that even Barcelona and Juventus are not capable to play a good game without a good referee and without absolute clarity on the rules. Well, the same goes for the economy. And I sometimes have the impression that in parts of the globe, including mature economies, but including also emerging markets, people underestimate the need for, it's not investment in budgetary means, but it's investment in political courage, in political engagement, in societal engagement to render the regulatory framework, the regulatory conditions, including access to investment, including transparency, good governance, administration, and so on, that this is sometimes underestimated. So to summarize, I think the elements I would like to point out in terms of dragging on the growth potential is the aging of the population. It's the limited room for productivity gains in mature and emerging economies. It's the fact that we don't use the potential of Africa enough and that we don't take it on board enough for the next decades. And then 3 domains, what I would say we have to be more active in. It's the problem of the rising inequalities. It's the problem of the human, not only infrastructure, but also the human resources. And last but not least, really breakthroughs in lots of countries and continents in terms of the sound regulations, the rule of law, the conditions in which investments has to take place. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed. It's made me realize that I'm going to have to make a call, which is that lunch is cancelled because we need at least another hour to go into these issues. I'm joking, I'm Chinese, I would never cancel lunch. And next I'd like to invite Mr. Kwasniewski to share his views on the complexities of the global economy. And I think Poland is a terrific example of sitting in Europe where some of these complexities have arisen. Please.
Thank you very much. Yeah, well, really, Poland is a good example of success. Last 25 years, when we started our transformation, is a fantastic example that combination of freedom, democracy, market economy, human rights, good education, energetic people can give us a fantastic result. And of course, this year Poland will have, of course, that is for Chinese, that is nothing special, and even it looks not so good, but for Europeans, that is a very good result. This year we expect the growth on the level something 3.5, 3.6%, probably one of the highest in Europe. But Poland is okay. This year is difficult for us because we have 2 elections. We have presidential election. This Sunday we will have a second round of presidential election. This autumn we'll have parliamentary election. But I tell you, despite these 2 elections, Poland will survive. Don't worry. But I would like to tell you something about global economy and the situation which was very interesting explained by my colleagues here in this panel. I think it's necessary to understand what are the driving forces of this global economy now, of maybe not only global economy, but the life now in the world. And in my opinion, we have 4 elements which are extremely important. The first one is, of course, technology. That is unbelievable how the world is changing, was changed in the last years because of all these new devices, all these new technicalities, internet, new communication, everything changed our life. And that is absolutely true what we can observe, that the new generation of the people, this is a generation of so-called digital native. My generation is digital immigrants. We try to use all these elements, but that is not so useful. But and we are in the minority now. The majority of the people, they are digital native, and it means a lot. It means that the world will be never as we know now. That is something what is irreversible, and is necessary to understand that this new world is totally different. So the first driving force is new technology. The second, much more conservative, is demography. And in demography, we have continents with a lot of people, Asia, Africa, and we have something what is extremely important socially and politically, aging societies. We have aging societies in Europe, and it means for us in Europe that it's necessary to understand that first, we cannot survive without immigrants. We have to accept multi-religious, multicultural societies. We should be tolerant, and we should not to use all these xenophobic, nationalistic slogans if you want to live, if you want to survive. That is not easy. Even that is not easy in such countries as Poland, because of our history, especially because of the World War II. Poland today probably is the most homogeneous society in Europe, because we lost 3 million Polish Jews because of Nazis. We lost 40% of our territory because of Stalin, etc., etc. Today we are homogeneous, but that is a problem for us. We should be open for immigrants. We should be open for the people coming to us. So demography is a second very important element of this new structure of the world. The third one is economy, and I agree with my colleagues what they said here, but I tell you the consequences of the last crisis are deeper as we are thinking about. Because the consequences of this last crisis, the first is that we lost credibility. Free market economy today is not the solution. Free market economy is okay, is acceptable, but it's not the miracle. It's not this invisible hand of everything. We have the highest rate of unemployment among young people. And what is the real paradox of that this young generation probably is the best educated generation in the history of mankind. They are after universities, some of them they are after 2 faculties or 3 faculties, and they have no job. Then inequality, what was mentioned here, is bigger as before. And this lack of trust to financial institutions, for the banking system, investment funds, is the deepest in the history of capitalism also. So, the consequences of this crisis of last years are very concrete, are very dramatic, and I think will play a role in the next years. And finally, the element number 4 of this new picture of the world is what also was mentioned, I don't remember here or in this session before. Fukuyama published a book about the end of the history. And it was a very popular book, and it was a very popular idea that, well, after collapse of communism, after end of Cold War, we have a beautiful way in front of us. Democracy, market economy, human rights, etc., etc. Today we know that Fukuyama was wrong. That Fukuyama's book was probably the most naive book in the last decades. We have renaissance of geopolitics. We have renaissance of the strong power. We have a renaissance of thinking in a very confrontation way. Everything what happened in Ukraine, everything what Russia is doing now, shows that geopolitics is driving force of contemporary world. And that is very, very, very difficult. That is very dangerous, because it means a lot of problems for us in Europe, for you in China, for everybody in the world, because it means that if we will speak about our interest, it means that we are very close to our national egoism. And from national egoism is very, very close way to the nationalism. And the nationalism can destroy everything. That is what I would like to say. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I suppose Paul Kennedy's book might be worth taking a look at, because his prediction was exactly as you say. Intriguing 4 factors. Thank you very much indeed. We're running quickly out of time, so Mr. Zhang, I'm going to put a pointed question to you, which is, we've talked about growth a great deal, but is there a risk of financial crisis striking again, this time perhaps in emerging markets?
Thank you. Before I answer your question, maybe please also let me very briefly mention about this our views on the economy in Asia, particularly for the developing Asia, and because we are ADB, that we're working with our Asia Pacific. And also want to mention very brief about challenges we are facing and how we see that future growth and stability. And maybe with that context, I can also mention something about the risk or possible risk you risk with me. I have to say that I enjoy very much the delicious food colleagues offer to me. I don't need to go to lunch maybe today. So, but let me say that I maybe very few message very clearly. I think from our side, based on our analysis, we released our Asian outlook, Asian development outlook for last year, this year, and the year after next year. So we see that developing Asia still maintain a steady growth and relatively high growth, about 6.3% for GDP. I'm talking about developing Asia, so it's about 45 members in the Asian Pacific. So we think that the developing Asia will continue to maintain a relative growth and will continue to maintain, will make a great contribution to global economic growth in the medium long term. Having said that, but we do see different performance in our that developing members in the region. Some that may slow down because of structural reform, and some may also face some difficulties because of disaster. I think colleagues know what I mean. For the earthquake recently we saw in Nepal, some of our member countries like Pacific, they had also they suffer from also the typhoon or that kind of disaster. Some may be affected by the slowdown of Russian economy and particularly in this part of Asia, Central and Western Asia, and also including our host country in Kazakhstan, and together with other Central Asia, or even of our member country in the South Caucasus. So we see that we see some the different performance even, but still we are very confident that this part of the world, developed Asia, will still enjoy a strong growth, relatively strong growth. But having said that, I think we also see some challenges, as the colleagues already mentioned about that. But let me see that certainly we see many DMCs still lack of infrastructure, still face a big infrastructure deficit, and they still don't have enough human resources. They have relatively weak governance and institutional capacities, and we also see that they also need to speed up structural reforms. Colleagues mentioned about that. I don't want to go into in detail, and also that we see that that they still need also further strengthen that regional connectivities and go further proceed with the open trade investment regimes. And also that they also need to build more resilience against the climate change and the disasters, because this region are very vulnerable to the disaster. So how they can build that resilience and capacity, because even people get out of poverty, but if they face the disaster, many people will go back to the poverty again. And this is something we see, and also we see the issue regarding the income disparity. I don't want to go into detail. This is also an issue, right? How can the developing Asia really achieve more inclusive growth? This is something they face. So very briefly, those are the major challenges. But maybe I missed some other. But mainly, I just want to mention. But also again, I think in the future, to achieve what we call these days the strong, sustainable, inclusive growth. We have been talking about even after the global financial crisis. That Professor Lin mentioned about his view on this prediction of global economy, whether it could be recovered very soon. I remember back to 2008 with the G20, we had a debate whether we can achieve this strong growth very soon. Yeah, we put on table with the policy advice from different member countries. At that time, I was also involved in that debate. I was not so sure whether we can achieve this strong growth in a very short period of time. And so maybe in the medium long term we can do that. So, but still, that's our target. That's our expectation. So I can understand, but we also have to be realistic. But again, that for developing Asia, we see that certainly, and developing infrastructure, physical and social infrastructure. Social infrastructure, I mean HR, human resource development, education, health sectors, and others. They do need to improve their labor skill. these states have been doing a lot of projects for the improve the vocational training, to improve the labor skills, right? So this is something, social infrastructure, physical infrastructure are very important. And secondly, we see the structural reform. The government needed to take immediate, timely measure. Of course, that also need well-designed sequence, but they need to go ahead with the structural reforms. And I don't want to go detail because of structural problems here, so they have to solve that. And we also, see the need for more regional and global cooperation. This will include regional connectivities and, transport, energy cooperations, among others. And also global cooperation, these days. I think development Asia needed to even be more actively involved in the global, policy debate and the policy coordination. I see that we benefit from the policy coordination, particularly in the last, almost 7 years after 2008 global crisis. I see, and also others. I don't want to go detail, but I think that are very important for Asia in the coming years. So you raised to me, Linda, about this, possible crisis. I see that, after the Asian financial crisis back to 1997, 98, and also this global crisis back to 2008, many, development Asia really learned the lessons, and they try to improve their, resilience from financial sector, other sector, so try to adopt, the monetary, fiscal policy, micro, kind of prudential policies to dealing with that challenges. But I see, that I don't see that the major risk, for many emerging economy and developing economy in this region, at least in the near future, we don't see that the major, crisis that may happen. We don't see that. But still, I have to say that many of our DMCs, our developing member countries, and are still very vulnerable to, to the external, maybe shock. So how we can, they can further, to speed up structural reform, improve the, strengthen their financial sectors, and to deal with the challenge I mentioned that. So that as in the future, they will, really further can strengthen their stand against any kind of crisis or external shock. So that this is something still very important. They still lag behind, as compared with the developing economy in the private, in the financial sector development. So there's still a huge room for further improvement. So I because of time constraint, I have to stop here. But I just want to say that we are very confident about the region. But again, I think like colleague said, other parts of the world also may catch up, like colleague mentioned about Africa and other. So, but we hope that we have more engine for growth for the global economy, not just from Asia, but also from other parts of the world. I think finally I want to see that each economy should do our own homework very well. At the same time, strengthen and cooperation at the bilateral level, regional level, at the global level. So those are the message I want to leave with my colleagues here. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Zhang. Great roundup, and thank you for answering the question as well. We're down to the last few minutes, so Matt, as the only fellow American on this panel, I'm going to take a liberty with you, which is to say you have the job of wrapping up all these issues and telling us the answer. What is the answer to the search for growth and stability?
Well, I think in terms of, maybe I'll bring a view from Silicon Valley to this conversation as perhaps a slightly a different take, which is the opportunity for productivity improvement and the opportunity for growth that is embedded in the global economy today may be bigger than it has been for the last 100 years. We've had a lot of discussion about difficulty in terms of structural reform, but the underlying change in the technological productivity of the economy is massive. And in particular, the ability to bring together information technology and operating technologies is in industry after industry driving productivity growth rates between 3% and 5% every year. And if we can begin to expand this across different sectors of the economy, we really do have the ability to reignite growth. I think one of the interesting examples that's quite close to home here is you take a look at, we started growing the unconventional oil and gas sector in North America at 20% a year in the late 1990s. And everybody said, well, it can't keep going. It can't keep going that fast. And until it did, until it became such a force that the U.S. was adding 100,000 barrels a day every month to global oil production. And we were growing oil at 2.5% a year, and we were growing demand at 0.7% a year, and we have what logically comes out of that. At the same time, if you look at the transportation sector, why is demand growing at 0.7% a year? Because the rate of innovation in the way that we use fuel in the transport sector is advancing at a very rapid pace. And I think it's this juxtaposition. If you look at what can happen in agriculture, the ability to begin to apply 20th century advanced technologies to agriculture opens up the opportunities for growth there in a terrific way. And I think this is the part that we have a major opportunity to unleash as we go forward. The work that we've done at the McKinsey Global Institute says 2.5 billion people entering the middle class requires a 3 to 5% growth rate every year in order to keep up for countries and for companies. And I think that's the opportunity to really begin to put technology to work. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed, Matt. We're just about out of time. I thought this has been an exemplary panel. We've hit issues around growth slowdown. We've hit issues around performance, financial crises, productivity. Really, I think we could go on for another hour, but we're not, so you will get your lunch. But before I release the panel, I'm going to do something slightly cheeky, which is I'm going to go around and I'm going to have the panel do the sum up for me. And this is how I propose we do it. I'm going to pose a question, and if you agree, if you could do a little show of hands. So first, let me ask, are we at risk of another financial crisis? If you think the probability is more yes than no, please raise your hand. No. Okay, no, I do feel reassured about that. Secondly, are we looking at slower global economic growth in the coming years? Is there a structural slowdown in the world economy? Yes. Okay. 2, is it the fault of rich countries? Show of hands if it's a yes. Okay. On emerging markets, will India grow faster than China in the coming years? Okay. And then finally, and this is the key question that I think will sum up the entire sentiment on this panel. Who is going to win the Champions League? Juventus or Barcelona? Juventus, raise your hand. I can see that we could go to fisticuffs here, so I'm going to end this right now and just say, please join me in thanking this superb panel. And thank you all very much indeed. I do believe it is lunch.
Уважаемые дамы и господа, мы прерываемся с вами на обед, после чего мы опять продолжаем нашу конференцию высокого уровня. Всем спасибо за внимание. Dear ladies and gentlemen, now we are having lunch break, after which our conference, high-level conference, continues. Thank you for your attention.
If we think about normalization, we have to think about what are the scenario of non-doing normalizations. And I will ask here Jacob Frenkel maybe really to think deeper about this set of questions. Last but not least, we are going to see also the consequences of the different divergence of monetary policies for emerging markets. So are we going to have a new phase of super tantrum? And is the international monetary system resilient enough in order to withstand another shock in the global economy? We are seeing also two major features. We are seeing central banks over the last decade accumulating a lot of reserve as to make sure that they are less vulnerable to financial crises. Are we seeing a peak of reserve accumulations? Last but not least, in our set of questions, a lot of countries are trying to figure out a way to strengthen domestic currency, which is a way also to de-dollarize. And here we'll have Domingo Cavallo, who was preparing a very nice paper for us to comment on that. So this is to set the stage, the question of divergence of monetary policies and the different dimensions, the question of normalizations, our emerging market will be withstand to any type of shock, and is the international monetary system strong enough to deal with that? And last but not least, the issue of reserve accumulations and de-dollarizations. The way we are thinking about the order is to start first. Let me first introduce our speakers, and after we'll decide the order. First, our governor here from the National Bank of Kazakhstan, Karit Kelimitov. Thank you very much for the cooperation for these sessions. Professor Nouriel Roubini, professor at NYU, and also chairman of Roubini Global Economics. Dr. Ksenia Yuadeva, first deputy governor of the Bank of Russia, and Ksenia was before the Sherpa when Russia was sharing the G20, where the beginning of the discussions that we have on long-term growth and how we can revive investment. David Hell, David is the chairman of David Hell Global Economics. Alfred Gosenbauer, Alfred has been with us last year, former Chancellor of the Republic of Austria. Domingo Cavallo, former finance minister, former governor of the Central Bank of Argentina, but also a very well-known economist and is currently senior fellow at Yale University. Massimiliano Castelli was the global head of strategy at UBS. And Massimiliano, thank you for being with us. Massimiliano is a strong supporter of our RBWC activities. Last but not least, Professor Akash Deep, senior lecturer in public policy at Harvard Kennedy School. Why don't we start with Alfred Gosenbauer, because the ECB, as embarking to a major quantitative easing, has really made a major change in the prospect of the Eurozone. Alfred? He's not here. In 2 minutes. So, Nouriel, why don't you set the stage for 7 minutes?
Okay. Great pleasure being here. Thanks for inviting me. I'll make a few observations about the questions that are in the panel. The first observation will be the following one. We're still living in a world in which very unconventional monetary policies are the norm in most advanced economies, and even some of the emerging markets now are considering going that way. Think of it this way. We're 6 or 7 years after the global financial crisis, and terms that did not even exist in 2005, 2006 are the norm. Terms like ZIRP, zero interest rate policy, QE, quantitative easing, CE, credit easing, FG, forward guidance, and now the latest in the jargon of unconventional monetary policies of central bank, NDR, negative deposit rate or negative policy rates from Eurozone to Denmark to Sweden to Switzerland. Those are being considered. And among those unconventional monetary policies also aggressive use in some countries of exchange rates and forex intervention as a way of maintaining the currency weaker than otherwise or avoiding appreciation. So we live in this world, first of all. Second observation is that some people, I was not among them, I would say some monetaries, some gold bugs, would have said that all these increasing balance sheets, the balance sheets of BOJ, CB, Fed, BOE have tripled, quadrupled. They said will lead to runaway inflation, if not hyperinflation, will lead to a collapse of the value of the dollar, would lead to sharply rising long-term interest rates, would lead to gold prices to go to the roof, and would lead to debased fiat currencies being replaced by cryptocurrencies like Bitcoin. Look at the reality. Just the opposite happened. Inflation is low and falling, and even US and UK are trying to prevent deflation from occurring. The value of the dollar has gone higher rather than lower. Gold prices have collapsed 50% in the last 2 years. Bond yields until recently were lower and lower and lower, even after the Fed started tapering QE and said we're going to raise rates. And last year, the worst performing currency in the world, if you can call it a currency, was Bitcoin that lost 2/3 of its value. So what happened? Why this balance sheet increase had not led to inflation? Because the causality was the opposite. These very unconventional monetary policies occurred because exactly we were in a balance sheet crisis, we were in painful deleveraging, there was too much excess supply of goods relative to demand, too much excess supply of labor relative to demand, excess now of commodities, and if anything, there are deflationary and disinflationary pressures, and that's why central banks have gone, once they went to zero, into even more unconventional monetary policies. So the lack of inflation or the risk of deflation cause unconventional monetary policy to prevent deflation from occurring, as opposed to being a cause of inflation. So that's why things have not turned out the way some people were expecting. Now, the other paradox we have right now is that all this liquidity is not leading to goods inflation, is leading to goods reflation or inflation. And that was one of the objectives of central banks. You wanted to boost the value of home, the value of stock prices, to have positive wealth effects, to restore business, consumer, and investors' confidence. But the reality is that eventually asset reflation can lead to asset inflation can lead to asset frothiness, and all this liquidity could lead over time to asset and credit bubbles. And as you know, after the global financial crisis, there are two objectives of monetary policy. One is economic recovery with strong growth and inflation at 2%, but the other one is financial stability without bubbles. Now, if you ask yourself, or central banks, don't you worry about those liquidity causing eventually asset and credit bubble, they would say, don't worry, we have two objectives, economic stability and financial stability without bubbles, but we have also two instruments. We'll use monetary policy, traditional and non-traditional, to stabilize the real economy, and we're going to use macroprudential regulation and supervision of the financial system to avoid bubbles. So if you have two goals and you have two instruments, you use one for one, one for the other, you're home free. The risk, however, is that macro-pru is not going to work for many reasons. That the only instrument that enters in all the cracks of the financial system is the interest rate instrument. So suppose you use macro-pru, doesn't work, then you have a dilemma because you have only one instrument and you have two goals, economic and financial stability. And then, damn if you do and damn if you don't. Because if the real economy justifies continuing QE or exiting zero policy rate slowly, you could trade the mother of all bubbles. And if you try to prevent the bubble with macro-pru and it doesn't work, and then use monetary policy to prick the bubble, you could have a bond market rout and a hard landing of the real economy. So while people, of course, today are obsessed on whether the Fed is going to raise rates in June or September or December, I would say that lift-off decision is a second-order problem relative to the problem that the Fed, the Bank of England, the Bank of Canada, the Swiss National Bank, the Riksbank, the Norges Bank, HKMA, MAS, PBOC, and other central banks are facing. That is, real economy justifies low interest rates to reflate the real economy, but all this liquidity eventually leads to asset and credit bubbles, and if macro doesn't work, then you're going to have a real problem. So that's going to be a more serious thing to discuss rather than when the Fed normalizes. Now, when will the Fed normalize? I think that the economic data in the US are going to improve in the second half of the year. There are some residual seasonality that makes the first half weaker than the second half, and therefore the Fed, conditional on the data, may start lifting rates in September and or December. There will be divergence of monetary policy because the Fed and then the Bank of England are going to start to exit, while the Bank of Japan and the ECB are going to continue unconventional quantitative easing, given relative growth differential, relative inflation differentials, and so on. So we'll see this divergence. This divergence is going to lead to also divergences in currency values of the sort that we have already observed. And the question, of course, is then whether this exit by the Fed is going to hurt emerging markets. Some people worry that trillions of dollars of debt in emerging markets and rising interest rates by the Fed would cause a tantrum, and a repeat of what happened in the spring of 2013, where you had the taper tantrum. This time around, I would call it a rate riot or a rate rage rather than a taper tantrum, since the tapering has already occurred. I would say the risk of that is maybe more limited for a few reasons. First of all, the tantrum was a surprise when Bernanke talked about tapering. By now, the Fed has telegraphed that sometime this year we're going to exit rates, so it's priced in. Secondly, I would say that some of these emerging markets have done monetary and fiscal and credit adjustment to try to reduce some of their financial and twin deficit vulnerability compared to 2 years ago. Three, these emerging markets are now having, most of them, more flexible exchange rates. They have a war chest of reserves. They have less liability dollarization. They have a sounder financial system. And while debt ratio have been rising, they've been rising from low levels. So situations of real insolvency are probably exceptions. And the final observation on EM I would make is that some of the EM that might be under stress are under stress not because the Fed is going to exit zero policy rates, but because there are some idiosyncratic factors that makes them vulnerable. For example, Ukraine might have to restructure its foreign debt, but not because of the Fed. It's because there has been a war, they lost GDP, GDP is falling, and the debt is not sustainable. In Russia, there have been some pressures on some parts of the financial system and the corporate sector, but it's nothing to do with the Fed. Again, there were sanctions, there was a collapse of oil prices, and there had been some financial pressure. Venezuela was running high inflation and budget deficits when oil was at 100. With oil at 60, it might have to default unless China bails out Venezuela. But the problems of Venezuela have little to do with the Fed. And I would say Domingo Cavallo knows much more than I do about Argentina. I would say the problem of Argentina have very little to do with the Fed, and the same thing in Brazil. Brazil had monetary and fiscal and credit easing that has led to fiscal and current account deficits. Now there is painful adjustment. Brazil was criticizing the Fed when the Fed was doing QE, criticized the Fed when the Fed started tapering QE. The problems of Brazil, again, are idiosyncratic and based on their own economic policies. So will some emerging market be potentially under some pressures because of the dollar and the Fed? Yes, but many of these problems might be either self-inflicted or deriving from the fact that there has been a sharp fall in commodity prices and a slowdown of China, rather than being factors that are driven mostly by the Fed. So the picture is one in which we are still in a world in which unconventional policies are going to stay with us for a long period of time among many advanced economies, and maybe the Fed is going to be the first one exiting from them sometime later this year.
Thank you, Nouriel. Jacob, if maybe I can call on you to follow up on the issue of normalization. Should we be worried about normalization?
Thank you very much. It's a great pleasure to be here again today in Kazakhstan in this session jointly with the governor of the Central Bank of Kazakhstan and so many distinguished colleagues with me here. I was asked to raise the question about normalization. And Nouriel Roubini has already given a very good background. So what I will do, I will just put some information about the actual data of what's going on here. Nouriel, you forgot to introduce the speakers, but it's okay. My name is Jacob Frenkel. I was not on the original program, but was asked by the organizers to come here. Thank you. The theme is heterogeneity and the issue of normalization. When you speak about normalization, there is the premise that something is not normal. What do we mean by something is not normal? If you ask people in the corridor here, what do we mean by something is not normal, other than personal crisis that people have with normality? When we talk about the economics, people say it's not normal to have zero interest rates. It's not normal to have negative real interest rate. But those who are giving us even more detailed, they say it's not normal to have a balance sheet of a central bank that looks the way it does. And somebody else will say it's not normal to have a flat yield curve for insurance companies. It's going to be very difficult. It's not normal to have high leverage so that people have a lot of debt. In other words, when we speak about normalization or something being not normal, there is a wide range of issues, and that's only on the monetary financial side. And of course, there are so many other elements in the real side. And this is the heterogeneity part that the organizers have had in their title. Well, in that case, the question is, why should we even be concerned about normalization? As Nouriel just described, when the last time the Fed was speaking about normalization, the markets got panicked. Why would we be afraid of going back to normalization? And Nouriel already said, because we have been long time in the abnormal situation. But if we have been long time in the abnormal situation, maybe it is the new normal. Now everywhere in the world people speak about the new normal, which means the past is not what it used to be. So this is the background for what I want to talk to you about. And indeed, I will focus on monetary policy. What do we know about global policy rates? What do we know about central bank balance sheets? What do we know about leverage and the like? All the issues that I mentioned. First, central bank policy rates. All over the world, policy rates are around zero. It doesn't matter whether it is 0.25 or 0.50. They are around zero, and it has been for a long time. Actually, from the early stages after the crisis. That's fact number one. In the early stages, the argument was this is a short-term situation. Another year passed, it is a short-term situation. And another year passed, it is a short-term situation. As we know, there is nothing more permanent than a temporary situation. So this brings to the question of why are we concerned? And the reason is that real interest rates, namely you take nominal interest rates and adjust it for inflation, real interest rates have been negative for a very long period. So this is for the entire range of developed countries, but it goes country by country. You have it in the US, you have it in the Eurozone, you have it in Japan. Real interest rates have been negative for a very long period of time. Normally, and already Nouriel mentioned it, when real interest rates are negative for a very long period of time, you should be suspicious that maybe a bubble may be created, especially in asset markets, in housing, in financial markets. It does not mean necessarily the case, but it is a danger. And therefore, when we look at what happened to the various central banks when they started non-conventional monetary policy, you see here three central banks: the Federal Reserve, the ECB, the European Central Bank, and of course, the Bank of England, and the Bank of Japan. So what you see here, if in June 2007, the size of the balance sheet of the Federal Reserve, of the Central Bank of America, was, say, 100, then today it's more than 500. Unprecedented 500% rise of the size of the balance sheet. Of course, the Bank of Japan also shows a very significant rise, and Europe also, but somewhat less. So if you look at this, first of all, you see that indeed it is abnormal. I don't say whether it is desirable or not, because the central banks did exactly what they needed to do given the circumstances. And the question is now, should they do the same thing going forwards? We have heterogeneity. You can see that the situation in the European Central Bank is very different than the situation in the Federal Reserve. So we should not be surprised that they do something differently. In fact, if you look at something which is more interesting, not just the size of the balance sheet, but the composition of the balance sheet, you see something very dramatic. For many years, since the creation of the Federal Reserve, all the assets that the central bank had on its balance sheet were high-quality, liquid government obligation, treasury bills. It was viewed to be a very important characteristic of the central bank, because only in this way it could engage in open market operations, in liquid assets, in assets that are fully standardized. What happened after the crisis, because the central bank, the Federal Reserve, needed to clean the system from bad assets, and they were primarily assets which had to do with mortgages in America, the central bank decided to buy the bad assets in order to clean the banks and in order to inject liquidity. And indeed, you can see that whereas at the beginning most of the assets in the central bank in 2007 was treasury bills, as you move forwards to, say, 2010, already 3 years after the crisis, or 2 years and a half, suddenly a very large proportion is held in what we call MBS, mortgage-based security. That's a fundamental change. And this is something that they viewed to be abnormal. And indeed, since then, the process of normalization started already, slowly, not on the interest rates, but on the assets on the balance sheets of the central bank. This is where I would look at to know, are we on the road for normalization? The answer is here, yes. And if we are now skipping and going to the next issue, we remember that much of the reasons for the crisis was debt which was too large, excess leverage, we say. Where was excess leverage? Everywhere. Households, government, corporates, financial institutions, non-financial institutions. Everyone was heavily indebted. And then the crisis erupted. And then it became clear that in order to have a healthier system, you need to deleverage. You need to reduce your debt. But if everyone is deleveraging and nobody is borrowing, then of course it may have contractionary impact on the economy. And this is why the government in the US tried to mitigate a little bit the contractionary effects of the deleverage. What you see in the picture here is that once the crisis erupted, all the sectors of the economy, households, banks, financial institutions, corporations, all of them have reduced their debt burden. Of course, the government has increased its debt burden, as I said, in order to mitigate it, but the reality is that as it comes to the process of deleverage, normalization has started. My message is, don't define normalization only narrowly in terms of the interest rates. There are other mechanisms by which you want to look at it. Why does Mark Uzan and Maksat, why are they worried about the process? Because there is a big heterogeneity. This is the US story, but if you go to Europe, deleverage still has a long way to go. It did not start. If you go to Japan, again, debt is increasing, not shrinking. So there is heterogeneity, and we should not therefore be surprised that the reactions are going to be different on two parts. So I am not worried at all that the US is going to reduce its monetary expansion when Europe is increase its monetary expansion. That's normal in a world in which you started in an abnormal situation. I will skip on to tell you that in fact there are other issues of heterogeneity. The United States continues to overspend in the world. It continues to have a deficit in the current account of the balance of payments. It has had a bigger deficit, but it is still the major deficit in the world. And how is it being financed? By surpluses. By whom? By Russia, by China, by the surplus countries in Asia, and more recently, even Europe went into surplus. So in other words, we see here also another element of heterogeneity. Mr. Uzan asked me about, so what happens to international reserves? Well, international reserves are held also in a very heterogeneous way. China is holding today $3.7 trillion of international reserves. Everyone else holds much, much less. This is the result of the accumulated surplus that China has had in the markets in the export market. And indeed, the reserves of China are growing. There is in the recent period a little bit of a reduction in the peak of the mountain, but this is the story of reserves. So yes, reserves are still continuing to be an important issue. And what is about the role of the dollar? Is the dollar reducing its importance as a reserve asset, or is it maintaining it? So I can tell you both statements are correct. The dollar is still the most important reserve assets of central banks. And it will continue to be, because the US is the strongest economy, the most diverse economy, the economy that all central banks feel comfortable to hold its currency. But there are other currencies that come into the game, and indeed, in the past, since the beginning of the century, we see a reduction in the proportion that dollars are held in the central bank's balance sheets. So let me leave aside now the financial side and just tell you a few more remarks that tell you the world is heterogeneous and therefore the policies will be not the same. And it will look to you like divergences, but those are corollary results of the divergences. Let's look at unemployment. Unemployment, as you can see, in 2009 or 10, in the US and in Europe was about the same, 10%. Since then, unemployment in the US fell very significantly. It is now much, much lower. And unemployment, it is now 5.4. And unemployment in Europe is above 11%. So yes, if unemployment is an important factor, there is a great divergency. But unemployment differs not only because of job creation, but also because of labor force participation. In the US, labor force participation fell significantly in the past few years. In Europe, it went zigzag up and down, but definitely it did not fall. So we see a big difference in the characteristics of labor markets in the US and in Europe, and let's not be surprised that this is happening. My last remark, and I'm sitting down. In Europe today, of those who are unemployed in Europe today, 66% have already been unemployed for more than half a year. What it means is that a lot of people who are unemployed have lost their skills, have been out of employment for a long time, and it is not going to be easy to bring them back in a productive way, definitely not by the European Central Bank. This requires innovation, this requires productivity, this requires education. It's not printing money. In the US, there is also an issue of structural unemployment, but much less. Only about 30-some% in the US have been unemployed for more than half a year. So let me conclude by saying heterogeneity is part of life. When you have heterogeneous situations, there must be divergences of policies. Let's not be afraid of it. When it comes to monetary policy, it looks like that normalization has started to take place, as long as you recognize that monetary policy has to be looked at in a wider way, not only what is the interest rate, but also the issues that have to do with balances of central banks and things of that type. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Jacob. Sorry, I forgot to introduce you at the beginning. Jacob is very well known, former governor of the Bank of Israel, chairman of the Board of Trustee of the Group of 30, and chairman of JP Morgan Chase International. Alfred, if I may call on you, Jacob and Nouriel mentioned the divergence of monetary policies, and clearly that in the context of the Eurozone, the ECB has increased monetary expansions and has been embarking in a quantitative easing program at least until September 2016. In the case of Europe and in the Eurozone, we are now a combination of lower oil prices, the euro going down, and quantitative easing program. Is it an ingredient or panacea for making the Eurozone turn around and having a more sustainable recovery? And maybe the second question for you, the main transmission of monetary policy when you embark in quantitative easing is really through the exchange rate. Should we be worried now by the fact that maybe a currency war might be underway, as Mr. Mantega was mentioning that almost 3 years ago, but maybe this is maybe a case. So, issue of Eurozone, and maybe second question on the currency wars.
Well, the positive news is that it seems that Europe and the Eurozone is getting back to growth, not to levels that we would like to see, but there is a return to growth. Of course, it's quite diverse in the different countries, and this also has to do with the extent to which the homework has been done by the different national governments, because let's face it, the European Central Bank was mainly buying time for Europe, the Eurozone, and for the national governments in order to embark on actions that will lead to sustained growth. And policies haven't been equal in all the countries. The quality of policy implementation and the policy of quality of economic reform differed quite substantially. Hence, also the results in the different countries are different. But I think that if you are mentioning the extra factors, let's say, in addition to the policy of the European Central Bank, that commodity prices are low, that the euro weakened substantially concerning the dollar, shouldn't be growth be more robust in light of these extra factors that is helping the European economy? I think you're right. I think that if you take these two extra factors, that growth rate in the Eurozone remains to be quite disappointing. So I do not want to sound over pessimistic in light of this development, but one would have envisaged that robust economic reform that is paralleled by external factors like low commodity prices and a weak dollar would lead to a stronger growth. In addition, the bad news is that the growth rate is not sufficiently high in order to reduce unemployment. So unemployment rates remain on a very, very high level, despite the fact that we are returning to growth. And even countries who, did a lot of their homework and swallowed a lot of pain, like for instance Spain, which shows a certain economic recovery. Even in such a country, the change in the unemployment rate is not really visible. Even if they have an extra factor, which is a certain migration out of the country into other countries of the Eurozone, which means that the labor force in total is reduced. So they have, in addition to economic growth and in addition to a general recovery, in addition to increasing their competitiveness, a reduced labor force, and nevertheless, unemployment rate stays quite high. Maybe one explanation for that is that I read last week an analysis that the percentage of the so-called NEENs, these are young people in the age between 19 and 29 who are neither under education or university nor at work, that this amount of around 20% of that entire generation didn't change, which I think gives a clear indication of the structural problems of the labor market that are not able to support a growth development of the economy by return to jobs, because readiness, qualification, formation isn't there to an extent that would be necessary. So, putting it all together, of course, we wish in Europe to maintain the present macroeconomic surrounding to continue for a long time. So, low euro versus the dollar, low commodity prices. This is what everybody likes for a longer time, because it softens also the necessity for economic reform that is still not over, and many countries haven't gone through the difficult period. Second question: do we fear a currency war? This was the question, I think. Yeah. Do we fear a currency war? Not really. Not really. I think that the euro at the moment is in a situation that even when it would go below the 1-to-1 dollar parity, we would not care a lot. We would not care a lot. As long as this is not leading to increased inflation, but there are no indications for that at the moment. So even if the euro drops further, I think there is not a lot of concern around that. We have to see in Europe also some other factors. It's not only the dollar, but it's also the Swiss franc, which, due to my understanding, is artificially high. It's artificially high because it seems to be the safe refuge currency that is available in Europe. It's not covered by fundamental facts that the Swiss franc is that strong concerning the euro. But even there, nobody really cares. So if you take the conventional wisdom within the Eurozone, we do not see any act of repugnancy against the euro at the moment. The drops that are happening, at least for the time being, are releasing some of the pain that is there. And normally the release of pain is not what we connect with the impression of war.
Thank you. David.
Central banks right now are confronting truly unprecedented challenges, as well as many traditional challenges. The traditional challenge, of course, is managing the business cycle, promoting financial stability. The new challenge is the attempt by Silicon Valley in California to introduce disruptive technologies in the financial sector. And this will have all kinds of very profound ramifications as we go forward. The Federal Reserve itself also has a very unique challenge at the current time. The major changes in American financial regulation going back to the Dodd-Frank bill 5 years ago are now having some adverse effects on the economy. The Dodd-Frank law banned proprietary trading by banks. As a result, they've cut back their bond inventories from $300 billion in 2007 to only $50 billion per day. Banks are now playing a much less important role in the Treasury market. And this means that once we get into a real bear market, prices could fall very, very sharply because you won't have bank liquidity to absorb heavy selling pressure. Dodd-Frank has also crippled entrepreneurship in the banking sector. Over the last 5 years, the United States has chartered only one new bank. Between 1997 and 2007, we issued charters for nearly 2,000 new banks. This, of course, will have an adverse effect on credit access for small and medium-sized firms. They rely very heavily on middle market banks, not the traditional large money center bank. Silicon Valley is promoting new forms of disintermediation and the growth of shadow banking. It is pioneering new forms of intermediation, such as peer-to-peer lending, crowdfunding, and robo-managing, taking away the traditional fund management business from the banks. It is also experimenting with digital currencies. There's a new sector in Silicon Valley called fintech. Financial technology, of course, is what this summarizes. In 2014, fintech firms raised $14 billion, compared to only $4 billion in 2013. There's a website called AngelList that compiles a list of all new tech startups in the United States. This website says that 4,000 of these new companies are in the fintech sector. They're very, very active. These developments could weaken the transmission process between monetary policy and the financial sector, because it will be shrinking the role of the commercial banks, which have been the traditional transmission vehicle for monetary policy. There are also now 600 new groups, including many academics, who want to launch digital currencies. The first digital currency was Bitcoin. It was basically a great success in 2013. The value rose to $1,100. But then in 2014, the biggest market maker went bankrupt. So the price collapsed all the way down to $225. But despite this disaster, tech startup companies and academics believe there will be a large market out there for digital currencies. And we'll see a brand new digital currency in a couple of months pegged to the gold price. So we should watch this sector because this could create, I think, again, some new challenges for central banks. As previous speakers have indicated, central banks are now pursuing diverse policies in meeting their traditional cyclical challenges. The Fed wants to normalize monetary policy this year. Back in January, there was great optimism on the U.S. economy. Most forecasts were over 3%. So most economists back in January thought the Fed would act in June. But because we had a very weak first quarter, may have only a subdued recovery in the second quarter, the new consensus is September. Meanwhile, the financial futures market in Chicago is projecting December. So the markets are actually even later than the economists in forecasting when the Fed will tighten. The Bank of England completed its QE program way back in 2012. But they're now restraining interest rates because of low inflation and desire to promote more economic growth. The Bank of England may not tighten until sometime in the first half of 2016. The ECB launched a QE program in March. They're going to purchase 1.1 trillion euros of securities by next September. This policy will boost the ECB balance sheet to 30% of European GDP. This is about in line with what the Federal Reserve and the Bank of England did. They went to 25% of GDP. The BOJ, the Bank of Japan, launched in April of 2013, the most aggressive monetary policy to occur anywhere in the world since 1945. It is committed to buying 80 trillion yen per month of government debt and 3 or 4 trillion yen per annum of equity ETFs. The BOJ balance sheet now exceeds 65% of GDP, and by the end of next year, it'll be 100% of GDP. This is truly dramatic, going way beyond what the Federal Reserve and the Bank of England did and what the ECB is about to do. So, they are basically, I think, taking a big, big gamble. But because they've had 20 years of deflation, they feel it's well worth taking this risk. The major transmission effect of ECB and Japanese monetary policy has been currency depreciation. The euro has fallen by 20% against the US dollar over the last year, and the yen has fallen 45% since 2013. There were stories in the Chinese press 2 weeks ago that the People's Bank of China might also introduce a QE policy. A couple of days later, the PBOC research director, John Ma, had a press conference and denounced these rumors. He made the point that China still has interest rates over 5%, reserve requirements at 18.5%. They would both cut those numbers quite dramatically before they embarked upon quantitative easing. China also wants to maintain a stable currency in the year ahead, because it's launching a campaign to join the SDR, special drawing rights. There's an IMF committee which meets every 5 years to discuss this issue. The next meeting will be in October of this year. The SDR was launched in 1969 and accounts for about 2.4% of global foreign exchange reserves. It consists of 4 currencies, with the US dollar accounting for 48.2%, the euro 32.7%, the British pound 11.8%, the Japanese yen 7.3%. There are 2 major criteria for joining. First, you must account for a large share of global trade. And secondly, you must also have free capital accounts and current accounts. China easily satisfies the first condition. Its share of global exports is 12.4%, compared to 8.8% for the US and 8% for Germany. The problem is on the second front, China still has capital controls. But the People's Bank of China wants to abolish these capital controls. So I think over the next 5 months, China will basically try and eliminate these capital restrictions so as to qualify for the SDR. China wants the RMB to become a new reserve currency. It's taken other actions to promote the RMB's international role. It's created central bank swap lines with 31 other central banks, and these are worth about 9.9 trillion RMB. The one new danger posed by this change is that China could have massive capital outflows next year. They got 60 billion RMB of capital outflows in the first quarter of this year. These numbers could be much, much larger next year. And this would possibly create pressure on the RMB unless China intervened to stabilize the exchange rate. China also, I think, faces the greatest risk this year of a stock market bubble. The Shanghai markets increased 120% over the past year, and this gain is truly awesome. And now if you look at Chinese price earnings multiples, 60% of the market now has a PE over 50, and 40% of the market has a PE over 100. Retail investors are driving this rally. In the last 3 months, they've opened 4 million brokerage accounts a month, compared to 70,000 accounts per month a year ago. So this, I think, is clearly room for concern. But the government itself actually doesn't want to stop the rally because it wants to use these rising prices to help the banks recapitalize themselves. So I think the Chinese rally continues for the time being, But obviously, at some point, valuation has to matter. And when it does, China could be heading for a very, very big stock market correction. The big surprise of 2015 has been the disappointing growth performance of the U.S. As I mentioned a minute ago, most economists in January had growth rates of 3% plus. The IMF had a forecast of 3.5%. The first quarter growth rate was 0.2% in the first estimate, but that will drop to minus 1.5% in the second estimate. The economy has been weak because we've had basically very feeble consumption growth. We had very benign factors for consumption, rising huge increase in income growth, falling gasoline prices, large gains in asset prices. But for various reasons, the consumer decided not to spend. And because of the growth optimism in the U.S., the dollar rose sharply during the first quarter. But now, and also because of the new QE policy in Europe, but in recent weeks it has corrected because of disappointment about these numbers, and it may remain soggy in the short term if investors decide the Fed's not going to act until September or until December. I still think this will give us a stronger dollar ultimately, but over the next month or two, it may just be in a very narrow trading range. Ben Bernanke's talk about tapering back in the May of 2013 triggered a sell-off in emerging market equities and emerging market currencies. The 5 most vulnerable countries were India, Indonesia, Turkey, Brazil, and South Africa. The list next time could be different. India has greatly reduced its current account deficit as a new prime minister who is bolstering investor confidence. Brazil is still vulnerable. It's in recession with a larger current account deficit. Turkey lacks investor confidence because of political interference in the conduct of monetary policy. South Africa is languishing with a growth rate of only around 1.5%. Indonesia has slowed because of large declines in commodity prices, while inflation remains at 6.5%. Now, I don't see a major emerging market crisis when the Fed tightens because there are differences with 2 years ago. First, as Nouriel Roubini mentioned, the Fed tightening won't be a surprise, whereas the tapering comments were a surprise. And secondly, emerging market countries have almost $9 trillion of foreign exchange reserves. This gives them a cushion, I think, to cope with market volatility as we go forward. Also, I would add, when the Fed does raise interest rates, it'll mean stronger U.S. growth. And that will be a positive for emerging markets because it means they'll be able to export more to the United States. The Federal Reserve will also tighten policy very, very gradually. And this, I think, will lessen the impact on global capital flows and the consequences for emerging markets. Thank you.
Thank you, David. Let's now shift our conversation and to get the view from the emerging market. If I can ask and call on Ksenia to give her a view. Should we be worried about the new tantrum for emerging markets? Ksenia, please.
Well, thank you very much, Mark, for this question. Well, definitely what we observed recently is this divergence of monetary policy between the US, maybe UK, and some other advanced countries like our EU and Japan. And I would say that for now, at least, for emerging market, it meant more volatility in capital flows and in exchange rate. To some extent, it's possibly a good thing, because if all of these countries were tightening their policy at the same time, we would have observed more strong outflow from emerging market. But the way it develops right now, right, UK and US are expected to tighten, other countries are expected to lose their policy a little bit. So the effect maybe to some extent cancel out each other. But on the other hand, we have higher volatility in exchange rate, which I discussed, the dollar, other currencies. So this is the problem. Another problem, potential risk for emerging markets is the change in the composition of investors, of the composition of the flows, right? It's no more banks. The role of banks is going down. It's role of other asset managers, which is going up, and probably it may lead to more volatility than at the time when it was only bank-based finance. Right. Another interesting point is it's related, right? Bank-based finance, like syndicated loans, are going down. Banks from emerging markets are not so much indebted. Have not get so much debt from the financial markets in the recent years. It's corporates, right, who were issuing bonds directly. So many risks are concentrated directly in the corporate sector rather than in the banking sector and through the banking sector in the rest of the economy. So these are all kind of risks which potentially may work out for the emerging markets. So this is why emerging markets are concerned, and they are building the reserves, right, in order to be able to decrease the effect of decrease those potential risks in the case they will start to realize, right? And it's a big issue of financial stability for emerging markets, not only an issue of monetary policy and so on, and definitely an issue of potential swings in growth rates, depending on changes in the situation in the global market. One other thing which I would like to mention is sort of a lack of the global safety net, right? Well, there is IMF with this stigma which relates to its traditional instruments, some new instruments which are probably less stigmatized, but still many countries are not interested in using them. There are those swaps with FARS, which mainly developed countries or advanced countries can use. But generally speaking, many countries prefer to have their own buffers rather than relying on some international safety net, right? And that's probably why we observe this behavior on behalf of the emerging markets as well. Now, speaking of the risks for emerging markets, particularly in this part of the world, I cannot not mention oil prices and other natural resource prices. Probably there is some correlation between the value of the dollar and the value of the reserve of the commodities prices, but not that big. I would agree with somebody who said that it's probably changing the growth model of China on the demand side, and definitely change in on the production side, on the supply side, which drive this change in the commodity markets in general, and in the oil market in particular. And on the oil market, we observe the paradigm shift, right? It's not just decrease in the price of oil, which probably can be persistent. It's also increase in volatility. If you look on different volatility measures of the oil price, they were quite high recently, and I know that at least some analysts believe that this is sort of the new normal, right? That prices can be a bit more volatile than they used to be, and it is definitely a challenge for a large number of emerging economies which are producers of oil and other commodities, right? They need to think, well, at the beginning of their monetary policies and budget policies, but later on about change of structure of the economy and adjusting to this new normal. Right, and finally, going back to the original topic of discussion for today is always monetary policy and growth. I cannot agree more with Jacob, who said that by printing money we do not create more skills in the economy, right? And we do not improve labor productivity, we do not improve innovations, etc. So I think that, what monetary policy can produce? In a country with low leverage, weak monetary policy can produce for a while some leverage-led growth, right? This is possible. In countries with high leverage, it can, through negative interest rate, given opportunities to deleverage or give some space for banks to adjust to the new situation, but it will not necessarily lead to higher growth. It will probably limit growth decline, but it will not necessarily lead to a higher growth. So the countries which are the most successful in the last 5 to 6 years are countries who actually combined good macro policy with structural reforms. And this is the right solution. Of course, it seems easier almost everywhere to do something about monetary policy than to introduce structural reforms. And it's probably the biggest growth challenge for the world and for every specific country right now, to figure out what exactly structural reforms they need and to implement it. Thank you.
Massimiliano, Xenia just mentioned in her presentation that countries prefer to have their own buffer. And indeed, over the last decade, emerging markets have been accumulating a lot of reserve, as a way to protect themselves about any type of shocks. Are we going to see the same strategy for the next decade, or are we seeing more a peak of reserve accumulation?
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thanks to Mark and thanks to the Central Bank of Kazakhstan for the nice invitation. Actually, it's a fascinating topic because the rise of foreign exchange reserve probably has been one of the most distinct features of the early part of the 21st century. Just to give you some data, I will try to minimize the flow of data that I give you, but foreign exchange reserve in 2003 were about 3 trillion. They doubled by 2007 to about 6 trillions, and they almost double again by 2014. We are at $11.8 trillion, excluding gold. Actually, this is not the right measure because in my way of looking at this topic, I always sum up sovereign wealth funds assets as well, which to a large extent are, these institutions are diversifier of foreign exchange reserve. So when you also include sovereign wealth funds asset, overall what I define as sovereign wealth actually reached around $18.5 trillion by the end of last year. So this is a staggering amount of money to the extent that the behavior of central banks and sovereign wealth funds as investors in global capital markets has attracted increasing the attention of investor, policymakers, because a change in their investment behavior can impact, of course, asset prices, for instance, exchange rate, etc. Now, the growth in global foreign exchange reserve is largely an emerging market story. I mean, out of the total of these 11.8 trillion, about nearly 8 trillion are accounted for emerging markets. And actually, if you look at it even more in detail, it is basically a story of China. It was already mentioned, 3.7 trillion. Actually, the peak almost 4 trillion, and of oil commodity exporters, in particular the Middle East. Now, the growth story of foreign exchange reserve has continued throughout the financial crisis. It never really reversed. Up to 2008, foreign exchange reserve were growing by 20% per year. Following the financial crisis, we went down to something like 10%, but they continue growing in nominal terms. What is new, and I think that's exactly the question which has been just raised, is that in 2013, actually, we are observing a reversal in this trend. We have a number are, of course, still coming out for the end of the year for the first quarter, but some preliminary estimates put around $400 billion drop in foreign exchange reserve, largely concentrated in emerging markets. So the question is this reversal in the trend, which, as I mentioned, continued uninterrupted during period of financial crisis, the end of this long secular trend, or just a pause that eventually will resume in the future, probably at a more muted pace. In order to answer the question, I think we need to look at what are the historical drivers in the growth of foreign exchange reserve. In a nutshell, I believe there are three. One is the advent of China and over Asian countries as an increasing vast part of the global manufacturing value chain, which translates into current account surpluses. The second one, which is associated with the first one, was the rise in commodity price, which are, as I mentioned, are associated with a strong growth in emerging market, which translated into accumulation of reserve or sovereign wealth funds assets, in particularly in the Middle East and a few other countries outside the region. And last but not least, and it was mentioned already today, is the soaring capital flows, in particular portfolio flows in emerging market. Now, if you look at all these three drivers over the last few years, and in particular over the last year, they all weaken. So let's start from the current account surpluses. Here I mentioned the latest data from the IMF, but actually the advanced economies, the deficit position reduced dramatically over the last few years since the financial crisis. And now actually Europe entered into a surplus, which is more than compensating the historical deficit of the US and a few other advanced economies. If you look at the other side of the story, of course, the advanced economy in deficit are a mirror image of the emerging market economy in surplus. But actually, as well, this surplus came down pretty sharply. And here we need to distinguish because, as I mentioned, if you take away China and the Middle East, actually the emerging market as a block, excluding China and Middle East, already went into deficit following the financial crisis. And now if you look at the Middle Eastern economies, if you assume that the oil price, and I'm always very careful to make any forecast on oil price because I consider this a very difficult exercise, if I take the IMF forecast, actually the Gulf and the Middle Eastern economies will have an almost stable current account, almost flat, for the next 5 years at current oil price level. So from that point of view, the first major driver of foreign exchange reserve accumulation, at least based on the current assumption, has weakened substantially. Let me tackle the second one, which is capital flows, which I think is also very important because in some way there is a link between monetary policy and capital flows and accumulation of foreign exchange reserve. Actually, the increase in capital flows into emerging market has been pretty remarkable over the last decade. Just to mention some data from the Institute of International Finance, we moved from a few hundred billion at the beginning of the decade up actually to 1.3 trillion. This was the peak in 2007. In 2008, 2009, as a result of the financial crisis, investors flew to the safe haven of the dollar. This flow halved. But actually, this was just a pause. In the following years, emerging market actually recovered pretty well compared to advanced economies, thanks to better macroeconomic fundamentals. And actually, the flows of money into emerging markets received further impetus in the last few years as a result of monetary easing, which has reduced yields in advanced economies to very low level, pushing investors to search for yield in emerging market asset classes. So, also the strong rise in capital flows is unlikely to continue over the medium term. I mean, if you look at some estimates, which are once again are coming out of the IMF, we are talking about minus 20%. And this is very much linked to what already we mentioned, and I will not spend too much time on it, but the expected rise in US interest rate and the volatility associated with emerging market asset classes are pulling investors out. It's not yet a sort of the gates are not open. We are talking about a correction from a very high level, and I believe that this is likely to continue for a while. So all in all, if I put all together, all the three traditional drivers of the rise in foreign exchange reserve have weakened over the last few years. One point which I think is crucial, I mentioned that Middle Eastern economies and China accounted for the bulk of foreign exchange reserve. And for me, apart from the level of oil price, which I consider a sort of a jolly, depending on where they are, the Middle East could continue accumulating or could eventually use part of the reserve to support their economies from a macroeconomic and fiscal point of view. Actually, it was mentioned already today, over the last few quarters, there has been a drop in the foreign exchange reserve of China. From a peak of nearly $4 trillion, as he mentioned before, we are now at a level of about $1.7 trillion, excluding gold once again. Now, when we talk about capital flows in China, I see a tendency to be carried away by the news headlines. Oh, capital flows are running out of China because there is always expectation that something has to happen in China given what China is going through. In reality, if you look at a little bit more careful, the fall in the foreign exchange reserve of China is something which I believe is expected by the policymaker in that region. The increasing flexibility given to Chinese firms and households to hold the effects which they earn abroad, in fact, translate into the foreign exchange reserve falling. Because basically you have a composition in what the economists often call the net investment position of economies. If you look at, for instance, at Japan, another economy with a very large surplus, foreign exchange reserve in terms of the percentage of his net investment position, net foreign investment position, is about 17%. Actually, in China, foreign exchange reserves still represent more than 60%. So overall, as China continues liberalizing and eventually opening up its capital account, and we heard about the SDR review and the policy being implemented by China, you would expect foreign exchange reserve to fall and eventually translate into higher foreign net position of private individuals and corporations. Plus, I would add to that China is also eager to diversify aggressively foreign exchange reserve. The latest, most of the recent initiative like the AIB is actually funded through diversion of foreign exchange reserve towards a different use. So overall, I believe that the era of double-digit growth rates, when I pull everything together, commodity price, China regulatory reforms, and the so-called macroeconomic imbalance, overall I believe that the era of the double-digit in foreign exchange reserve growth is over. Now, making a forecast and say it's going to drop in absolute terms is a little bit more complicated. But let me finish by assuming that these secular trends now stop. What are the implications for the global economy and for capital markets? The most often mentioned implication is that less foreign exchange reserve will translate into less buying of government bonds, which is the traditional asset classes where central banks invest. I think there is a certain degree of truth in that, although things should also be put into perspective. So central banks nowadays, and sovereign wealth funds even more, are very diversified investors. They invest in a much broader range of asset classes, of which, of course, government bonds still represent the bulk. But if you take the overall level of the debt outstanding, even a few $100 billion drop in foreign exchange reserve, I think it is unlikely to have a minimal impact on yields and interest rates. Furthermore, I think if you put things into the context of quantitative easing, a few $100 billion less of buying by central banks as investor actually do not compare, it looks relatively small when you compare to what we expect still in quantitative easing terms across Europe and Japan. But for me, a most intriguing implication of the eventual drop in the level of foreign exchange reserve and the end of the secular trend is eventually what will happen to the diversification trend of foreign exchange reserve, which has been a trend which has been going on now for almost 15 years. You hear more and more central banks investing into asset classes which were barred to them until a few years ago. The classical example is equity. Many central banks nowadays invest in equity, and until a few years ago, this asset class was simply not investable for central banks because it was considered too volatile. And the actual diversification of foreign exchange reserve gathered further speed over the last few years as a result of quantitative easing, which pushed nominal and in some cases real and in some cases nominal interest rate into negative territory. So if a central bank has a goal, has an amount of reserve which go beyond the level which is considered adequate for monetary management and for precautionary motives, actually is also concerned about the real protection of these assets. So if we see his wealth falling in real terms, we'll diversify more aggressively, and that's actually what we've seen so far. So from that point of view, is this diversification going to end? I believe no. First of all, because as I agree 100% with what I heard in my previous speakers, yes, US interest rate might rise, but if you look at the global economy from a global perspective, actually loose monetary policy are going to remain in place for a relatively long period of time. So we might have very low yield or even negative nominal yield in Europe for a while and in Japan. So the US interest rate rise will not eventually change the dynamic. Third, I believe it is also very important that if eventually the inflow into the central bank's coffins eventually dry up as a result of the weakness of the drivers that I mentioned before, actually the return that central banks and sovereign institutions achieve on their accumulated wealth becomes even more important, because actually this return is used not only by central banks to cover sometimes their operational costs, but also to provide a certain flow of income to governments in order to use it for fiscal stabilization. Last but not least, let me play the role of the asset manager, is that if you believe in a world of normalization of interest rates, starting from the US, actually diversifying in non-fixed income assets, in particular in equity, is the most sensible strategy to protect your wealth from an eventual drop in value. I want to finish with one last point. Of these massive foreign exchange diversification trends that we have seen in the last few years, the only missing element is currency. It's true the dollar came down over the last 15 years, but if you look at the composition, the advanced economies currency, euro, yen, dollar, still represent the bulk of the foreign exchange reserve composition. Only 5% are invested in so-called over currency. Now we have the RMB story coming in. And there is always this debate about, well, RMB is going to replace the US dollar as the reserve currency. I think it's the wrong way to put it. There is a tremendous demand among central banks for exposure to RMB. And I believe this is just a simple answer to the desire of reducing their dependency on the US dollar. And actually, apart from the RMB, there are not many options out there, apart, of course, from the euro, which already has a substantial share of foreign exchange reserve. So I believe that maybe asset diversification will translate into the future in currency diversification, which will reduce to a certain extent the share of the US dollar in global foreign exchange reserves.
Thank you, Massimiliano. Let's continue as we also to tell our next speakers, to keep with the 7 minutes time, as we really want maybe to have some discussion with the participants. Akash, if I can give you the floor.
Thank you. Listening to the other speakers on the panel, I was thinking about what contribution can I make to this eminent discussion about the international scenario and the economic challenges that we face there. And I thought the best contribution that I could make was to take this whole perspective and view it from right here in Astana or Almaty or Kazakhstan. And how does a small open economy that is resource-based in significant part has undergone a significant financial, shall we say, crisis along with the rest of the world and some of its own as well. In the spirit of what Nouriel mentioned earlier, there are idiosyncratic issues right here from this side, and in this looking forward at this future about interest rates which are at historically low levels around the world, and in an economy which has an exchange rate connection to the rest of the world, how does it respond and move forward? I thought this would not only be a set of points that would be relevant for our host institution, the National Bank, but also brings together some of the challenges laid out earlier, the divergence between the real economy and the monetary economy and asset prices. And in particular, two asset prices play a very significant role in this economy. One of them is exchange rates, and the Kazakh monetary policy has largely been anchored around a stable exchange rate with the US dollar. And the other asset price, which is very relevant to this economy, is oil prices. And we are seeing a challenge right now when looking forward with the rapid cut in exchange rates. How is this small open economy to respond and provide the right kind of stimulus to this? So I'll make a few quick observations and then end with a few recommendations. The first is, I think, the turmoil in the last year or so in the region has shown one thing fairly clearly, that the exchange rate has remained relatively stable and therefore suggesting that there has been an economic decoupling from Russia in particular. and the economy has been relatively, the exchange rate has been relatively stable. And in terms of the dollarization, I think we are going to talk about that in a moment. The Kazakh economy has remained dollarized in more than one sense of the word, not just in terms of savings, but also in terms of its reliance on commodities which operate in a dollarized economy. The single largest challenge, I believe, that we face here is how do we translate the large pool of savings that have accumulated in the system and convert them into investments. And the challenge here is specific because monetary instruments are not really available to make that much more attractive. Coupled with that, there are issues about the banking sector stability that has gotten better over the last few years, but we have gone through a major banking crisis as well. And the ability to take risks and to allocate losses in this economy, as it has been, I think, around the world, has been challenging. I think one of the reasons for many of the crises taking longer to get sorted out is figuring out who's going to bear the losses. And that becomes an eminently political discussion and not just a financial one. So given that scenario on the monetary side, coupled with the fact that oil prices have gone down, there is also the challenge that there is not that much room on the fiscal side to have a very large fiscal stimulus. In the theme of reserves, Kazakhstan, like many other countries, does have a large pool of reserves that has helped keep the exchange rate stable and has provided some degree of fiscal firepower, but we know that the amount of firepower that's available in there is limited. And therefore, the question then becomes, what is the appropriate response on the policy side, on economic policy side in these situations? And I believe that both for aggregate growth, which these past few years has been somewhat slower in Kazakhstan than had been expected, and also for inclusive growth, the two elements that are important in this economy are improving the productivity of capital. So what we need, and this is where the divergence between the financial economy and the real economy is important. I don't think that we are going to be able to provide many more financial liberalization. What has to be done to bring about investment is to enhance the real rate of growth in the economy. And in that sense, there needs to be that divergence that has to come. So the productivity of capital in the country has to go up significantly to be able to increase investment. And the way to do that is if you go back and think about traditional economics, the way to increase productivity of capital is to do two other things: increase infrastructure development and increase human capital investment. And both of those, I think, are going to be the important stimuli, and I like to refer to them not as fiscal stimuli, but as productivity stimuli. And what Kazakhstan really needs are these two directions of investment that will bring about an increase in the financial rate, the economic rate of return, and hence be able to attract much more financial investments into the real economy. Because at the end of all of this, one of the things that is true about the current macroeconomic scenario that we find ourselves in, again from the perspective of a small and growing economy, is that the cost of capital is at its all-time low. So from an investment perspective, what better time could be there to bring about major investments that would draw upon this for long-term finance? I'll stop there. Thank you.
Because what I have to say, you can read in this booklet that was published. I wrote an article that how to reduce dollarization without risking stability. I brought this discussion to Kazakhstan 2 years ago, or almost 2 years ago, at the time of a conference organized by the National Bank of Kazakhstan in Almaty in the opportunity of the 20th anniversary of the Tenge. At that time, the paper I presented had as a title, Dollarization, Help or Hydrants for Stability. Of course, in terms of fighting inflation and stabilizing an economy, dollarization helps. But the problem with dollarization is that it increases the risk of facing financial crisis. At that time, 2 years ago, in order to make the argument of the risks associated with dollarization, I had to use the eurization rather than the dollarization, because at that time, the dollar was still weakening, the euro was very strong, and it has been becoming stronger and stronger. So the problems of eurization were faced by the countries that, rather than being dollarized, were euroized, and particularly those countries that were commodity importers, because at that time also the prices of commodities were high and increasing. But right now, the highly dollarized economy like Kazakhstan and most of the CIS economies actually are starting to face the problems with dollarization. That is why we have been hearing comments on the need to de-dollarize the economy to cope with these problems. What are the problems that emerge from dollarization of the economy? Now the dollar is strengthening, the prices of commodities, export commodities are going down, so of course this creates problems for a highly dollarized economy that exports commodity like Kazakhstan and most of the CIS country. Now, when one starts to talk about de-dollarization, it comes the idea of the so-called forced de-dollarization that was implemented by my country, by Argentina, in 2002. What I want to explain here in a few minutes is that that is a very bad idea. That forced de-dollarization does not solve any problem and creates many new problems in the economy. Particularly forced de-dollarization, that is compulsory conversion of contracts, deposits and loans and every kind of contract that is written in dollars into the local currency, destroys the contractual base of the economy and very likely reintroduces inflation as a pervasive problems into the economy, like it was observed in Argentina. Right now, Argentina has a 30% annual inflation, and that is a direct consequence of having forced de-dollarization in 2002. Now, if you think in terms of experience of Latin America, you have other countries that instead of forcing de-dollarization, what they did, following the advice of for example, of Steve Hanke, they went into full dollarization of the economy. That is the case of Ecuador. Ecuador did very well with full dollarization, while the dollar was weakening and the price of oil was increasing. But now Ecuador is facing similar problems to those of Kazakhstan and the CIS countries because the dollar is strengthening and commodity prices, particularly the price of oil, has been going down. And now, in Latin America, there are also very positive experiences on good de-dollarization. I like to say that good de-dollarization is the wrong way to refer to the strengthening or improving the quality of your local currency by creating trust in your local currency. Something that you can do if you conduct a good monetary policy. That is what, for example, Peru, but not only Peru, also a country like Uruguay, Paraguay, and Bolivia in Latin America have done. If you look at the proportion of dollarization of deposits or liabilities, in all these countries there has been a slow, a gradual reduction in the degree of dollarization. It came not because the government enforced de-dollarization, but because the government managed monetary and also fiscal policies, macro policies in general, in order to create trust in the local currency. That is exactly what I think countries like Kazakhstan and the CIS economies should do. There is something I want to add in this respect. There are 3 countries in Latin America, or in South America, that were never highly dollarized. Those 3 countries are Chile, Colombia, and Brazil. Chile and Colombia never went into hyperinflation and always kept interest rates in general above the inflation rate or the expected inflation in the country. Additionally, Chile had a very efficient way of introducing price indexation for financial assets. They have the so-called Unidad de Fomento, UF, which allows them to write medium and long-term contracts through this indexed currency, and that provides a good instrument to avoid the use of foreign currencies in this kind of contracts. Now, in the case of Brazil, Brazil had very high inflation, hyperinflation, but always prevented dollarization of its economy. How did Brazil do it? By keeping very high interest rates paid on deposits, always above expected inflation, including at the time of the hyperinflation. That is, real interest rates in Brazil were never negative. Now, of course, has this been good for Brazil? No. You know, in terms of keeping a low inflation, it has not helped to be a completely de-dollarized economy, because it was much more difficult for Brazil to stabilize its economy. It started only in 1995 when the other countries, Peru, Argentina, were able to stabilize in 1991. And additionally, Brazil has been obliged, in a sense, to keep, until now, very high real interest rates in order to prevent capital flight, because the only alternative for the people, whenever they think that the local currency will not protect their savings, is to send their money abroad. While in a partially dollarized economy, people can keep their savings within the economy, depositing them in the foreign currency. Now, why is this discussion on how to avoid dollarization relevant for Kazakhstan? I think that to introduce in Kazakhstan an instrument like the UF, Unidad de Fomento, of the Chileans would be a good way to create a financial asset for the people that could compete with deposits or financial assets denominated in dollars. And additionally, with this kind of alternative, in moving towards inflation targeting as a way to replace the exchange rate by the inflation targeting as a nominal anchor, this kind of financial indexation or price indexation would allow to maybe conduct exchange rate policy in the transition towards inflation targeting or towards free floating of the kind of exchange rate policy that was implemented also successful for some time in Colombia, that is the so-called crawling peg. Okay, I stop here.
Thank you, Domingo. Last but not least, Governor, maybe if I can ask you your takeaway of the World Session this afternoon.
So let me start maybe from what Jacob Frenkel and Nouriel Roubini at the beginning. So they give a kind of definition of normal. So what is normal? What was normal yesterday, and what is normal today? What will be normal in the future? And it seems like from the Kazakh perception or from emerging markets perception, the previous decade it was a completely different norm in terms of the weakening of US dollars, high level of the commodity prices, high growth rates of emerging markets economies like BRICS countries, and also high growth in Kazakhstan, and let's say credit booming, and everything which was norm before is now kind of the other reality, which was you call it, Mark, like free W. So let me respond for your free W by the other abbreviation, which is very popular now, which is VUCA. I mean, volatility, uncertainty, complexity, and ambiguity. And Ksenia mentioned about volatility. So we evident a few times, like the oil price, let's say, collapsed from the 150 up to the 50 recently. And right now we've seen the kind of small volatility between 50 and 65 or 70. At the same time, we also face high volatility of the currency in Russian Federation. We've seen like many complexity in terms of the geopolitical tension recent days, like a different sanction regime and different military conflicts in the Middle East. So in these terms, I think the new reality create big demand in Kazakhstan or emerging markets, so quite appropriate response to this. So how we should be prepared to this uncertainty, volatility, complexity? What should be our reaction? Could we be in the same economic policy, or we should change something? And I think so in order to kind of be thriving through this particularly current situation to be more sustainable growth. So in these terms, I would like to mention that, to my mind, the monetary policy tools have own limits in terms of the just influence themselves to the economic growth in Kazakhstan. So let's say we have a very bad example of the addiction of some economies to depreciation of the currency, for example, like in Venezuela, which start to from 500 and back, and then move to 7,000, and then which create a huge hyperinflation in those countries. So it seems like it's not appropriate response, just just use only the monetary policy tools. And like Ksenia mentioned, so it should be greater coordination between fiscal and monetary policy. And everybody now talking about the structural reforms, and so what does it mean in case of Kazakhstan? So before we enjoy the fixed exchange rate, and because of the prudent fiscal policy in previous years, and we create a reserve fund, national fund, which is on very high level, so altogether we achieve 100 billion with the reserves of central bank. That's create a good comfort for the short-term period. But in a long-term period, we suddenly realize that we have to shift paradigm in terms of the further economic policy, and especially in terms of the monetary policy. So which now we are under the umbrella of IMF moving to the new exchange rate regime, new, let's say, monetary policy regime, which we everybody called like inflation targeting. And it seems like even transition to inflation targeting we are doing under the certain pressure of the current volatility and uncertainty. But I think these measures of more flexible exchange rate is not the only decision how to sustain our growth. And here I would like again to agree with Ksenia in terms of the increasing of productivity. And Akash also mentioned about this. An increasing of productivity or further diversification of our economy is going to be a bigger challenge. And I believe that the right proportion of the reforms in fiscal and monetary policy could help us. And also, I would like to mention about coordination on international level. Even within the custom union with Russia and Belarus, we realize that we have to think about more coordination of our macroeconomic policy, both fiscal and monetary. So in order, because we influence to each other very much. So coming back to the latest remark of Akash, I also would like to mention that the banking sector stability and agenda of the inclusive growth and diversification agenda definitely supported in Kazakhstan by the new presidential policy, which called Nurly Zhol, and this is heavily investment to infrastructure to recover in the Silk Road in the next 3 years. So we call it counter-cyclical fiscal policy. And also, I would like also to support Domingo Kavala in terms of the agenda of de-dollarization. So we are not, let's say, close to the approach of the kind of forced Argentinian type of de-dollarization. We are thinking about how to have a more sophisticated and modern monetary policy, which allow us to create more trust to the local currency. And by the way, it's not only Latin America countries like Peru. We are very carefully studying the Russian experience, who achieved great results before transition to inflation targeting, and the level of dollarization on the deposit sides and the banking sector was less than 20%, and even in let's say, the peak of crisis in the mid of December, it was not, let's say, it was not above than 30%. So it seems like the prudent policy, and prudent, I also mean not just the different type of exchange rate regime, but also more new nominal anchors, which will be more predictable and more transparent and more forward-looking for the business community, is quite necessary, but not sufficient agenda, which we would like to develop in Kazakhstan.
Thank you, Governor. I think we should maybe take 2 or 3 questions from the floor before we close the panel. Please, over there, introduce yourself.
Здравствуйте. Спасибо, что предоставили возможность задать вопрос. Меня зовут Кайырбек Аяшев, Назарбаев университет, город Астана. Сегодня мы в Астане очень много говорим об анализе, о деловых циклах, бизнес-циклах. Но для анализа количественного анализа деловых циклов стандартно применяется динамическая стохастическая модель общего равновесия, по-английски Dynamic Stochastic General Equilibrium Model. Мой обзор и анализ показал, что Центральный банк Казахстана не использует ежедневно в своей деятельности такую модель. Это основано не только на том, что я не нашел публикации Центрального банка с использованием такой модели, отсутствием пресс-релизов со ссылками и упоминанием на такой модели. Также это основано на, так скажем, немного странном прогнозе инфляции, составленном Центральным банком. Общеизвестно, что когда экономика охлаждается, а это у нас сейчас наблюдается в Казахстане, снижение уровня ВВП сопровождается снижением уровня инфляции, то есть стагнация сопровождается обычно дефляцией. И если последние годы Казахстан благодаря высоким ценам на нефть очень быстро рос с темпами 6-7% ежегодно ВВП, и инфляция была соразмерная, составляла приблизительно 6-8%, и ежегодные прогнозы Министерства экономики и Центрального банка нашего Казахстана оправдывались, то есть 6-7% прогнозировалось по ВВП, и этот прогноз приблизительно оправдывался. Прогноз по инфляции тоже приблизительно ежегодно оправдывался. Но в прошлом году цены на нефть упали приблизительно в 2 раза, и ВВП в текущем году прогнозируется приблизительно в 3-4 раза меньше, чем обычно. Да? То есть в этом году прогнозируется 1,5% роста ВВП. Но также у нас был сокращен республиканский бюджет приблизительно на 10%. То есть государственные расходы, частные расходы у нас сокращаются. Это все признаки, да, я сейчас перейду, это все признаки охлаждения. Почему-то уровень прогноза инфляции не снизился. И мой вопрос такой, почему уровень инфляции не соответствует изменению прогнозируемого уровня ВВП? И если я не прав, поправьте, почему Центральный банк до сих пор не использует такие модели, динамические стохастические модели общего равновесия, которые, при использовании которых таких, я думаю, странностей не возникало бы. Спасибо.
Спасибо большое за вопрос. На самом деле, наверное, мы готовы показать те модели, которые мы используем в Центральном банке. Здесь вот половина, наверное, этого зала – это сотрудники Центрального банка Казахстана, которые занимаются формированием моделей. Другое дело, что тот модельный ряд, который мы формируем последние годы, или та статистика, которой мы обладаем, она на самом деле не позволяет нам строить те надежные модели, которые вот активно применяют центральные банки развитых стран. Что касается, но мы как раз вот в процессе перехода к инфляционному таргетированию, большая часть работы, которую мы выстраиваем с Международным валютным фондом, это те модели, которые позволяют нам не только управлять краткосрочной ликвидностью на рынке, но и модели развития экономики, о которых вы упомянули. Поэтому вся эта работа сейчас ведется, восстанавливается серьезная аналитическая база и модельная база. Если вам это интересно, мы готовы будем вас приглашать. Но как раз вот тот момент, который вы затронули, действительно коммуникационная политика Центрального банка в предыдущие годы, она несколько не соответствует вот тем новым требованиям, которые стоят при переходе к новому режиму инфляционного таргетирования, о котором я говорил. Вы, наверное, наблюдали вот эти последние реформы в тех же соседних странах, в Российской Федерации. То есть была проведена огромная работа для того, чтобы объяснить, какие задачи ставит перед собой казахстанская экономика или казахстанские монетарные и фискальные власти. Что касается уровня инфляции, то вы знаете, что тот таргет по инфляции, который ставился в последние годы и который так или иначе достигался, очень много публикаций на эту тему, что и как в среднесрочном периоде достигается. Ну, например, я могу сказать, что несмотря на переход к инфляционному таргетированию, вот очень высокое обесценивание российского рубля привело к тому, что сегодня уровень инфляции в Российской Федерации 17%. Уровень инфляции в Казахстане, по-моему, в течение первого квартала этого года, 4 месяца этого года показали 4,6% инфляции в этом году, и мы даже ожидаем снижения определенной инфляции. Но вы знаете, что инфляция у нас зависит от так называемых монетарных и немонетарных факторов. И здесь вы правы в том, что не только Центральный банк, но и правительство должно участвовать в тех коммитментах, которые ставят перед собой в целом власти по достижению определенных таргетов, поскольку таргеты зависят от насколько совершенная конкуренция в экономике присутствует, насколько те или иные монополии или та или иная тарифная политика в отношении естественных монополий будет присутствовать. Поэтому мы очень оптимистично смотрим на достижение тех или иных таргетов в экономике. Мы считаем, что несмотря на снижение ВВП, вот в этом году у нас достаточно устойчивый экономический рост в 2016 и 2017 годах. Есть большие дискуссии по поводу того, насколько низка должна быть инфляция, должны ли мы приближаться к тем проблемам, которые есть у развитых стран, или инфляция на уровне 4 плюс-минус 1% должна быть тем искомым таргетом, к которому мы стремимся. Поэтому я чего-то противоречивого в ваших высказываниях не находил, но чего-то противоречивого в отношении действий Центрального банка тоже, честно говоря, не обнаружил. Поэтому, возвращаясь к сегодняшней дискуссии, опять новая нормальность, которая присутствует в монетарной политике в глобальном измерении, она ставит перед нами вот такие сложные задачи, которые мы должны решать соответствующей реформой.
Okay, I'm sorry because we are running out of time and we have another session that is going to start in 5 minutes. Let me, on behalf of the Central Bank and the Reinvent in Bretton Woods and the government of Kazakhstan, thanks all our panelists, and we will reconvene in 5 minutes for the last session on spillover. They will be aided and shared by Mr. Juha Kaunen from the IMF. Thank you again.
1-2, раз. Раз. Один, два. Раз, два. 1-2. Раз, два. Один, два. Раз, два. Раз, два.
Дорогие дамы и господа, сессия номер 3 начинается прямо сейчас. Мы просим вас занять свои места, приготовиться.
Уважаемые дамы и господа, позвольте напомнить, что мы начинаем нашу сессию через несколько минут. Просим занять свои места. Dear ladies and gentlemen, we are about to start soon. Please proceed to your seats and take them. Thank you. Уважаемые дамы и господа, просим занять свои места. Наша сессия начинается. Dear ladies and gentlemen, we kindly ask you to proceed to your seats. We're about to start now. Уважаемые спикеры и модераторы, просим также занять свои места на президиуме. Dear panelists and honored chair, please take your seats. Позвольте объявить сессию открытой. Please let us begin.
Welcome to the last session of the day, we have a great topic and a very distinguished panel. The topic is very relevant for the countries of the region. It's about policy options in managing spillovers in Central Asia and the neighboring countries. And here we are, of course, talking about the spillovers in terms of lower oil prices and slowdown in Russia. Before I ask panelists to give their perspectives, let me briefly set the stage by talking about the challenges that the 8 countries in the Caucasus and Central Asia are facing currently. And I had a presentation, but it's okay. It's working, but too fast. Okay, so we are talking about 8 countries in the region. 4 of them are oil exporters, 4 oil importers. Still, all of them are facing challenges. This is a region where growth has been pretty fast in the past, about 7% for a long period. Since the global financial crisis, growth has started to slow down a bit even before the recent external shocks hit the region. But while high growth has also been very volatile. The volatility has been among the highest in the world. And the volatility in part reflects some underlying vulnerabilities, namely a fairly narrow base of growth. Obviously, among the hydrocarbon exporters, it's the very large share in GDP, budget revenues, and export receipts of oil and gas. Among the oil importers, the narrow base is because their biggest exports is labor in most cases. Workers' remittances are a very significant part of the receipts on the balance of payments. Among the oil importers, another vulnerability, even before the shocks hit the region, has been fairly high current account deficits. There are also financial sector challenges. As has been mentioned in previous sessions, dollarization is very high in most countries. There are also non-performing loan problems in a few countries. In Kazakhstan, the NPLs have been coming down more recently, whereas in Tajikistan, they are still fairly rapidly on the rise. The three main shocks that have hit the region include a decline not only in oil prices but also other commodity prices. Some of the oil importers do export commodities, and that has also been a factor. The dotted lines here show futures market projections, and these suggest that the low oil prices are likely to continue for quite some time. The second shock has been the slowdown in Russia. The dotted line shows the latest IMF projections. Russia used to grow at close to 4% since 2012. Growth has been coming down, but this year it's significantly in the negative territory, and even in the medium term, growth in Russia is not projected to go anywhere near what it was. So the shocks we are seeing seem to be not only major, but also fairly long-lasting. The third shock, and it's a bit of a corollary to the other shocks, is exchange rate movements. The Russian ruble depreciated significantly, has recovered a bit more recently, and the US dollar has strengthened. The combined impact of the shocks in the region has been, in the first instance, declining export revenues and declining or even plummeting workers' remittances, and a significant downward revision in growth projections. For 2015, IMF projections have growth rates in the 0 to 3% range for most of the countries in the region. The response by the country authorities in the first instance has been on the fiscal side, providing some stimulus in most cases. And all countries have let their currencies depreciate relative to the dollar or had a devaluation. Now, this can be a bit deceiving because if one takes into account currency movements in other countries and inflation differentials in terms of real exchange rates, there has been some appreciation in all countries. So the competitive position of the countries in the region has not improved despite the depreciations so far. The oil exporters face challenges for the first time. After many years, they have both current account deficits and budget deficits this year. And for some countries, the break-even prices are fairly high, suggesting a need for reversing the stimulus over time. But the good thing for hydrocarbon exporters is that they have fairly high buffers, and so they can withstand the challenges better than oil importers. Oil importers are seeing also their current account and fiscal deficits increase, and even though the fiscal deficits don't look very high by international comparison, we should keep in mind that access to financing and the ability to sustain higher debt levels is not very strong among them. And external debt in the region is already projected to rise quite sharply. Now, what are the policy priorities in this situation? Clearly, boosting growth and maintaining macroeconomic and macrofinancial stability should be the priorities. But this poses dilemmas for policymakers. In fiscal policy, to the extent there are buffers and financing fiscal stimulus is desirable in the short run, but one wants to watch and not have medium-term fiscal sustainability issues, and that calls for, at the same time when undertaking stimulus, also preparing plans for medium-term fiscal consolidation. And of course, the quality of spending is always important. For central bankers, further exchange rate flexibility is desirable given the existing and continuing imbalances and pressures, and the depreciation so far also may require some monetary tightening. But the dilemma is in the impact of all this, together with lower growth and high dollarization, on the financial sectors. And this, in turn, then would call for vigilance in terms of supervision, encouraging banks to increase buffers, and for the central banks to prepare crisis preparedness plans. It's also important for countries in the region to improve their resilience in case there are further shocks. And this requires improving communications, strengthening monetary policy frameworks, having a more medium-term orientation to fiscal policy, and upgrading financial sector supervision. Beyond this, the big challenge for the region is to significantly accelerate structural reforms. This chart is too detailed to spend a lot of time on. The key message here is that in comparison with other transition countries, almost all the countries in the region have significant gaps in terms of structural reform. And it's progress in these areas that will be key in this situation where we may have a new reality of low growth for a longer period in the absence of stronger reforms in these areas. So let me leave it at that, and I would like the panelists to give their perspective in about 5 minutes, given where we are in the conference, on issues like, do they agree with the picture I painted regarding the outlook? Do they agree with the policy actions that are needed in the short run? And if it's not possible to act in some of these areas now, what are the reasons? And then what are the medium-term policies that are needed to address the challenges? And finally, are there things that the international community, regional partners could do to address the very significant challenges the region is facing? And let me then start with the distinguished panel, and the first speaker will be Daniel Heller, who is an executive director in the IMF, and he represents not only his native Switzerland, but also many other countries, including 5 countries in Central Asia.
Thank you, Juha. It's a pleasure to be here. I brought a slide that we can maybe put up on screen. But what I want to do here is I would like to focus my remarks on exchange rate movements that have happened in the region, and these movements have been quite significant. If we go back to January 2014, we have seen that the ruble has depreciated from, if we normalize it to 100, from about 100 to 50 today. If we look at all the other countries in the CA region, they have also all depreciated against the US dollar, but to a much lesser extent. They have depreciated between 10 to 20%. And if we look at where they are now, is that they are actually all pretty close together. So they depreciated about 10% to 20% vis-a-vis the dollar, but the ruble has depreciated about 50% vis-a-vis the ruble. What this means in terms of relative exchange rates vis-a-vis the ruble, this means that all CAA currencies have appreciated vis-a-vis the ruble. So if we take this all together, what can we defer from these developments? If we look at Russia, clearly the drop in oil price means that the terms of trade of Russia have deteriorated. Russia now has to sell more oil in order to be able to import specific goods from abroad. So this is clearly a very big cost. I think that's also reflected in the projections that Juha presented. This leads to much lower growth. On the other hand, we have seen the depreciation of the ruble vis-a-vis the dollar, and that's in and of itself, it's good news. So this should help the Russian economy to export more. It should also help the Russian economy to diversify its exports. So what can we say about the other oil exporters in the CA countries? Clearly, they are to some extent they are hit by the same shock than Russia. Oil prices went down, so the terms of trades there also worsened, and this is a burden on growth that we see also in the data that was presented. What do these exchange rate movements mean for the oil importers? As you have mentioned, the oil importers in the CAA, they are typically, here is the graph that you see, the oil importers in the CCA, they also depend to a very big degree on remittances. And there we see a double hit in the sense that Russia is in a recession or in a slowdown, so there are less remittances in ruble terms. And then if we compare this with the appreciation of their currencies vis-a-vis the ruble, this means that the ruble remittances will translate into less remittances in local currency. So there's really a double hit on the oil importers that we also see in the data. Then what does it mean for all CCA countries in the terms of the trade with Russia? What it means that appreciation of their currencies makes it more difficult to export to Russia. So where trade relations with Russia are intense, it's a burden on the CCA countries. On the other hand, for Russia, it's good that it can export much more easily into the region. So here again, I think the exchange rate movements are in favor of Russia. Now, something that I would say relates to all the countries, it's in terms of the cost the exchange rate movements have on the dollar-denominated debt that these countries have. Clearly, if you have debt outstanding in dollars and your currency depreciates, the relative price of the debt increases. This has a direct effect on bank balance sheets. There it does matter what structure the balance sheet has. If you have a lot of dollar-denominated assets relative to the liability, it's actually good because your capital goes up if your currency depreciates. If you have more liabilities than assets denominated in dollars, your capital shrinks immediately. And I think that's a risk that the countries in the region have. If you look at the debtors, say the clients of the banks, they are clearly, if you are indebted in dollars and the currency depreciates, you have to pay more of your income to pay back. So that's a clear risk. So you are asked what are the near-term challenges. In the near term, I think the countries, you only have fiscal or monetary policy. I think there it's important that you preserve the buffers that you have, that you make sure you keep some of the fiscal buffers, you use them to the extent possible, but not to the full extent. On the monetary policy side, I think it's important to keep the reserves at a reasonable level. If you want to intervene, you should do so moderately, so that you have always enough reserve buffers. Then more in the medium term, I think the challenges are the same as they were before this recent crisis. It's important to build up the institutions, it's important to diversify the economy, it's important to develop a private sector that is able to carry the risks of the business. With this, I would conclude. Thank you.
Thank you. And next we'll hear from several top policymakers in the region, starting with Governor Kevin Beto.
Thank you very much. I again would like to appreciate Juha for this great classification of the countries in the region who are affected by the recent challenges, like I think we double shocks, let's say, for our economies. One is the oil price, and the second is the recession in the Russian economy and the depreciation of Russian ruble. And I think you're absolutely right in terms of to divide it for at least for two big subgroups, which is exporters and importers. And it seems like the countries, including Russia, and Azerbaijan and Kazakhstan, who in previous decade create a special oil fund or reserve fund of the government, were now more in comfortable position in terms of whatever level of the commodities price, and which allow to have a kind of prudent macroeconomic policy, including both fiscal and monetary policy. So I think Ksenia will explain more of what happened in Russia last year and what we expect in the coming years. But it seems like the kind of peak of the shocks to the Russian economy was November, December, and in spite of the really great preparedness and readiness to move to inflation targeting, so the monetary authorities had to move to the new monetary policy regime into inflation targeting under the huge pressure. And just would like to remind you that Russia, in distinction with the other big economies, has a kind of a significant pressure in terms of the geopolitical tension, which caused both sanctions and anti-sanction from the Russian government sides, and also the lack of the refinancing for the many government-owned and the private financial institutions. And also, I think the last quarter of the last year and the first quarter of this year, it was kind of the really tight and tough schedule of the payments of the corporate sector in Russia. So this is all create a kind of a great pressure, and I always admired the work which was done by the Central Bank of Russian Federation, which had a kind of brave decision anyway to move to inflation targeting a little bit earlier even, which was announced by them. And it seems like this kind of regime will allow to Russia absorb the shocks, and we've seen the great flexibility, which is evident. The ruble was worth like 80 in the mid-December, and now it's strengthening to the 50. And at the same time, which we've seen that it's kind of starting to decrease in rate of the inflation, which moved to the double digit from one side, and from the other side, we've seen that evidence that the next year, and I think the year 2017 and 18, it will be kind of very sustainable growth of the Russian economy. And at the same time, this is in a parallel in the context of the, let's say, less shock expectation on the oil prices for us, which we in November, December expect that moving from collapsing, let's say, from 150 to maybe to the 40 and 30. We don't know what happened later, but the consensus forecast that probably this year it will be, let's say, fluctuated between 50 and 70 with average not more than 60. And this allows us kind of now to really think about what was the short-term approach, which Juha mentioned. It was different in different countries, and what should be the kind of mid or longer-term approach, so in order already be prepared to the new reality around our countries. And it seems like this three dimension, which is the fiscal policy, macroeconomic fiscal policy, monetary policy, and the financial sector development, is kind of the right explanation of the macro policy framework, which we should be very patient in terms of the next 3-5 years. In terms of the fiscal policy, probably Minister Sultanov will mention that more in detail about the national fund. But again, I would like to remind you, so among all this, excluding Russia, I think Kazakhstan has a bigger reserves than anyone and kind of a greater perspective in terms of the future development of the Kashagan project and the Tengiz project expansion, which will bring us another 0.5 million barrels per day. And it seems like the current, let's say, very modest fiscal deficit from one side, and from the other side is kind of cyclical policy, which is now managing by the government. It also shows that the Kazakhstan is quite prudent and quite focused on the structural reforms in the fiscal area. And in spite of the low prices, so I think that let's say the low prices of oil will allow us to do really very radical reforms in many areas in terms of increasing our productivity, including the development of the infrastructure. From the monetary policy side, I would like just again to confirm and to appreciate to the IMF that under the umbrella of IMF, we are moving from the previous monetary policy regime to the new one, which mostly for the general public means that move from the, let's say, from the fixed exchange rate regime, which we enjoyed the previous 15 years because of the prudent fiscal policy, to the more flexible exchange rate regime. But it seems like we have to communicate more in terms that we are going to bring new, new nominal anchors, which is inflation, which allow us really to decrease the cost of investors and producers in Kazakhstan. And by the way, I just would like to say again that the current level of inflation, 4.6, is much lower than in Russia, and I think it seems like, and the Russian prices is still a figure out in the equilibrium during this year, probably will decrease in inflation from 17% till 11% till the end of this year, like was announced by the central bank, and maybe Ksenia will give us more details. But when it will be kind of equilibrium, in a parallel, I think it seems like we will recover in the competitiveness of our industries in Kazakhstan. And in a parallel, I think it's a very challenging task for us is not to increase the level of NPL. We still have a previous legacy, which is 1/3 of the, after the financial crisis of the credit portfolio was bad loans. Now we decrease it up to the 20, and we expect that till the end of this year we decrease it up to the 10%, which is allow us to solve the previous problem, but not to not a guarantee that we will not recreate the new one. And we strongly focused on the always FSAP recommendation, which was done by IMF, and I think that we will, let's say, we will deliver it, all of these new requirements starting from the Basel III requirements and coming back to the particular assessments of the IMF of our financial sector. So let me stop here. So probably will be many questions in terms of how we should move to inflation targeting, what should be the transition period. That everything what we're going to do, we will do in the context of the external environment, which again, both the, I think, the more stabilized oil prices situation and also the more stabilized Russian economy. And I would like to say that in order to coordinate the policy we have in the custom union, the Council of the Central Bank's Governors, where we have a kind of once a consultation, where we would like also, I think in the future, bring to more closer coordination between us. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Governor, and let me also thank the National Bank for co-organizing this session. Let me then turn to Governor Abdigulov from the National Bank of the Kyrgyz Republic.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. It's always a very difficult task to do the presentation of the last session, because it's very difficult to keep the auditor awake, but I'll try to do it. Thanks to Juha, and thanks to Mr. Heller, thanks to Mr. Alimbetov. They already give an overall description of the situation in our region and what policies have been done and what have to be done. That's why in my short presentation I would like to stress on the activities what the Central Bank of the Kyrgyz Republic did in coping with the crisis. In fact, last year Kyrgyz Republic faced 4 crises, not 2 or 3 as you have mentioned. The first crisis for the economy of the Kyrgyz Republic was devaluation of the tenge. I think this also was a crisis for Kazakh friends as well. Then it was sharp decline in the prices for the gold, which is a major export item for the Kyrgyz Republic. In order to cope with these 2 crises, Central Bank and the government of the Kyrgyz Republic started to work on anti-crisis program. First, what we did, we used the full range of our macroprudential instruments in order to limit the amount of the liquidity of SOM on the market. Also, we tried to stimulate our commercial banks to keep their reserves in the SOM. It worked to some extent. But then we have a third crisis, which is a sharp devaluation of the Russian currency, which have an enormous effect on the remittances transfer from the Russian Federation, which makes the biggest impact in forming aggregate demand in the country. And the fourth shock was a decline for the prices of the oil. But this also have a positive effect on the Kyrgyz Republic, because Kyrgyz Republic is a net importer of the oil. So we have positive effects when the prices for oil go down, because the inflation rates also go down in the Kyrgyzstan. But the slowdown in the Russian economy, in the Kazakh economy, makes the slowdown of the Kyrgyz economy as well. These four crises push the government and the central bank to use some unconventional activities. I very enjoyed today's morning sessions when the people were discussing about, do the resource abundance is blessing or curse? In case of Kyrgyz Republic, we don't have much natural resources, thus I believe that this is our blessing, because it makes us very dynamic, fast, and looking for the new ways to coping with the crisis. On the previous sessions, Dominic Kavala said that what is a normal and how to move to this normal thing. And in this respect, I truly believe that political things which is going on right now in the Central Asia, I mean the integration of Kyrgyzstan to the Eurasian Economic Union, will shape the economy of the Kyrgyz Republic and economies of Kazakhstan, Belarus, Russia, and Armenia in the next decades. So the biggest challenge for us right now is how to adapt our economy to the new market requirements. We set up several funds. The Kyrgyz-Russian fund was set up, which equity $500 million, which will help to our enterprises to adjust to the new market rules. Besides that, we also try to harshen the legislative framework to the commercial banks and exchange bureaus, to making speculative attacks to the local currency difficult. National Bank developed and submitted to the government the law which prohibits the activities of exchange bureaus on the territory of the Kyrgyz Republic. But it was a misunderstanding between politicians and central banks. By the closing of the exchange bureau, central bank means that the bureau will not disappear. We were constantly requesting the more detailed reports from the exchange bureaus. So when the law will be approved, it will not automatically lead to the closure of all exchange bureaus, but it will help central bank to see the whole picture. This is very important for the central bank because, as you already mentioned, all Central Asian countries, and Kyrgyzstan in particular, have high level of dollarization in the economy. What we are doing in Kyrgyzstan to cope with the high level of dollarization? This year in May we introduced the gold bullions and we started to sell it to the local population. Central bank is not only selling but also buying back these bullions. We are trying to give new instruments to our savers because today only US dollars and to some extent euros work as an investment instrument. Besides that, and to conclude my presentation, I would like to say special thanks to the organizers of this conference and especially to the National Bank of the Kazakhstan and Mr. Kalimbekov personally, because what I have seen during this forum gives me a sense that our country is moving in the right direction. This is my first time to be in Astana, and what I have seen, all this new modern infrastructure, all these new buildings, give me a faith that we also can do something similar in all our countries in Central Asia. Thank you.
Thank you, Governor. Let's then turn to fiscal policy, and let me ask Kazakhstan Minister of Finance to tell us how to run fiscal policy in the face of fluctuating oil prices and, of course, more recently, much lower oil prices.
Спасибо. Спасибо, Юха. Я хотел бы тоже поблагодарить за очень хорошую презентацию, за четкую классификацию сегодняшних проблем, которые имеет Казахстан и в целом наш регион, и мерах, которые нам необходимы. С точки зрения фискальной политики, я считаю, что и предыдущий кризис, и предыдущая волна текущего кризиса, и сегодняшняя ситуация – это хороший урок для формирования правильной фискальной политики. И мы в Казахстане, в свою очередь, в свое время, в 2000 году, понимая, что будущий большой профит от наших богатств, которые мы получили исторически, будут в будущем могут нам давать большие проблемы, и начали себя учить и научились жить без нефти. Ну, так, если грубо выразиться, все нефтяные доходы мы отправляем в Национальный фонд с 2000 года, и это нам позволило сегодня накопить, с одной стороны, значительный резерв, с другой стороны, достаточно держать, научиться себя в рамках жестких фискальных правил. С точки зрения взаимодействия бюджета и Национального фонда, хотя это и то, и другое, это доходы в целом государства, мы для себя установили очень жесткие правила, и в бюджет поступает только гарантированный трансфер, который рассчитан, исходя из потребностей государства в осуществлении бюджетных инвестиций, в вкладывании средств, допустим, в образование и другие ресурсы, другие направления, которые в будущем будут давать экономический рост, влиять на экономический рост. И достаточно строгие у нас правила по отношению к дефициту бюджета. Мы в течение ряда лет поддерживали достаточно низкий рост, и с учетом того, что мы имели большие темпы развития экономики и ВВП, то на сегодняшний день у нас наш долг порядка 15%. Это очень комфортный размер долга. Поэтому его обслуживание, несмотря на то, что мы сегодня вынуждены повышать дефицит бюджета, он в очень даже комфортных пределах находится. Что это нам дает? Это вот во время кризиса нам позволило, мы в прошлом году вынуждены были столкнуться с резкое снижение цен на нефть, замедление темпов роста экономики. Здесь повлияла, конечно же, шоковая ситуация и с Россией, и в части бюджета. Сама нефть, как вы видите, непосредственно прямо не влияет. Но понятно, что экономика, поскольку у нас на треть зависит от нефтяной экономики, на треть от драйверами роста экономики является все-таки сам бюджет. Остальная треть, она завязана и на нефть, и на бюджетный сектор. И поэтому это большой урок для нас как раз диверсифицировать экономику. И то есть резкое снижение цен на нефть, она влияет, понятно, на поступление нефтяных доходов, и это отражается на национальном фонде, а мы продолжаем получать гарантированный трансфер. Таким образом, стабильность бюджета этим самым обеспечивается. Но есть, конечно же, прямое влияние через экспортную таможенную пошлину или через импорт проблем России. У нас, допустим, осуществляется через импортную таможенную пошлину, чего ожидает, кстати, и наших киргизских коллег в Евразийском экономическом союзе. Здесь очень важно, поэтому нам состыковывать, как было говорилось здесь, и макроэкономические, и фискальные политики. Но тот лаг, который на нас повлиял, то есть некоторое падение доходов, мы смогли компенсировать возможностью своевременно сокращать, оптимизировать расходы. И мы вынуждены остановить все новые проекты, не начинать, вернее, новые проекты, продолжать только действующие. И все социальные обязательства за счет этого были сохранены. И за счет этого мы обеспечиваем как бы стабильность. Жесткие также фискальные правила внутри бюджетной системы, когда местные бюджеты у нас получают доходы от от индивидуального подоходного налога, от социального налога, позволило очень получить стабильность. И в основном социальные расходы у нас несут как раз местные органы власти. Это нам позволило стабилизировать местные бюджеты, и весь удар получает республиканский бюджет. Я уже говорил, что за счет дефицита, за счет низкого размера долга у нас есть возможность повышать в определенной степени дефицит бюджета. Он достаточно комфортно. Мы вышли в прошлом году на международные рынки капитала. Это совпало и с большим аппетитом международных инвесторов в Казахстану, поэтому наши бумаги достаточно хорошо были размещены, с учетом того, что выпала Россия, выпадает ряд других стран из региона. На наши бумаги был хороший спрос. То есть я к чему хотел все это достаточно подробно говорил, что в долгосрочной перспективе очень строгие фискальные правила, они очень важны для того, чтобы вовремя реагировать на такие шоковые изменения. И в конечном плане мы будем, конечно, придерживаться в стратегическом плане этих правил. И еще один момент, который хотел добавить, все-таки вопрос координации наших стран очень важно в данный момент. И вот последний, особенно ноябрь-декабрь прошлого года, одновременность падения цен на нефть, одновременное снижение спроса и цен на другие наши продукты сырьевые дают нам хороший урок, что необходимо дальше в стратегическом плане развивать диверсификацию и координировать свои макроэкономические и фискальные политики. Спасибо.
Thank you, Minister. So far we have had every speaker mention also developments in Russia, and I think it's now timely to hear from Ksenia the Russian perspective.
Well, thank you very much. I agree that last year countries of our region were confronted with several shocks. Some of them were common shocks, such as shocks in commodity prices, mainly oil, but not only. And I actually need to remind everybody that some other commodity prices started to decrease earlier than oil, right? So we've been experiencing this situation for some while already, although the decline in oil was pretty sharp and visible. And then some countries have their country-specific shocks. For Russia, there was a capital account shock related to geopolitical situations, sanctions, debt refinancing, etc. Because of these two shocks, first of all those shocks, they affect our exchange rate, right? So, and then they can be transmitted into growth and the economy more generally. So last year, because of those shocks and effect of them on the confidence, we experienced a significant pressure on the ruble exchange rate. The policy which we made, we speeded up transition to a flexible regime, but at the same time we introduced some refinancing instruments in the foreign currencies, which we helped to stabilize the liquidity, foreign currency liquidity in the banking sector and for the banking sector in the economy more generally. And we actively used interest rate policy to influence ruble market and inflation situation as well. What was good, we already had monetary policy mechanism in place, right? So in contrast to some previous events like 2008, we already had in place a very good structure of banking refinancing instruments. We had a framework of targeting market interest rates through our instruments. So because of that, we actually escaped our problems which we could have observed in the previous shocks like this. Like we didn't really have a significant liquidity crisis in the banking sector. And generally speaking, I think that financial system turned out to be quite resilient in this particular situation, and I think that this is the result of two things. First of all, as I have already mentioned, this monetary framework which we already had in place, and secondly, because of the policy of strengthening banking supervision in the last few years. Not only like government, but also banks had much more buffers. They were better capitalized, had more adequate reserves to face this particular situation. Well, with all those measures, we stabilized the situation on the currency market. On the other hand, if we look on the economy, then the contrast to expectations of at least some agents, the effect of the shock on the economy was at least definitely not as big as in 2008, 2009, right? Yes, we experience now decline in GDP, and we forecast that our decline will actually be a little bit deeper than the decline observed in the first quarter. However, it's much milder decline which was observed in 2008. At least as I think that this more flexible policy and bigger buffers in the financial system, they actually also helped growth in this difficult situation when prices for our major exports collapsed, basically. As far as inflation is concerned, what we observe a one-off increase in inflation rate because of currency depreciation. So this is, if you want, it's a price level shift or relative prices shift, something which is quite natural in this kind of a situation. On the other hand, on the sequential level, inflation is declining pretty fast. Already monthly inflation and weekly inflation are at the level comparable to what we used to observe in the last several years. So I was asked here many times by journalists, what is our forecast of inflation? Basically, we believe that the forecast which we gave at the beginning of the year, that inflation will be between 12 to 14%, closer to 12%. It's actually looks quite correct as of now, and even stronger, closer to 12% from what we see for the moment. Let me speak a little bit about government policy. I think government also made a significant effort to stabilize the situation. Well, first of all, budget policy, we have buffers, fiscal buffers, right, and we are using them right now, but at the same time, our Ministry of Finance has decided to implement additional fiscal consolidation. They are not indexing some of the wages, etc., so it helps to preserve fiscal stability. At the same time, I think some of the government spendings were front-loaded, which probably worked as a fiscal stimulus in the first quarter. Normally, Russian fiscal spendings, they have a very special calendar effect, right? The government underspends at the beginning of the year and then spends very much at the end of the year. So this year spending looks like a bit more equal, and it also helps economy. And at least the Ministry of Finance is inclined to keep budget stability for the next 2 years. This is a big discussion in Russia right now. Government also at the end of the last year made a decision to allocate a significant sum of money, roughly $20 billion, for bank recapitalization, and this measure helped to preserve confidence in the banking sector, although not just a small part of this. Some has been allocated already. In any case, I think this preemptive measure helped to keep confidence in the sector. And some other resources were allocated, for example, on assistance to unemployed, etc. However, unemployment rate is not growing as fast as many are expected, definitely not as fast as it grew at the second half of 2008 when we confronted a similar shock. So this is the situation for now. And actually, I know that some agencies and our government improving their forecasts for this year and for the next year. And well, we will make a new forecast in mid of June, and so I cannot give you a new forecast for now, but I think that we might see some improvements in it as well. However, we'll have to evaluate all kind of factors. Now, speaking of challenges and lessons, I think the biggest challenge for all of our countries is not short term, is medium term. Because short term, we already went through this short term stabilization, consolidation, etc. But now, basically, we are facing this challenge of new global environment on the resource markets. And we have to answer to that with a new growth model. And in some other countries, for example, Russia, we have some negative demographics, right? So it complicates the picture as well. And we need to go more for some productivity-based, investment-based growth in not just diversification of the economy, but diversification into different sectors, probably where it happened before, right? Because the structure of the demand is changing, so structure of the economy has to change, and this is the biggest challenge. And of course, a tight monetary policy or proper monetary policy, proper fiscal policy, a good response to that, but it's necessary but not sufficient condition. We need more reforms, better business climate, reform stimulating productivity growth in policy aimed at stimulating productivity growth to achieve that. And finally, a little bit on the lessons. Well, since on the lessons from the situation, I agree with everybody what was said about needs to have buffers, both fiscal buffers and maybe some monetary buffers in terms of reserves, or being a participant of some kind of global safety net on that. How these buffers can be used? Well, our experience shows that this not really spending reserves at the outright interventions, but lending them is a good policy tool. However, I think that we know for now very little about how to properly use this, right? What's the proper pricing, what the proper amounts, etc. So I think that this is the area where we need like almost academic research to figure out the best policy options in these particular areas. Then I think one next lesson is about banking sector strength, good banking sector regulation, supervision, macro-proof if needed, and particularly measures to control currency risks and interest rate risks, right? So I think that this is very important areas where we probably need to spend more attention right now. And a big question is non-financial corporations, because as I already said in the previous session, lots of that, but at least in our economy, in many other emerging countries, are accumulated not at the banking sector, not at the government, but directly in the non-financial corporations. First of all, we do not even have enough information about that, right? Because most of that is done via their representatives offshore, and statistics which we collect, it's about relationship between onshore and offshore units, not always relationships between them and final creditors. Then they tend to buy many structured instruments or hedging instruments which can prevent a risk in a situation of a big shock, and at least having this information is very important. An open issue is whether they should be regulated somehow or not. And I recently learned that some countries, Hong Kong for example, they actually regulate open currency position of non-financial corporations, and they have some other regulations for their corporations. It's unclear how we can, if we regulate this, how we can even monitor and also enforce those regulations, right? Given that large corporations have such a global international structure, but nonetheless, again, it's also an issue of thinking at least, right? Given that lots of problems can be concentrated in the non-financial sector, how we approach this, right? Improvement in information correction is definitely one thing, but other measures are discussable as well. Thank you.
Thank you. The Eurasian Economic Union plays an important role in the region, and several countries in the region are members, most recently Kyrgyzstan, which just joined. And I'm then pleased to have as next speaker Mr. Suleimanov, who is the Minister for the Economy and Financial Policy in the Eurasian Economic Commission.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Добрый вечер уже, уважаемые дамы и господа, уважаемый президиум. Большое удовольствие и честь для меня присутствовать здесь, быть представителем Евразийской экономической комиссии на Астанинском экономическом форуме, поделиться теми наблюдениями, анализом, ну и, естественно, планами, которые мы разрабатываем в Евразийской экономической комиссии совместно с правительствами, регуляторами в части решения наших общих экономических проблем. Но мы все знаем, что евразийская экономическая интеграция была одним из ключевых направлений, одним из ключевых пунктов повестки дня, общей экономической повестки дня в Казахстане последние 5 лет. И, соответственно, ее итоги, ее эффекты трудно переоценить на экономику Казахстана и других стран. В принципе, с первыми итогами функционирования таможенного союза мы все знакомы, они были достаточно положительными. Мы удвоили торговлю, улучшили структуру взаимной торговли друг с другом. Однако 2014 год со всеми его сложностями, вызовами, со всем практически набором сложных экономических и финансовых обстоятельств был не самым удачным для каждой из наших стран в отдельности и для экономического союза в целом. Действительно, те темпы роста ВВП, которые мы наблюдали в прошлом году, не могут радовать. Они разнятся от 0,6% в России до 4,3% в Казахстане. Да, звучит это неплохо, особенно на фоне других развитых и развивающихся экономик, но тем не менее та задача стратегическая, которая ставится у нас в стране по 7% росту, конечно же, не в полной мере была достигнута. То же самое происходило и с инфляцией, которая не заставила себя долго ждать на фоне девальвационных вещей, которые произошли в течение прошлого года. Инфляция у нас была достаточно высокая, самая высокая была в Беларуси 16%, самая низкая была в Армении 4,2%. Ну и достаточно высокий уровень инфляции, нетрадиционный для России, продемонстрировала экономика России, то есть порядка 12%. В Казахстане инфляция удержана была в том коридоре, который задавался изначально. Конечно же, ключевым, наверное, эффектом в финансовой сфере была девальвация национальных валют и, наверное, в первую очередь ключевого игрока нашего экономического союза Российской Федерации. Всем известно, что рубль подешевел за год порядка 80%. И аналогичные процессы происходили как в Армении, так и в Беларуси и в Казахстане. В частности, Армения девальвировала драм на 50%, Беларусь девальвировала на 50% белорусский рубль, Армения драм на порядка 17%. Но здесь важное отличие от Казахстана, который провел девальвацию до кризисных явлений, до ослабления рубля. Но, тем не менее, девальвация по итогам прошлого года, то есть в 2014 году, произошла во всех странах на данный момент экономического союза. И, соответственно, влияние региональных экономических связей, в частности, на экономике Беларуси и Армении, которые это сделали непосредственно, практически напрямую, под влиянием ослабевшего рубля, но вот это экономическое взаимное влияние друг на друга, оно неоспоримо. На фоне такой непростой экономической ситуации, конечно же, просела и торговля. И торговля как внешняя, с третьими странами, она снизилась у нас на 9%, так и торговля взаимная, что нас, наверное, как евразийских чиновников волнует больше, потому что задача любого экономического объединения, союза, это, конечно, давать преференции, давать дополнительные возможности для товаров, услуг, инвестиций, капитала именно стран-партнеров. Но мы видели, что и внешняя торговля, и торговля внутренняя наша снизилась достаточно значимо. И более того, в первом квартале этого года эти тенденции продолжаются, более того, они ухудшаются. Естественно, здесь я это говорю не для того, чтобы просто сказать о наших статистических наблюдениях, а для того, чтобы сказать, что мы предполагаем сделать. Во-первых, в части взаимной торговли, которая, как я сказал, уже повторюсь, для нас более важна, нами на предшествующий 29 числа межправительственный совет, который будет здесь у нас в Бурабае, подготовлен многостраничный, многопунктный отчет, белая книга тех барьеров административных, нетарифных, квазибарьеров и так далее, которые наши предприятия встречают на пути своих товаров, услуг и так далее. Мы провели анализ факторов, которые повлияли на снижение взаимной торговли, и на основании этого анализа сделаем доклад перед премьерами наших государств, и, получив мандат от них, начнем постепенную работу по точечному и предметному устранению тех барьеров, которые, к сожалению, пока еще остаются. И на основании этого будем регулярно информировать вице-премьеров о устранении этих барьеров. Далее, Нами в части создания единых рынков, то есть и увеличения как торговой, так и инвестиционной деятельности, ведутся следующие проекты. Наверное, крайне важным будет отметить создание единого фармацевтического рынка, потому что фармация – это достаточно значимый объект торговли, как взаимный, так и внешний. И, естественно, создание единых правил, снижение барьеров, которые каждая из стран предъявляет при пересечении своей границы фармацевтическим товарам и медицинским изделиям других стран, это повлияет на взаимную торговлю. Надеемся, что в сторону ее увеличения. До конца 2016 года весь комплекс документов, необходимых для создания единого фармрынка, должен быть подготовлен. Вызывает удовлетворение практическое решение вопросов, связанных с автомобильной промышленностью. То есть вы помните, что у нас достаточно долго мы не могли выработать критерии, скажем так, достаточной переработки для автомобилей, чтобы они свободно вращались не только в своей стране, где они собираются, но и на территории всего Союза. Этот вопрос, в принципе, уже решен, и мы думаем, что он даст дополнительный импульс увеличению взаимной торговли. Аналогичная работа ведется также в части алкогольного рынка. В целом, естественно, наращивание наших экономических связей невозможно без промышленной кооперации. И мы это четко понимаем, что без инвестиций взаимных, без кооперации очень трудно ожидать того, что мы будем друг с другом активно сотрудничать и инвестировать. Поэтому комиссии разрабатывается основа промышленного сотрудничества. Это документ, который будет на стратегическом, концептуальном уровне охватывать те направления, в которых нашим странам интересно и целесообразно развивать промышленное сотрудничество. В части внешней торговли, которая, как я сказал, также у нас достаточно сильно просела. Ключевыми событиями в этом году мы видим, естественно, это вступление Казахстана в ВТО. Будем надеяться, что это действительно произойдет. Есть все предпосылки к этому, и юридическая подготовленность, и функциональная. Следующим ключевым аспектом будет подписание договора о зоне свободной торговли с Вьетнамом. Это крайне важный документ, который будет либерализовывать торговлю по абсолютному большинству тарифных линий с таким значимым и крупным игроком Юго-Восточной Азии, как Вьетнам. К этому надо быть готовыми, но нужно иметь наготове свои бизнес-планы, стратегии, потому что Вьетнам, как я сказал, во-первых, он значимый, большой и активно развивающийся игрок в этом регионе мира. В то же время есть, естественно, и риски, потому что большое количество товаров будет заходить теперь либо без пошлин, либо по более низким пошлинам, и может являться вызовом для наших стран. Но в любом случае на увеличение, возобновление темпов роста внешней торговли, мы думаем, что вот эти два значимых события однозначно повлияют. Мы, естественно, остаемся открытыми для диалога и с европейскими партнерами, и в этой связи стратегическая задача по построению моста между Европой и Азией в лице нас, как экономического объединения, она никуда не уходила, она также на повестке дня, и по мере разрешения отдельных проблем свойства иного, нежели экономические, мы будем развивать наше сотрудничество и с Европейской комиссией, с органами Евросоюза, и с отдельными европейскими странами. Весьма перспективной видится развитие работы с Индией, Израилем и Египтом. По ним у нас есть уже формализованные совместные исследовательские группы, которые изучают сейчас баланс интересов, плюсов и минусов от заключения договоров о зоне свободной торговли с этими государствами. По Китаю также будет вынесен на суд премьеров документ концептуальный по развитию торгово-экономического сотрудничества с Китайской Республикой. Сразу говорю, что ни одна из стран не видит необходимости или целесообразности на данном моменте заключать преференциальное торговое соглашение, потому что чересчур велики конкурентные преимущества нашего восточного соседа. Но тем не менее торгово-экономическое большое концептуальное стратегическое соглашение мы будем инициировать, и если получим одобрение на Межправсовете, затем на Высшем Совете, такая работа будет начата. Это ложится очень хорошо в ту работу, в те предложения наших китайских партнеров по созданию экономического пояса «Шелкового пути». Этот проект инфраструктурный, и дополнение его юридическими документами, правовыми, институциональными, как говорил как раз господин председатель в начале нашей сессии. Я думаю, это как раз задача Евразийской комиссии и, соответственно, правительств. Здесь крайне важным является, на мой взгляд, таможенный кодекс Таможенного союза. То есть институты единого окна, упрощение перехода границы, прохождение транзитных товаров с востока на запад, с запада на восток. И это вот та институциональная наша возможность, которую мы обязаны реализовать, чтобы свой транзитный потенциал реализовать и, соответственно, всяческими путями уменьшить зависимость от энергетических ресурсов. Ну и, наверное, заключительный тезис, который и Хайрат Ниматовичем, и Бахтияром Улухановичем уже отмечался, это сотрудничество и координация наших стран в части обеспечения макроэкономической и финансовой стабильности. Мы все помним, как сильно повлияло снижение курса российского рубля против тенге на казахстанские предприятия, потому что у нас приграничная торговля, межрегиональная торговля традиционно очень велика. И естественно, что в дальнейшем она будет только увеличиваться. И, соответственно, такой важнейший инструмент экономической политики, как политика денежно-кредитная, курсовая, он, на мой взгляд, не может уже, наверное, сейчас решаться с интересом только своего отдельного государства. У нас много общих экономических политик, и, естественно, когда мы формулируем любую политику внутри своего государства, мы должны принимать во внимание интересы своих стран-партнеров. И именно в этой связи, мне кажется, действительно важным, то, о чем Хайрат Ниматович, повторюсь, сказал, расширение функций, роли Координационного совета по валютной политике, налаживание форумов и взаимодействия Министерств финансов, Министерств экономики, центральных банков, Евразийской комиссии по различным компетенциям. Не только по компетенциям, которые переданы на национальное видение, потому что там комиссия есть, и мы не говорим о создании нового регулирующего органа. Нет, это какая-то должна быть совещательная площадка, но которая там, где нет никакой наднациональной компетенции, но тем не менее она влияет, например, налоговая политика или бюджетная, она целиком национальной компетенции. Но влияет ли она? Конечно, она влияет. Помните, как белорусские коллеги были сильно озабочены налоговым маневром, который предприняла Россия, когда снижала ЭТП, увеличивала НДПИ. Важно это? Важно. Для партнеров это является ключевым каким-то аспектом их собственной экономической политики? Конечно, является. Нужно ли об этом разговаривать друг с другом? Я думаю, что тоже не вызывает сомнений. Поэтому расширение роли действующих институтов и площадок, на мой взгляд, в части координации, не согласования, координации наших политик, видится также ключом к обеспечению макроэкономической и финансовой стабильности во всем нашем регионе. Спасибо за внимание.
Thank you. For the last two speakers today, we'll turn from the official sector to think tank and financial sector views. And the next speaker is Erik Berglof, who until last year was the chief economist for the EBRD, but is now director of the Institute for Global Affairs at the London School of Economics.
Thank you, Juha, and thank you to the organizers for inviting me back to Astana in Kazakhstan. During my tenure at the EBRD, I always found that coming to Kazakhstan was very invigorating. I found some of the most innovative and thoughtful policymakers in the EBRD region in this country. And what I will have to say now is not going to be new to them. I think if there is anything new, it's that I will bring in another kind of spillover in addition to those that have mentioned, and a type of spillover that sort of emphasizes the urgency and the scale of what needs to be done in this country. And I think this focus on this spillover that I will come to in a minute comes from very much what I'm doing right now. I'm building a school for global public policy at the London School of Economics, and it is that global perspective that gives me a slightly different perspective on Kazakhstan and this region. And I will, in my remarks, focus on Kazakhstan. I think it is slightly misleading to bunch Kazakhstan together with the rest of Central Asia. It's a different type of economy. It's a larger economy. It has more degrees of freedom, if you want. And it's part of what I find fascinating about Kazakhstan is that it does indeed try to provide visions for the economy. Maybe there are sometimes too many visions and too much visionary thinking, but it's always a pleasure to be part of these discussions. People are not afraid of thinking big. And I think what I will have to say will require visionary thinking and big thoughts. So it's clear that Kazakhstan has been subject to a number of shocks from the environment and the global financial crisis. The country is still reeling from the consequences of those of what happened in the crisis, and now we have mentioned additional the effect of the slowdown in Russia. We haven't said much about it, but the slowdown in China also influences Kazakhstan very much. The oil price, which of course also raises issues for Kazakhstan. The additional spillover that I wanted to mention is something that maybe will not become immediate in the next few years, but it's something, if you look over slightly longer term, will be, I think, quite important. So it has to do with what's going on in terms of climate change and climate change regulation. As you probably saw a couple of days ago, France and Germany agreed on a common position in the climate change negotiations. Earlier, China and the US have agreed on their positions. I'm not saying that we will necessarily get an agreement with some teeth in Paris. We very well may not get that, but there certainly is, from at least where I sit, an increased traction for climate change restrictions and or carbon restrictions. You see it also in the private sector that for institutional investors are increasingly becoming sensitized to the carbon content of companies they are investing in. A number of institutional investors have now committed to use green filters, taking out the most carbon-intensive activities from their portfolios. There are a number of other similar initiatives that are underway. The Bank of England has announced that it's going to review the risk exposures of the financial sector in England to climate change risk. People's Bank of China has done similar things, and there's joint work going on between the Bank of England and the People's Bank of China. The Bank of International Settlement, the bank of the central banks, so to say, is also doing work in this area. I think I'm not saying again that it's going to happen tomorrow, but it's an area that we need to watch, and I think, when considering the consequences, if these kind of restrictions are starting to bite, it's going to be very important for Kazakhstan. So I'm saying this I think the kind of measures that are needed are not so much different to address that challenge as the other challenges that we have mentioned. I think there are basically two sets of policies that are needed. I would call one a normalization policy, and that's about the kind of measures that have been already mentioned on this panel. It's about moving towards inflation targeting, getting more life in the financial system, bring it back, not bring it back to it were before the global financial crisis, because I think that was not a good place to be, but bringing back interest rates, bringing back an interbank market, addressing the non-performing loans. There's absolutely a need to that. It's not only about the financial stability issues, it's also very time-consuming to manage. There's very large portfolios on non-performing loans. In general, we need to reinvigorate local currency markets in this country. And I think the signals have been sent in the last few days and also here on this panel about using this international financial center as a sort of framework for pushing the agenda of the international of the financial system in Kazakhstan is very important. And I think again it's of course good to get some of these more advanced financial instruments more liquid and used here in this country, but I think we should not forget in that the essential role that banks play, particularly in this type of economy, to invigorate the financial system. The second set of policies are very much familiar to you. It's about the whole diversification of the economy. It's of course also is responding to that sort of global climate change challenge. And of course, diversification, maybe the most important element there is actually to get the financial system working, because that's how you get funding to small and medium-sized enterprises. That's how you get entry into the system. That's how you allow small and medium-sized enterprises to grow. We know that in a well-functioning economy, that's where most of the productivity improvements come, is from small firms and young firms that grow and become medium-sized and large. And that's really what's missing in Kazakhstan. If you look, as you all know, there is a really very few medium-sized companies in this country. Of course, you do that by improving the investment climate. When you ask enterprise managers like EBRD does regularly, it's the ranking right now is skills, so the ability to find qualified workers and staff. It's about infrastructure, as Mr. Kilimbetov mentioned. I think that is absolutely critical to get improve infrastructure and improve the access of broader of a broader part of the Kazakh economy. It's about the third one is about corruption, which has to do, of course, with very deep changes that are needed in the economy. So, what the investment climate ultimately, of course, wants to achieve is to improve innovation. I don't mean now innovation in the sense of coming up with completely new things, new products or new processes. It's about adopting and adapting and improving your absorption capacity. And Kazakhstan has been a leader in terms of sending young people to get very good education abroad, bringing them back, and we see many of them active in Kazakh economic and government positions. But what's also needed, and maybe even more important for this absorption capacity, is a very broad emphasis on secondary education and vocational education. And my sense is that particularly on vocational education, there's not the same emphasis here as there should be. So I think taking those two policy areas, of policy packages, that's going to be the way to respond. And of course here you can work with international financial institutions. I think Kazakhstan, particularly over the last year or so, has shown much more ambitious engagement with these international financial institutions, making use of a broader range of their capacities, and I think that is very welcome and I think will help to address these issues. And probably the area, just end with that, I think, where Kazakhstan in many ways has been a leader again, is on the green finance side in terms of creating a framework. Unfortunately, there's still a lot to do to fill this framework with real investments and real policy. But I think there is where, if Kazakhstan is going to be able to meet that very large challenge that I emphasized, I think that part of the policy package is absolutely critical. So that's all I had to say. Thank you.
Thank you. And we have now come to the final speaker, Clemens Grafe, who is the chief economist for Russia and CIS in Goldman Sachs.
Thank you very much, and thank you very much, Mr. Kellenbekov and the NBK, for inviting me. I mean, it has been actually very exciting today. I mean, I travel a lot in emerging market countries, and challenges are everywhere, and in particular also among the commodity exporters. And in most places you get responses, or maybe we need to close ourselves off. And I find it amazing to come to Kazakhstan, and I mean, it's not that I've been coming here for almost 20 years, but I'm not that surprised. But all I hear is we need better transport infrastructure in order to link ourselves into the rest of the world. We need an international financial sector to link ourselves better into the rest of the world. We have a Eurasian Union representative here talking about regional integration and basically the need to continue doing that in a period where arguably, obviously, and I come to that in a moment, Kazakhstan is in a way in a little bit of a difficult position at the moment given policy responses, and I don't mean that negatively in other parts of the Union. Now, as I said, I'm not that surprised. I know what we see today in Kazakhstan is not what Kazakhstan inherited. I mean, Kazakhstan, for somebody like me who has worked on the CIS for 20 years, is a country who probably made out of what we saw. I mean, when I came here the first time in 1992, I couldn't have imagined what I see today, right? And I wouldn't say necessarily the same for everybody else in the CIS. Now, let me now come more to the direct topic or the questions we were asked, and I will not keep you too long. I know that we're all hungry. Now, the big question, I think, in terms of answering policy choices or what to do next is obviously first a question of you need to understand what the shocks are. Now, on the geopolitical shock, it's going to be difficult for us fully to know what it is because it's obviously playing out. And even on the oil shock, I mean, we might not know exactly where we're going, but I think, and I'm not going to say that we know where the oil price is going to go after everybody today said every forecast has always been wrong, but there are obviously parts to the shock that are undeniably true, and you see the reaction to it. I mean, what we have seen is that this shock, despite the similar oil price dynamics to 2009, has very much a supply side aspect to it. So, and the supply side aspect is a productivity aspect, it's a technological aspect, and that by definition makes it permanent. So that, I think, is undeniable because we see that already happening. We see those projects being developed. So it will change the industry. And it changes the industry in many aspects. It changes the industry in terms of the level. It changes the industry in terms of the volatility. And with that, you basically need to respond to that. Now, as others have said, oil is not the only price that moves around. Others move around as well. So the additional uncertainty that we, I think, are finding everywhere in emerging markets at the moment is relative prices. I mean, I've been in financial markets for almost 30 years. I mean, I've never seen a period where relative prices have been changing that much and all at the same time, and they all feed into each other, and then basically you end up with something, with another round of relative changes. Now, what does that mean in terms of policy options? Well, I think the first thing I think that is true is it's very difficult to continue having a peg against a currency that basically doesn't share any of these dependencies, right? I mean, the US is still, in market terms, the biggest economy of the world. It's a pretty closed economy, so they don't really care that much about these relative prices, right? So as Kazakhstan, you can't do that. In particular, if everybody around you is basically or has already moved away from it. So then you have two choices. I mean, you can go and try to find something else to peg yourself to, but I mean, normally you want to peg yourself to something in order to fully gain the credibility of that, and you also need to know the level. Now, for the level, as I said, that's pretty difficult. If all the relative prices in the world are moving that fast, how do you determine the level? Is every oil country going to be, oil exporting country going to be affected by the shock in the same way? No, because it depends on what your cost level is. So it's not as simple as that. So what I feel like is, and I think that's very much in line with what Mr. Kellenberghoff has also said, is, I mean, at this point, you probably need to maintain flexibility. You cannot commit yourself fully to something because too many factors are still changing. Maybe at some point it becomes an option to have better currency coordination in this part of the world. But I mean, and I don't mean that badly, in times of shocks, the big country normally doesn't care, right? I mean, there's the famous statement from Mr. Colony, who was the treasurer to Mr. Nixon, and he said, well, the dollar is our currency, but it's your problem, to the Europeans, right? I mean, who were importing a lot of inflation from the US. Look at what happened to the ERM. Why did the ERM work down? I'm German. Germany had its unification. Did the Bundesbank care about the rest of the European Union in that period? No, they didn't. Or maybe they did, but it was not enough to basically factor it into their policy decision. So I think you can run this down onto every level. I mean, the coordination, especially in monetary policy, is extremely difficult because it's also, you need to have keep the secrets pretty close. Otherwise, I'm working in financial markets, so we would love to hear it in advance. So I think that's I think very much where we're going to go in terms of arrangements. I mean, currency arrangements in Central Asia, in this part of the world, will have to change. But to be sure where exactly we will land and at what level, and if you then potentially basically have see benefits in reintegrating, that's very much a question for the future, and I leave it at that.
Thank you. We have now pretty much run out of time, and so we unfortunately don't have time for questions from the audience. Let me just briefly summarize what I heard from the panel, and clearly there's full awareness of the shocks that have hit the region, and country authorities have taken significant measures to address the challenges. I think the countries need to persist with these efforts because the shocks and the weaker economic external environment are likely to be fairly long-lasting. And so persistence is needed, but also to avoid an extended period of lower growth and associated economic problems. The countries that take the opportunities and accelerate reforms and are most vigilant about the financial sector and macro stabilization will be able to get ahead. So, and in this effort, certainly the IMF and I know other international financial institutions are very willing to work with the country authorities through policy advice, through financing as needed. So thank you very much. Let me thank the organizers for designing a very good program for today, and all the panelists for very interesting and useful perspectives on the region. Thank you very much.